Well, no one in Scotland can commission an idea. You know, if I went to BBC Scotland and I said, oh, I've got this great idea for a sitcom, I've got this brilliant idea for a drama, you know, no, there isn't one person in Scotland that can okay it unless it goes through London.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Full Scottish. What's happening today?
Hello and welcome to the Full Scottish here on Broadcasting Scotland.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
That need, that desire for independence is ever stronger than perhaps it was in 2014. So there's an obligation that we've got to give leadership to that campaign. That's what Nicola Sturgeon, as our First Minister, has been doing.
My feeling about Boris Johnson is he can't be trusted on anything.
That is now and forever will be known as the rape clause.
I'm old enough to remember going into Europe in '73, and I remember how much of a razor's edge that was a battling stone. And I think we made it by 53%, if I remember correctly, for going in. And ever since that time, England particularly has been pretty much schizophrenic, down the middle about whether it felt British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Scotland means business. Scotland's voice won't be stilled, it won't be silenced, it has to be heard.
About the work that's been done by Broadcasting Scotland in giving community activists, yes activists, Scottish activists a platform other than the traditional media outlets.
We order. Question to the Secretary of State for Wales. I call the Secretary of State to answer the substantive question from Rosie Cooper. Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I will answer questions 1 and 2 together. Parliamentary Under Secretary and I have regular discussions with the First Minister of Wales and his ministerial team on the response to COVID-19, totalling 124 meetings and calls since the pandemic began.
Let us head to lovely Lancashire to visit Rosie Cooper. Rosie Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Secretary of State knows, the Welsh Labour Government is paying a thank you payment of £500 to every social care worker in Wales. Does he agree that it's a kick in the teeth to those workers that the Treasury intends to tax that bonus payment? And will he join me and the Welsh First Minister in urging the Chancellor to think again?
State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've discussed this at Wales Questions before. It is disappointing that Welsh Government didn't discuss this in greater detail with the Treasury earlier on. We could have found a way around this. Those discussions are, however, ongoing. There is a reasonably positive dialogue. But as I say, that the answer to this would have been an earlier engagement rather than making an announcement which they knew required primary legislation for which there wasn't time.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Friday, the First Minister of Wales said that it had been impossible to get a sensible answer from the UK Government on the plans for allowing travel to foreign countries. At the beginning of this crisis, we would regularly hear from the First Minister that he'd just come off a call from the UK Government, and we know that MIGs were being used to coordinate a four-nations approach. But despite the numbers the Minister has quoted, there does seem to be a communications breakdown. Does the Minister believe that the Government could have done more to work more closely with Wales and other devolved nations during this crisis?
Thanks, Richard. Well, I was talking to the First Minister about this only a few days ago, and he did describe the particular occasion that the Honourable Lady refers to as the exception rather than the rule. As I mentioned, there have been 124 meetings between the two governments. Actually, dialogue is pretty good, and in 8 out of 10 cases we reach agreement, albeit not necessarily in the greatest of humour, but we do reach agreement, and the relationship is better than at some times we read in the press.
3 is withdrawn, so we come to Shadow Secretary of State Neil Griffith. First of 2 questions.
Mr. Speaker, well, the loss of over 1,400 jobs at Broughton is a devastating blow, not only for the workers on site and in the supply chain, but for the whole of the economy of North Wales. So what discussions has the Secretary of State had recently with Airbus and with Welsh ministers, and when will his government come forward with a specific sector deal to support the aerospace industry in Wales and across the UK?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to report that we've had regular conversations with Airbus throughout the pandemic and very recently too, also with Welsh Government and stakeholders in the North Wales and Broughton area. Airbus have reported that the industry has had between £6 and £10 billion worth of UK Government support so far. Discussions with BEIS are ongoing about other areas where help can be provided, and my colleagues, led by the Honourable Member for Dellen, has been at the front of that, making sure that there are any other areas in which we can help this industry not just remain in Broughton now, but in 5 and 10 years. We are open to further discussions.
But, Mr. Speaker, sadly, it is not just sectoral problems in aerospace. With Bridgend now reeling from the INEOS threat to take jobs elsewhere, it's absolutely clear that Wales and the UK face very fierce international competition. So, can the Secretary of State explain what he and his government are doing to develop a UK-wide industrial strategy and a trade policy which will help to retain, create and attract in the new green jobs of the future?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In relation to INEOS, I've further discussions with INEOS, or initial discussion with INEOS tomorrow. This deal, of course, is a Welsh Government deal between INEOS and themselves, and so that question, in a sense, should be addressed to the relevant minister in Welsh Government. That said, the inability or the unwillingness of Welsh Government to make any moves at all on improving the M4 relief road have played a part, it is rumoured, in the decision INEOS have taken. In the wider context, I hope the Honourable Lady can remain in her seat or one near hers in the coming PMQs and the statement of the Chancellor afterwards, as I believe some of the questions which we raised may be answered at that stage.
Jack Brereton.
Thank you. Number 6, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I will answer questions 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. The UK Government has provided unprecedented support to enable the tourism industry in Wales to get through the pandemic. Now is the right time for the industry to reopen safely, and I've urged Welsh Government on many occasions to share their plans to ensure Wales is not left behind and can make the most of what's left of the summer season.
Jack Brereton. I thank my right honourable friend for that response. Many of my constituents in Stoke-on-Trent South will be hoping they'll be able to get a holiday in Wales this summer. So, as we reopen, can my right honourable friend do everything he can to ensure my constituents will still get a well-earned break and enjoy everything that Wales has to offer?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right to point out that tourism, like COVID, doesn't recognise political boundaries, so we are very eager to welcome his constituents, indeed him and anybody else in the House who wishes to visit Wales once the lockdown has been properly lifted. It is really important that there is a roadmap to this position. Wales wants to be back in business, it needs to be back in business, and that leadership needs to come from the First Minister of Wales. It's been a bit messy up till now, I have to say, but there is still time for him to correct the untidiness around the reopening so that tourism can resume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The people of Darlington have a great fondness for Wales. Can the Secretary of State outline what representations he has made to the Welsh Government to encourage them to open up their economy so that my constituents and others from across England can enjoy all of its attractions?
Very good. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure I understand why there was sniggering from the ranks opposite to the point that residents of Darlington might want to visit Wales. We absolutely want residents of Darlington and everywhere else to visit Wales, as has always been the case, but it does need a clear plan. And what's been lacking so far is a lack of a clear plan which enables our tourism industry to welcome with open arms residents of Darlington and other places back into the country in the few weeks of this season that we have remaining.
Alexander Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK internal tourism market is going to be very important for the rest of this year, not only for Wales and Rother Valley, but Wales and nation itself. So does my right honourable friend agree with the Welsh Association of Visitor Attractions who, before they delivered their vote of no confidence in the Welsh First Minister, said that the Welsh Labour administration is, and I quote, destroying the survival chances of the tourism industry in Wales?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we really should take some time to reflect on this. As far as I can remember, this is the first time ever that a major representative body, Welsh Association of Visitor Attractions, have not only passed a vote of no confidence in the First Minister, but also said that his government is destroying the survival chances of an industry in Wales. That surely must be the most shameful description of a devolved government that we've heard in this chamber. And my honourable friend is right. We have 160,000 jobs dependent on this industry. It's 9.5% of the workforce of Wales. It deserves a lot better than the treatment it has so far had at the hands of Welsh Government, and I welcome his ability to raise this in the House.
Secretary of State needs to put up no questions and no answers.
Easy for all of us. Come on, Scott Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend will appreciate the interdependency between the economies of North Wales and North West England. We often see holidaymakers travelling between both regions, and in Blackpool we are always pleased to welcome visitors from North Wales. May I ask my right honourable friend what steps he is taking to improve transport links between both regions, which will not only boost tourism but the economy more generally in a post-COVID-19 world?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will endeavour to be briefer than I have been so far. We've already delivered a £50 million project to upgrade North Wales Railway. We have commitments about to the A55 improvements. There are numerous other accelerated plans in relation to infrastructure. As I said in answer to an earlier question, tourism and COVID do not recognise political boundaries. That attempt to improve infrastructure will continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many tourists will go to Wales from England and indeed Cornwall. What steps is he taking to ensure those travelling or thinking of travelling know the differences between any lockdown rules that we have and any that occur in Wales?
Well, honourable friend makes a good point. Residents of Wales and other places, I think, have become fatigued by the completely confusing array of messages coming out of Welsh Government in relation to what you can do and what you can't do and how far you can go to do it. That's gradually being cleared up, but what we don't want to see is residents of Cornwall decide that they can't come to Wales and therefore align themselves with another part of the UK at our expense because of this lack of clarity. The perfect example, Llanymynech Golf Course, where you tee off in England and land in Wales.
Well, let's hear from the Leader of Plaid Cymru, Liz Selwyn-Roberts.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Lefarydd. There's mini-budget talk of a VAT cut for hospitality, and this is fantastic if it's true, because Plaid Cymru have been pushing for it since 2008. Would he support a clear plan of targeted Wales-specific VAT cuts for specific sectors, for tourism, for home improvements, so that our small employer economy can recover as quickly as possible?
Very grateful to the intervention, and I'm going to goad the Honourable Lady into having to wait a little longer to hear what the Chancellor has to say in his statement at 12:30. However, I would just point out to her that at every possible opportunity, the UK Government, I emphasise the UK Government, has embraced jobs, livelihoods, businesses across Wales in a way that is unprecedented in modern times, and I'm sure even as a nationalist she would like to thank the UK Government and the Chancellor for those very special efforts that they've made on behalf of the people of Wales.
Here's your chance. Liz Roberts.
The Minister has very kindly answered my question with a question. I will take it because he hasn't said no, that he is interested in Wales-specific VAT reductions, and look forward to talking to him about that more. But another initiative that we could introduce in Wales, countries such as Malta and Poland have introduced voucher schemes to encourage domestic tourism to help the recovery. Ahead of the Chancellor's statement, would the Secretary of State support the introduction of a Welsh tourism voucher scheme to be spent on outdoor attractions, accommodation, transport, trains and buses, a much-needed boost to make the tourism industry work for the people of Wales?
Speaker, the first part of the Honourable Lady's question is, I think, aiming too low. And by referring to Wales as just a tourism industry in its own right, doesn't go anywhere near embracing the opportunities that tourism in Wales has and the jobs associated with it as part of the union, as part of the union push. And my message to her is just to have a look at the interventions that UK Government has so far made, let alone anything which may come later today, so far made in support of that and many other industries. It's a bit like a sketch, what have the Romans ever done for us? I urge her to look at those figures because I think she will be as pleased as the rest of the House is.
Virginia Crosby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Arnismore is the most dependent of any constituency on tourism. Jobs, skilled employment and investment is what my island constituency of Arnismore needs if this government is to deliver its levelling up agenda. Will the Secretary of State commit to helping our island by championing Arnismore's capacity to play a leading role in the decarbonisation of the UK economy?
My own friend is that there is no greater champion of Arnismore than her on this and numerous other issues, in fact. In particular, her work around Wilfan Iawedd has been outstanding and ongoing. I would say to her, as I'm afraid I've become boring in saying to other members, I urge her to remain in her seat for just a little longer, because I think some of the comments and subjects that she's raised may get a greater airing later.
Shadow Minister Gerald Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As we know, the tourism and hospitality sector has been hit very hard by this pandemic, and despite the best efforts of operators across Wales, this year will be a very difficult one for those in the industry. So, can the Secretary of State get the Government to act now and extend the furlough scheme for the tourism sector to avoid workers facing a cliff edge later on in the year?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as the Honourable Gentleman knows, there have been significant interventions already, at £2.4 billion worth of barnetised income for Welsh Government, plus over twice that in terms of the other interventions which the Welsh workforce has benefited from, in particular tourism and hospitality. And 1 in 3 workers in Wales are currently being supported by the furlough scheme. It is not for me to comment on what the Chancellor may or may not be saying in a few minutes' time. And like so many other questions this morning, I can only say if he could remain patient for as long as possible, he may find some interesting comments to be made.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, tourism is extremely important to Mid Wales. I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for meeting some of my local businesses recently. Many of them could benefit from the £59 million generated by the Culture Secretary's recent announcement. But I'm deeply concerned that the Welsh Government could stick to form and only channel this money towards Cardiff-based tourist and culture attractions. Would my right honourable friend reassure me that he will do all he can to ensure that Mid Wales will see the benefit of this money, which is, after all, Mid Wales' money?
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend's comments. Of course, I can offer that commitment, but the commitment is to urge Welsh Government to make those important decisions for the whole of Wales. And I know in our own area, having had the pleasure of meeting some of our industries the other days, that critical events like the Royal Welsh Show are hugely culturally important, and it is absolutely right the Welsh Government should look at the whole of Wales and not be tempted into just supporting a few well-known industries around its sort of favoured patch.
Stephen Crabb.
16, sir.
Mr. Speaker, the government's support to business, the £350 billion package, is helping to limit the long-term damage to the economy. And my department will continue to work with others in Whitehall and the Welsh Government to drive forward that economic recovery. As the Prime Minister said last week, we must build to ensure jobs and growth as we continue to ease lockdown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wales desperately needs new projects to deliver growth and better quality work. So can I ask my honourable friend if he would look at the proposals coming from the joint venture based in Pembrokeshire between Total and Simply Blue Energy for deploying floating offshore wind technology in the Celtic Sea? And could I ask him to use his office to ensure that Treasury and BEIS stay fully involved, because there's a serious project there that I think is worth backing?
Mr. Speaker, I entirely agree with the honourable member. I think floating offshore wind is a hugely exciting technology. I'd be happy to meet with those companies. And may I say that our commitment to offshore wind is demonstrated by the £28 million which we, along with Welsh Government, have invested in the Pembroke Dock Marine project.
We come to Ben Lake.
Mr. Speaker, recognising the severity of the economic damage of COVID-19 and also the importance of swift responses from the government, will the Minister consider proposals made by the Wales Governance Centre recently that both the annual drawdown limit from the Welsh Reserve and the cap on Welsh Government borrowing should be, I quote, very significantly relaxed or removed?
Well, diolch yn fawr iawn am y question, Mr. Speaker. The honourable gentleman will be aware that my friend, that my right honourable friend, has already signed off around about an extra £800 million for Welsh Government. And if he can wait in his seat for a little while longer, there may be more good news to come.
Dr. James Davies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Economic recovery in North Wales will be made all the harder by the devastating news that Airbus in Broughton is to shed 1,435 jobs. I know the UK Government is already supporting the UK aerospace industry significantly, but can the Minister confirm what further the Government can do to assist Airbus?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that when I and my right honourable friend spoke to the leaders of Airbus last week, they were very grateful to the UK Government and said that the UK Government had been one of the most supportive governments in the world, which is why, no doubt, the numbers of jobs being lost in the United Kingdom is far less than in other European Union countries. The Airbus have benefited from around £5 billion of UK Government support, and I'm absolutely certain the Government will want to continue to support the aerospace sector.
Alan Brown.
19, Mr. Speaker.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 19 and 20 together. My right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Wales, myself discuss our future relationship with the EU as part of multiple engagements with Welsh Government. We will continue to work and listen closely to Welsh Government throughout the trade deal negotiations. It is, of course, a reserved matter, but we always listen carefully to what Welsh Government have to say.
Alan Brown.
Yeah, listen, but probably don't do anything, Mr. Speaker. Michelle Barnier told our Lord Select Committee that the EU will introduce full border checks for the UK in January the 1st, regardless of the UK's position. Now, given exports to EU from Wales account for 60% of Welsh exports, this will cause huge disruption. Has he secured any additional support for Welsh exporters? Is it Brexit at all costs, and who cares about the Welsh exports?
Hear, hear.
Well, Mr. Speaker, ensuring that Welsh exports, and indeed from Scotland and all other parts of the United Kingdom, are able to be traded freely across the world, including with our former partners in the European Union, is a top priority for the Government. Of course, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman appears to be asking for some sort of extension to the current deal that we have. He had the opportunity to do that on 3 occasions last year. I voted on every occasion for a deal that would have given a permanent extension. His party voted against it.
Let us head up to Motherwell, to Marion Fellows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A recent ONS survey found that 46% of Welsh businesses had 6 months or less cash reserves, the highest percentage of the UK nations. Without additional support, the looming threat of no deal in less than 6 months could be the final blow for many businesses. How will the Secretary of State explain to businesses that his government actively decided to build additional barriers by ruling out an extension when they were already struggling?
Well, I have to remind the Honourable Lady once again that the SNP had the opportunity to vote for the whole of the United Kingdom to remain in a semi-permanent customs union until a deal had been struck. And frankly, they decided to vote against it, taking a gamble that they could destroy Brexit completely. They lost the gamble. It is far too late now for them to ask for their state back. We are leaving the European Union at the end of this year, as we promised to do in our manifesto. Thank you very much.
Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the years, the Erasmus scheme has benefited many young people in Newport West. The Welsh Labour Government has repeatedly requested that Wales should be able to participate in programmes like Erasmus, even if the Conservatives in England stopped England from doing so. So can the Minister confirm whether this important request from a devolved government has been relayed by the UK negotiators, and if not, why not?
Great question. Mr. Speaker, I have to declare a slight personal interest because my wife, I think, was on an Erasmus scheme when I met her as a student some 20 or so years ago. And of course, at that time, she was part of a country that was not, she was a citizen of a country not then in the European Union. So I can absolutely assure the Honourable Lady that I and my colleagues, whatever the future is of Erasmus, are determined to enable young people to be able to travel and study not just in the European Union, but outside of the European Union as well.
The Minister. Mark Harper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I have regular discussions with the Welsh Government on the effect of their lockdown restrictions on levels of employment in Wales. This Government is continuing to provide unprecedented support to businesses and employees in Wales, and as my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Wales, has already said, now is the time to look to reopen Wales and keep people in their jobs.
Mark Harper.
I'm grateful for that answer. The Minister will know that the rules on pubs and restaurants operating in Wales are currently more restrictive than in England. So can I urge him to say to his constituents, at least for the time being, if they want to attend safely pubs and restaurants, they're very welcome in the Forest of Dean to safeguard jobs and livelihoods. And in passing, Mr. Speaker, I understand the First Minister's a great fan of cheese, in which case I can recommend Stinking Bishop from Dimmock in my constituency, which Claudia Winkleman, no less, christened the King of Cheese.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my right, the honourable gentleman and myself agree on many things, but perhaps might have to beg to differ over whether tourists should come to the Forest of Dean or Wales. I want them to be welcomed in Wales, and I look forward to the Welsh Government reopening the tourism industry in Wales as quickly as possible to save the 160,000 jobs that depend on it.
23, Mr. Speaker.
The Right Honourable Friend, the Secretary of State, has regular discussions with my Right Honourable Friend, the Secretary of State for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy on support for Welsh businesses. The Honourable Lady will no doubt be aware that we have put forward a £350 billion scheme to support businesses and jobs across the United Kingdom, and much of that will go to Wales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister join me in welcoming the Welsh Government's economic contract, which means that any business that receives financial support must demonstrate its commitment to growth, fair work, employee health and skills, and reducing carbon footprint?
Mr. Speaker, I hope the Honourable Lady and everyone in this House will join me in congratulating the United Kingdom Government for bringing forward a furlough scheme that has protected 300,000 jobs in Wales, a self-employment scheme that's protected 100,000 jobs. In addition, we've had bounce-back loans, C-bills, CL bills, and last week we protected another 800 jobs itself.
Come on, Minister, you're going to help me get...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually welcome some of the wartime socialism policies of this government, based on Gordon Brown's rescue packages of the last Labour government, which were then so cruelly undermined by the Tory government that followed. But there is room for more fiscal measures, including perhaps looking at VAT on events as a way of trying to stimulate that industry. Will he, when a Chancellor sits down next to him, just whisper in his ear and tell him to do that?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to accept the honourable gentleman's support for Conservative Party policies, and if he could just restrain himself for another half hour or so, he may well discover there is yet more good news for businesses and individuals in Wales. Diolch yn fawr.
Substantive Beth Winter, Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Simply emphasise with the victims of recent flooding, especially as many of the same areas were affected more recently. Flood defence is a devolved matter. However, we have made available £16 million to Welsh Government through the Barnett formula as a result of flood defences in England.
We now head over to Beth Winter. Beth Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The unprecedented flooding this year has disproportionately affected Welsh communities, including my own constituency of Cynon Valley. The government has now acknowledged the flooding problems caused and indicated that UK government support for Welsh communities will come from UK reserve. However, in response to my honourable friend, the member for Merthyr Tydfil, the government informed the House on the 15th of June that the support would be subject to the Barnett formula. Can the Secretary of State confirm that UK government funding for flooding in Wales will come from the UK reserve in line with the ethos of support and solidarity central to our union, and that it will not be subject to the Barnett formula? Can you also clarify the amount that will be funded and when?
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. In the interest of brevity, can I just inform the Honourable Lady that discussions are ongoing on this subject and she'll be hearing more from the relevant bodies in the near future.
Right, we are now, that's the end of the Welsh questions. We're now heading over to questions to the Prime Minister. And we start with question 1 from Anna McMorran.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others in addition to my duties in this House. I shall have further such meetings later today.
Anna McMorran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am shocked and angered at workers in UK clothing factories like Boohoo being paid a mere £3.50 an hour and being forced to work in totally unacceptable conditions. In the 21st century, there must be no room for exploitation and modern slavery. We must call time on fast fashion for the sake of people and our planet. So my question is simple, Mr. Speaker. What will the Prime Minister do about it?
Mr. Speaker, first of all, it's this Conservative government that set up laws against modern slavery. It's this Conservative government that massively increased the living wage, not only instituted the living wage, but massively increased it. And we would hope that it would be the Labour Mayor of Leicester who would stand up for the interests of the workforce in his community, and that's what we will do.
We're heading to the shadows of Lichfield Cathedral with Michael Fabricant. Michael Fabricant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's not just the 800-year-old Lichfield Cathedral that we have. We've also got the beautiful leafy lanes, wonderful restaurants and bars. But I'll tell you what we also have, and that is the Lichfield Garrick, which is a major theatre in the area, the Hub at St Mary's. And so what I'd like to know is this. I welcome the £1.7 billion grant that's being given to support our theatres and performing artists. But are we going to see any of it at all outside of the West End and here in Lichfield?
Minister. Mr. Speaker, I thank my right honourable friend. I can tell him that Lichfield has been at the centre of our cultural life since Dr. Johnson and David Garrick made their famous walk and ride from Lichfield to London in the 18th century, and will continue to be so. And we are working closely with Arts Council England to support and develop the projects that I know are so dear to his heart.
Present to Leader of the Opposition with the Right Honourable Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Monday, when asked why care home deaths had been so high, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "Too many care homes didn't really follow the procedures in the way that they could have." That's caused huge offence to frontline care workers. It's now been 48 hours. Will the Prime Minister apologise to care workers?
I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman, and the last thing I want to do is to blame care workers for what has happened, or for any of them to think that I was blaming them, because they worked hard, incredibly hard throughout this crisis, looking after some of the most vulnerable people in our country and doing an outstanding job. And as he knows, tragically, 257 of them have lost their lives. And when it comes to taking blame, I take full responsibility for what has happened. But the one thing that nobody knew early on during this pandemic was that the virus was being passed asymptomatically from person to person in the way that it is. And that's why the guidance and the procedures changed. And it's thanks to the hard work of care workers that we've now got incidents down in our care homes, outbreaks down in our care homes to the lowest level since the crisis began. That's thanks to our care workers, and I pay tribute to them.
Mr. Speaker, that's not an apology. and it just won't wash. The Prime Minister said, his words, too many care homes didn't really follow the procedures in the way that they could have. It was clear what he was saying. And the Prime Minister must understand just how raw this is for many people on the front line and for those, Mr Speaker, who've lost loved ones. I quote Mark Adams, who runs a social care charity, who spoke yesterday. He said this: you've got 1.6 million social care workers going into work to protect our parents, our grandparents, our children, putting their own health and potentially lives at risk. And then, to get perhaps the most senior man in the country turning round and blaming them on what has been an absolute travesty of leadership from the government, I just think it's appalling. They're his words. Ask the Prime Minister again, will he apologise to care workers, yes or no?
Speaker, he keeps saying that I blamed or tried to blame care workers, and that is simply not the case. The reality is that we now know things about the way a coronavirus is passed from person to person without symptoms that we just didn't know. That's why we instituted the Care Home Action Plan on April the 15th. That's why we changed the procedures. And perhaps he did know that it was being transmitted asymmetrically. I didn't hear it at the time. Perhaps Captain Hindsight would like to tell us whether he knew that it was being transmitted asymptomatically. Of course, it was necessary to change our procedures. I want to thank our care workers for what they have done, and this government will continue to invest massively in our care homes, in our care workers. And by the way, it's this government that put up, as I said just now, this government that put up the living wage by record amounts. And that is something that we can do directly to help every care worker in the country.
Keir Starmer.
By refusing to apologise, the Prime Minister rubs salt into the wounds of the very people that he stood at his front door and clapped. The Prime Minister and the Health Secretary must be the only people left in the country who think that they put a protective ring around care homes. Those on the front line know that that wasn't the case. I quote one care home manager from ITN News yesterday. She said this: I'm absolutely livid at the fact that he says we didn't follow the procedures, because the care assistants, the nurses, everyone in the care home have worked so hard, and then he's got the audacity to blame us. Her words. What would the Prime Minister like to say to that care home manager?
What I would like to say to the lady in question, and indeed to every care home worker in the country, is that this government appreciates the incredible work that they have done. We thank them for the incredible work they have done. And let me say further that we will invest in our care homes and we will reform the care home sector. And I hope, by the way, Mr Speaker, that we'll do it on the basis of cross-party consensus and get a lasting solution to the problems in our care homes and the difficulties many people face in funding the cost of their old age. That's what we want to do. That's what this government is pledged to do after 30 years of inaction, and I hope that he will join us in doing it.
Keir Starmer.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. I gently point out that his government has been in power for 10 years with no plan and no white paper. Of course we'll join in plans for reforming healthcare, but for social care, but 10 years wasted. The reality is this: more than 19,000 care home residents have died from COVID-19. It's a far higher number when you include excess deaths. Overall, around 1 in 20 care home residents are estimated to have died from the virus. 1 in 20. It's chilling. These are extraordinary numbers. Yet the Prime Minister has consistently ducked responsibility for this. Will he accept it isn't care workers who are to blame, it's his government?
Mr Speaker, I don't know, and he's got the old vice of reading out the pre-prepared question without listening to the answer I've just given. I've made it absolutely clear that this government takes responsibility for everything that we've done throughout this crisis, and of course I pay tribute once again to the work of every care worker in the country, and I thank them. But what we've also done is put forward a care home action action plan that has helped our care workers, our care home industry, to get the incidence of coronavirus right down in every care home in the country to the lowest level. And we're now putting in monthly testing for every resident in our care home and weekly testing for every care home worker. And that is thanks to the fantastic efforts of everybody involved in NHS testing and tracing. And I think, by the way, he should pay tribute to them as well.
Yes, Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister continues to insult those on the front line by not taking these issues seriously. The Prime Minister must recognise that huge mistakes have been made. 2 months ago, at PMQs, I highlighted the weakness of early guidance on care homes. The Prime Minister, typically flippant, simply said it's not true. There were repeated warnings from the care sector, repeated delays in providing protective equipment. This wasn't hindsight. They were raised here day in, day out, week in, week out. It wasn't hindsight, it was real time for the front line. Same on routine testing. And the decision to discharge 25,000 people to care homes without tests was clearly a mistake. Will the Prime Minister simply accept that his government was just too slow to act on care homes? Full stop.
Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman knows very well, or he should know very well, that the understanding of the disease changed dramatically in the months that we've had it. And when he looks at the action plan that we brought in to help our care workers, I think he would appreciate the vast amount of work that they have done, the PPE that they've been supplied with, the testing that they've been supplied with. That has helped them to get the incidence of the disease down to record lows. And it has enabled us to get on with our work as the government in getting this country through this epidemic, getting this country back on its feet. That's what this country wants to see. We've stuck to our plan to open up our economy gradually and cautiously. One week he's in favour of it, the next week he's against it. What this country wants to see is a steady, stable approach to getting our country back on its feet. That is what we are delivering.
5 minutes.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, to add further insult to injury, there are reports this morning that the government is to remove free hospital parking for NHS workers in England. The Prime Minister will know that this could cost hundreds of pounds a month for our nurses, our doctors, our carers and our support staff. We owe our NHS workers so much. We all clap for them. We should be rewarding them, not making it more expensive to go to work. The Prime Minister must know this is wrong. Will he reconsider and rule it out?
Mr. Speaker, the hospital car parks are free for NHS staff for this pandemic. They're free now, and we are going to get on with our manifesto commitment to make them free for patients who need them as well. And the House will know that that was never the case under the Labour government. Neither for staff, nor for patients. May I respectfully suggest that he takes his latest bandwagon and parks it free somewhere else, Mr. Speaker. One week he's backing us, the next week he's not. One week he's in favour of a tax on wealth and tax on homes. The next week he tries to tiptoe away from it. We know how it works. He takes one brief one week, one brief the next. He's consistent only in his opportunism, whereas we get on with our agenda. Build for jobs, and the House will hear more about it shortly, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my well-known and much-loved constituent, Alan Young, died of cancer last year, having been cared for at Myton Hospice in Warwick. And I'm sure the Prime Minister will remember the very moving letter that he received from Alan's brave 9-year-old son, Tommy, which Tommy read out on local radio, praising Myton for looking after his dad and asking for them to receive support. Now, the government's providing £200 million per quarter for hospices during the current emergency, so it's very clear that the Prime Minister appreciates their work. And will he join me, Tommy, his brother Shay and his mum Kelly in thanking Myton and all hospices across the country for the invaluable care they provide to people like Alan?
Mr. Speaker, I do indeed remember that, and I know the thoughts and sympathies of the whole House will be with Alan and his family. I would like to join Tommy and Shay and Kelly and indeed my honourable friend in thanking all hospices for the incredible work that they do.
Let us head to Scotland to visit the leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure you, the Prime Minister, and indeed the whole House will want to join me in marking Srebrenica Memorial Day, which takes place this Saturday and for the first time happening online. We should never forget the terrible genocide that took place 25 years ago. And can I associate myself with the concerns about Tory hospital parking charges? The SNP government abolished them in Scotland 12 years ago, and I would urge the Tory government to do the same so NHS workers and patients will not be penalised. Mr. Speaker, 3.8 million people across the United Kingdom could face unemployment when the furlough scheme ends. The job retention scheme has been a lifeline to millions, yet we could see progress unravel as the scheme ends. Millions of people could potentially find themselves out of work, struggling to pay bills and to put food on the table. Will the Prime Minister commit today to extending the furlough scheme? People must not lose their jobs because the Tories refuse to act.
Mr. Speaker, I think most people looking at what has happened in the UK over the last 3 or 4 months around the world have been overwhelmingly impressed by the way that we, as a government, have put our arms around people. £164 billion invested in jobs, in incomes, in supporting people. It's been a massive, massive effort. I think, Mr. Speaker, and I know that a lot of people in this House would agree with me, I think that you cannot go on forever with a furlough scheme that keeps employees in suspended animation in the way that it does. We need to get our economy moving again. That's what I think the people of this country want to see in a sustainable and cautious way. And I would just remind him, I'm sure he's constantly saying this, I just remind him that the reason the job retention scheme has worked, the furlough scheme has worked, is because of the power and the efficiency of the UK Treasury. It's the UK government that has funded the furlough scheme, and 4.8 billion, I should say, in Barnett consequentials to Scotland alone. I'm sure he doesn't hesitate to remind his colleagues of that.
We return to Scotland again with Ian Blackford. I'm sure he'll reappear.
Mr. Speaker, of course, it's about the future and it's about making sure that people can be protected. Just this week, we've seen Spain look to extend their furlough scheme into 2021. Research has shown that prematurely ending the job retention scheme risks higher unemployment and weaker productivity, with a potential loss of up to £50 billion to GDP. The Resolution Foundation are calling for £3 to £5 billion to be spent on extending furlough payments for the hardest hit sectors. And the TUC are warning of the effect of ending the furlough scheme early would have people that are shielding in difficulties. Mr. Speaker, this is about not throwing away the benefits that we have accrued. The Prime Minister seems intent on sinking the lifeboat that has been keeping so many people afloat. If the Prime Minister will not extend the furlough scheme, will he give Scotland the powers so we can do it ourselves?
Minister. Mr. Speaker, I think I've answered the right honourable gentleman's question already, but because I believe it's absolutely essential that we not only invest in our people and protect them from the effects of this epidemic, as we have done, a huge expenditure, quite rightly, but it's also essential that we get the economy moving, including in Scotland, and I hope he supports that objective as well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Prime Minister agree with me and my constituents that calls from some in this House for a raid on homes, pensions and savings would hammer hard-working families and undermine Britain's economic recovery?
Absolutely right, Mr. Speaker, and I've been amazed to hear that Labour are proposing to bring forward a wealth tax, a tax on homes. New leader, same old Labour policies. Exactly what this country doesn't need. What we need is investment in people. We need investment in their wages, increasing the living wage, taking this country forward. We want a tax. They want a tax. We want jobs.
Let's head to Northern Ireland with Colm Eastwood. Colm Eastwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the devastating impact of Brexit on my constituency,
and the decades of underinvestment and neglect by successive British governments, will the Prime Minister agree to work with the Northern Ireland Executive to ensure a free port area is developed in Derry to try to address that long-term economic imbalance? And will he agree to meet with me and a delegation from the city to progress this project?
I note the paradox, Mr. Speaker, that the honourable gentleman wants a free port in Londonderry, which is something that can only be achieved by Brexit, by the way. But I'm more than happy to study the plans that he proposes, and we'll see what we can do to take it forward.
Sir Geoffrey Clifton-Brown.
Mr. Speaker, the coronavirus has hit young people in work and those about to enter the jobs market particularly hard. Would my right honourable friend therefore continue to build on his excellent package of announcements so far, so that our young people have hope and encouragement for the very best prospects to the start of their working life?
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. I thank my right honourable friend. We want young people to have the self-confidence and the experience of work to keep learning on the job and to get the jobs that they need. And if you'll wait just a few minutes, he'll be hearing rather more from my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, about that very matter.
Let us return to Scotland and drop in on Angela Crawley. Angela Crawley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hundreds of my constituents have been excluded from the furlough scheme or support for self-employed due to gaps in the legislation. Barriers to this support include real-time information cut-off dates and the 50% cap on non-trading income. The government's solution to these constituents is to take out loans, which for many is untenable and will lead to unemployment and bankruptcy. Will the Prime Minister commit to widening access to these schemes for the many people left behind?
Mr. Speaker, I would just tell the honourable lady that there are in fact 12,000 people who've taken advantage of the furlough scheme in her constituency, getting 80% of their income, up to £2,500 a month. It's a massive scheme. And in addition, for those that she rightly identifies who may have had difficulties accessing furlough, we've also massively increased universal credit, up by £1,040 for families across the country, in addition to a panoply of other loans and grants that we have made.
Nick Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the Prime Minister will join me in thanking Richard Parker, the CEO of Doncaster and Bassett Law Trust Hospital, and his staff for all their hard work during the COVID pandemic. Yet does the Prime Minister agree with me that Doncaster needs a new hospital? And does he also believe that by building a new hospital in the town, the government will send a clear message to the people of Don Valley that it is committed to levelling up the north?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for a very apposite question, because the Health Secretary is indeed committed not just to building 40 new hospitals, but to visiting Doncaster very shortly to discuss investment in healthcare in Doncaster.
Sorry, Reg Larkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Luton Airport provides direct funding to Luton Council and to many local charities in my constituency, but COVID-19 has hugely impacted this commercial and charitable income. Without urgent government action, Luton Council will be forced into making £22 million of in-year cuts next week. I've raised this issue repeatedly in Parliament on behalf of thousands of Lutonians. Will the Prime Minister meet with me to discuss how emergency funding for Luton Council will save crucial local services and hundreds of key workers' jobs?
Well, Mr. Speaker, she raises a very important issue, because the aviation industry has been very hard hit, and that's why we're supporting the sector in all kinds of ways, not just by supporting employees, but also the time to pay scheme and loans from the Bank of England and indeed the government to aviation. The best way, and of course we're supporting local councils as well, with billions of pounds, 3.2 billions of pounds for local councils. But the most important thing is to get a medium and long-term solution that enables those airlines to start flying again, so that Luton Council can get the revenues that it needs. I perfectly understand and support the point she makes.
Simon Fell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been said, I hope not uncharitably, that my right honourable friends never met a bridge that he didn't want to build. Off the Cumbrian coast, we've got an opportunity to steal a march with a tidal barrage which would supply 5% of the UK's energy needs in a green, sustainable way. It would leave a legacy of jobs in Copeland, Barrow-in-Furness and Workington and leave 7,000 jobs. It would allow us to connect communities that have got a terrible transport network at the moment with a shiny new bridge, and it would allow us to build our way into a green revolution. Would the Prime Minister agree to meet with me and my Cumbrian colleagues to explore this deal further?
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for bringing that attractive idea to my attention. I know that several projects are being considered along the Cumbrian coast, and I'd advise him first to get in touch with my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy to see what he could do to take it forward, and I will give what support I can.
Alex Norris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, after a delay of over a year, the government published their response to their call for evidence regarding violence and abuse against shop workers. In that period of time, there have been 150,000 such incidents. It's completely unacceptable. There's a lot of very good things in the government's response, but it is disappointing that they've stopped short of a change in the law. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister make a commitment that if his plans don't reduce the 400+ incidents every day within 6 months, he will support legislative change?
Mr. Speaker, I think we should have absolutely zero tolerance for violence or aggression to people who work in shops, just as we have zero tolerance for people who are aggressive towards those who work in our public services, and we will do everything we can to ensure that is the case.
Stephen Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was a welcome relaxation of lockdown rules on Saturday, but some sectors such as health and beauty, performing arts, language schools, events providers and wedding industry are still not able to open. Could I ask my right honourable friend if he'll publish a timetable so there can be some hope and certainty for these industries?
My right honourable friend raises a very, very important point. We, as he knows, on May the 10th we set out our plan for cautiously getting our economy open again, and we will be saying more later this week about the next steps and the timetable that we hope to follow.
Heading to Bedford to drop in on Mohammed Yassin. Mohammed Yassin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A care home owner in my constituency was told if they refuse to accept the return from a hospital of a COVID-positive patient, they would be discharged to an unfamiliar home. The procedure the owner was obliged to follow was this government's. So rather than point the finger at care workers for his failures, will the Prime Minister do the right thing, apologise and pay tribute to the professionalism of the care home owners, managers and staff in Bedford who went above and beyond this government guidelines to save lives?
Minister. Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman, and I renew the points that I made earlier on the tribute I pay to care home workers. The particular case that he raises is important and troubling, so if he would be kind enough to write to me with details setting out exactly what happened, I will be very happy to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've seen the most amazing upsurge in community spirit in this country, with hundreds of, thousands and millions of people coming together to support their neighbours. Does my right honourable friend agree that we need to sustain this community spirit into the future, and that means supporting the social infrastructure of local places like libraries and youth clubs and community businesses, and it also means Whitehall giving away power so that finally local communities can take back control?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for everything that he's done to champion the voluntary sector community spirit over many years, and I've followed his campaigns with interest and with support, and I do think there is now an opportunity to build on the way the nation came together during the COVID crisis and to deliver even more of the kind of projects that he wants, and we will certainly be putting our support behind those types of community initiatives.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 230,000 renters are going to be at risk of homelessness or eviction as we emerge from lockdown. Will the Prime Minister urgently today lay legislation so that cross-party we can support those people at risk of homelessness before we break up for the summer recess?
Prime Minister.
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable lady, and she's right to draw attention to one of the most remarkable features of the COVID crisis, which was the way the country and the government were able to help thousands and thousands of homeless people to find accommodation. And we saw in other countries where they were less fortunate, there were, I'm afraid, serious epidemics amongst the homeless. Thankfully, we have so far avoided that. And we are taking forward plans with Dame Louise Casey, with my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Communities and Local Government. We are taking forward plans to ensure that the 15,000 do not just come back onto the streets, but we do everything we can to stamp out homelessness in this country.
Wild. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Queen Elizabeth Hospital in Kings Lynn serves over 300,000 people across Norfolk, Cambridgeshire and Lincolnshire. In the 40th anniversary of a hospital only built to last 30 years, does my right honourable friend agree that the dedication shown by staff in responding to coronavirus deserves to be recognised by including the Queen Elizabeth in our new hospital building programme?
Mr. Speaker, of course this government was elected to build 40 new hospitals, and that is what we can. That's what we are going to do. My honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Health, will be setting out the list. But I can also tell him that Queen Elizabeth Hospital was awarded £9 million in October for urgent upgrades to protect vital frontline care, and I'm sure that he will understand that further long-term solutions are now under active consideration.
John Scholar. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Prime Minister, for getting things moving on the disclosure and barring scheme. It was also good to hear the Prime Minister belatedly adopting the policy of jobs, jobs, jobs. But does he mean jobs in the UK or in France, Poland, Germany, Korea and China? Because it's all very well announcing, for example, blue passports, but those are now not being produced in the North East, but by a French company in a Polish factory. So, Prime Minister, will you now take back control and give instructions to the Treasury, to the Cabinet Office, to Whitehall and town halls to actually buy British and protect British jobs, jobs, jobs?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend behind me says from a sedentary position, what's he got against Poland? We believe we will create hundreds of thousands of jobs in this country. We will actively buy British. We will ensure that contracts go to great British companies, Mr. Speaker. But what we will not do is turn our faces against the notion of international free trade and the market that has brought colossal wealth to the people of this country. Those are the politics, those are the economics of the madhouse, Mr. Speaker.
Steve Baker.
Mr. Speaker, to avoid drama later, we need to complete the process of getting Brexit done in the next few months. So will my right honourable friend therefore please confirm, for the benefit of everyone listening, that nothing in the Northern Ireland Protocol will be allowed to stop the United Kingdom charging our own tariffs for the whole United Kingdom from the 1st of January 2021?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, not a sausage, not a jot, not a tittle of the Northern Irish Protocol will provide any such impediment to the unfettered access of goods and services between all parts of the UK.
It's Savile Roberts.
Mr. Speaker, I am totally on board with the Prime Minister's rhetoric that for too long money has piled into the south-east corner of this island, and investment is needed now to bolster and boost universal confidence. Can he explain, therefore, why his Welsh Secretary took to Twitter this week to argue that Wales is too poor, with too few businesses and taxpayers to be successful? Surely he can't condone the Secretary of State's for Wales off-message pessimism.
Mr. Speaker, I've seldom met anybody who was more boosterish for the future of Wales than the Secretary of State for Wales, and that is because this government is absolutely committed to levelling up throughout the whole UK, in Wales and everywhere, with infrastructure, with investment in education and in technology. And we will do the things, by the way, that the Welsh Government has failed to do, the Welsh Labour Government, I might say, such as unlocking the Bryn Glas tunnels, Mr. Speaker, unblocking the Bryn Glas tunnels, allowing that proper M4 bypass, which has long been needed, unblocking the. We will provide the Vicks inhaler, Mr. Speaker, to the nostrils of the Welsh dragon and get Wales moving.
Are you trying to put the fire out of the dragon? In order to allow the safe exit of honourable members participating in this item of business and the safe arrival of those participating in the next, I'm suspending the House for 3 minutes. Order!
Mike? No problem. Order! I call the Chancellor of the Exchequer to make a statement. Chancellor of the Exchequer!
Mr. Speaker, I stood here in March saying I knew people were worried, and I know they're worried still. We have taken decisive action to protect our economy, but people are anxious about losing their job, about unemployment rising. We're not just going to accept this. People need to know we will do all we can to give everyone the opportunity of good and secure work. People need to know that although hardship lies ahead, no one will be left without hope. So today we act with a plan for jobs. Our plan has a clear goal: to protect, support, and create jobs. It will give businesses the confidence to retain and hire, to create jobs in every part of our country, to give young people a better start, to give people everywhere the opportunity of a fresh start. Where problems emerge, we will confront them. Where support is justified, we will provide it. Where challenges arise, we will overcome them. We entered this crisis unencumbered by dogma, and we continue in this spirit, driven always by the simple desire to do what is right. Mr. Speaker, before I turn to our plan for jobs, let me first outline the nature of the challenge. Our economic response to coronavirus is moving through 3 phases. In the first phase, beginning in March, the government announced social distancing measures and ordered businesses to close, halting the spread of the disease. We put in place one of the largest and most comprehensive economic responses in the world. Our £160 billion plan protects people's jobs, incomes, and businesses. We supported more than 11 million people and jobs through the job retention and self-employment schemes, alongside billions of pounds for the most vulnerable. We supported over 1 million businesses to protect jobs through tax cuts, tax deferrals, direct cash grants, and over 1 million government-backed loans. And we supported public services with new funding for the NHS, schools, public transport, and local authorities. In total, we have now provided £49 billion to support public services since this crisis began. Analysis I'm publishing today shows our interventions significantly protected people's incomes, with the least well-off in society supported the most. And this crisis has highlighted the special bond which holds our country together. Millions of people in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland have been protected by the UK government's economic interventions, and they will be supported by today's plan for jobs. No nationalist can ignore the undeniable truth. This help has only been possible because we are a united kingdom. Mr. Speaker, 4 months on, as we carefully reopen our economy, we are entering the second phase of our economic response. Despite the extraordinary support we've already provided, we face profound economic challenges. World economic activity has slowed, with the IMF expecting the deepest global recession since records began. Household consumption, the biggest component of our economy, has fallen steeply. Businesses have stopped trading and stopped hiring. Taken together, in just 2 months, our economy contracted by 25%, the same amount it grew in the previous 18 years. And the Independent Office for Budget Responsibility and Bank of England are both projecting significant job losses, the most urgent challenge we now face. I want every person in this House and in the country to know that I will never accept unemployment as an unavoidable outcome. We haven't done everything we have so far, just to step back now and say job done. In truth, the job has only just begun. Mr. Speaker, if the first phase of our economic response was about protection, and the second phase, the phase we're addressing today, is about jobs, there will come a third phase, where we will rebuild. My right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, has set out our vision to level up, unite the country, spread opportunity, and repair and heal the wounds exposed through this crisis. I can tell the House we will produce a budget and spending review in the autumn. And we will deal too with the challenges facing our public finances. Over the medium term, we must and we will put our public finances back on a sustainable footing. In other words, our plan for jobs will not be the last action. It is merely the next in our fight to recover and rebuild after coronavirus. Mr. Speaker, let me now turn to the detail of our plan for jobs. Central to our economic response has been the Jobs Retention Scheme. Furlough has been a lifeline for millions, supporting people and businesses to protect jobs. But it cannot and should not go on forever. I know that when furlough ends, it will be a difficult moment. I'm also sure that if I say the scheme must end in October, critics will say it should end in November. If I say it should end in November, critics will just say December. But the truth is, calling for endless extensions to the furlough is just as irresponsible as it would have been back in June to end the scheme overnight. We have to be honest. Leaving the furlough scheme open forever gives people false hope that it will always be possible to return to the jobs they had before. And the longer people are on furlough, the more likely it is their skills could fade and they will find it harder to get new opportunities. It is in no one's long-term interest for the scheme to continue forever, least of all those trapped in a job that can only exist because of a government subsidy. So the furlough will wind down flexibly and gradually, supporting businesses and people through to October. But while we can't protect every job, one of the most important things we can do to prevent unemployment is to get as many people as possible from furlough back to their jobs. So today, we're introducing a new policy to reward and incentivise employers who successfully bring furloughed staff back. A new jobs retention bonus. If you're an employer and you bring someone back who was furloughed and you continuously employ them through to January, we will pay you a £1,000 bonus per employee. It is vital that people aren't returning just for the sake of it. They need to be doing decent work. So for businesses to get this bonus, the employee must be paid at least £520 on average in each month from November to January, the equivalent of the lower earnings limit in national insurance. The House should understand the significance of this policy. We will pay the bonus for all furloughed employees. So if employers bring back all 9 million people who have been furloughed, this would be a £9 billion policy to retain people in work. Our message to business is clear. If you stand by your workers, we will stand by you. Mr. Speaker, the furlough was the right policy to support people through the first phase of this crisis. But now, in this new phase, we need to evolve our approach. Today, I want to set out for the House a new 3-point plan for jobs. We need to first support people to find jobs. Second, create jobs. And third, protect jobs. Mr. Speaker, let me start with supporting jobs, and in particular, the help we want to provide for those who will be hardest hit by this crisis, younger people. Over 700,000 people are leaving education this year. Many more are just starting out in their careers. Coronavirus has hit them hard. Under 25s are 2.5 times as likely to work in a sector that has been closed. We cannot lose this generation, so today I am announcing the Kickstart Scheme, a new programme to give hundreds of thousands of young people in every region and nation of Britain the best possible chance of getting on and getting a job. The Kickstart Scheme will directly pay employers to create new jobs for any 16 to 24-year-old at risk of long-term unemployment. These will be new jobs, with the funding conditional on the firm proving these jobs are additional. These will be decent jobs, with a minimum of 25 hours per week paid at least the national minimum wage, and they will be good quality jobs, with employers providing kickstarters with training and support to find a permanent job. If employers meet these conditions, we will pay young people's wages for 6 months plus an amount to cover overheads. That means for a 24-year-old, the grant will be around £6,500. Employers can apply to be part of the scheme from next month, with the first Kickstarters in their new jobs this autumn. And I urge every employer, big or small, national or local, to hire as many Kickstarters as possible. Today I'm making available an initial £2 billion, enough to fund hundreds of thousands of jobs. And I commit today there will be no cap on the number of places available. We can do more for young people. Traineeships are a proven scheme to get young people ready for work. We know they work, so for the first time ever, we will pay employers £1,000 to take on new trainees, with triple the number of places. To support 18 to 19-year-olds leaving school or college to find work in high-demand sectors like engineering, construction and social care, we'll provide £100 million to create more places on level 2 and 3 courses. And the evidence says careers advice works, so we will fund it, with enough new careers advisors to support over 250,000 more people. We will also expand our universal skills offer. Sector-based work academies provide training, work placements and a guaranteed job interview in high-demand sectors. The evidence shows they work, so we will expand them, tripling the number of places. And we know apprenticeships work too. 91% of apprentices stay in work or do further training afterwards. So, for the next 6 months, we're going to pay employers to create new apprenticeships. We will pay businesses to hire young apprentices with a new payment of £2,000 per apprentice. And we will introduce a brand new bonus for businesses to hire apprentices aged 25 and over with a payment of £1,500. And let me thank my right honourable friend, the Education Secretary, for his support and commitment in developing these measures. Mr. Speaker, we know the longer someone is out of work, the harder it is to return. Millions of people are moving onto universal credit. They need urgent support to get back to work. So, we are doubling the number of work coaches in job centres, increasing the Flexible Support Fund, extending the Rapid Response Service, expanding the Work and Health Programme, and developing a new scheme to support the long-term unemployed. The academic and economic evidence tells us these are among the most effective things we can do. So I'm investing an extra £1 billion in DWP to support millions of people back to work. And I'm grateful for everything my right honourable friend, the Work and Pension Secretary, and her incredible team have done. £1 billion of support for the unemployed, more money for skills, traineeships and apprenticeships, and a new, good quality job for hundreds of thousands of new Kickstarters. The first part of our plan for jobs. Mr. Speaker, the second part of our plan is to support job creation. That begins with historic investment in infrastructure, creating jobs in every region and nation of the UK. At budget, I announced £88 billion of capital funding this year, And last week, the Prime Minister announced our plans to accelerate £5 billion of additional investment projects. We are doubling down on our ambition to level up with better roads, better schools, better hospitals, better high streets, creating jobs in all four corners of our country. Mr. Speaker, as well as investing in infrastructure, we want to create green jobs. This is going to be a green recovery with concern for our environment at its heart. As part of that, I'm announcing today a new £2 billion Green Homes Grant. From September, homeowners and landlords will be able to apply for vouchers to make their homes more energy efficient and create local jobs. The grants will cover at least 2/3 of the cost, up to £5,000 per household. And for low-income households, we'll go even further with vouchers covering the full cost, up to £10,000. On top of the £2 billion voucher scheme, I'm releasing £1 billion of funding to improve the energy efficiency of public sector buildings, alongside a £50 million fund to pilot the right approach to decarbonise social housing. Taken together, we expect these measures to make over 650,000 homes more energy efficient, save households up to £300 a year on their bills, cut carbon by more than 0.5 megatonne per year, equivalent to taking 270,000 cars off the road, and most importantly right now, support around 140,000 green jobs. A £3 billion green jobs plan to save money, cut carbon and create jobs. Mr. Speaker, one of the most important sectors for job creation is housing. The construction sector adds £39 billion a year to the UK economy. House building alone supports nearly 750,000 jobs, with millions more relying on the availability of housing to find work. But property transactions fell by 50% in May. House prices have fallen for the first time in 8 years, and uncertainty abounds in the market, a market we need to be thriving. We need people feeling confident to buy, sell, renovate, move and improve. That will drive growth. That will create jobs. So, to catalyse the housing market and boost confidence, I have decided today to cut stamp duty. Right now, there is no stamp duty on transactions below £125,000. Today, I am increasing the threshold to £500,000. This will be a temporary cut running until the 31st of March next year. And, as is always the case, these changes to stamp duty will take effect immediately. The average stamp duty bill will fall by £4,500, and nearly 9 out of 10 people buying a main home this year will pay no stamp duty at all. Stamp duty cuts, a £5,000 Green Homes grant, and tens of billions of pounds of new capital projects. We are creating jobs, the second part of our plan for jobs. Mr. Speaker, the final part of our plan will protect jobs that already exist by helping some of our highest employing but hardest hit sectors, hospitality and tourism. Our economy relies on consumption, especially social consumption. The pubs, cafes, restaurants, hotels and B&Bs that bring life to our villages, towns and cities. Taken together, these sectors employ over 2 million people, disproportionately younger, women and people from Black, Asian and minority ethnic communities. And many rural and coastal communities rely on these industries. 80% of hospitality firms temporarily stopped trading in April, and 1.4 million workers have been furloughed, the highest proportions of any sector. So the best jobs programme we can do is to restart these sectors and get our pubs, restaurants, cafes and B&Bs bustling again. I know people are cautious about going out, but we wouldn't have lifted the restrictions if we didn't think we could do so safely. And I've seen in the last few weeks how hard businesses are working to make their premises safe. And if we follow the guidance and respect what they ask us to do, we can all enjoy summer safely. In turn, we need to give these businesses the confidence to know that if they open up, invest in making their premises safe and protect jobs, demand will be there, and be there quickly. So today I'm announcing 2 new measures to get these sectors moving and protect jobs. First, at the moment, VAT on hospitality and tourism is charged at 20%. So I've decided for the next 6 months to cut VAT on food, accommodation and attractions. Eat-in or hot takeaway food from restaurants, cafes and pubs, accommodation in hotels, B&Bs, campsites and caravan sites, attractions like cinemas, theme parks and zoos. All these and more will see VAT reduced from next Wednesday until January the 12th from 20% to 5%. This is a £4 billion catalyst for the hospitality and tourism sectors, benefiting over 150,000 businesses and consumers everywhere, all helping to protect 2.4 million jobs. But, Mr. Speaker, we will go further. The final measure I'm announcing today has never been tried in the UK before. This moment is unique. We need to be creative. So, to get customers back into restaurants, cafes and pubs and protect the 1.8 million people who work in them, I can announce today that for the month of August, we will give everyone in the country an Eat Out to Help Out discount. Meals eaten at any participating business, Monday to Wednesday, will be 50% off up to a maximum discount of £10 per head for everyone, including children. Businesses will need to register and can do so through a simple website, open next Monday. Each week in August, businesses can then claim the money back with the funds in their bank account within 5 working days. 1.8 million people work in this industry. They need our support. And with this measure, we can all eat out to help out. A VAT cut to 5% and a first of its kind government-backed discount for all. That's the third part of our plan for jobs. So, Mr. Speaker, £1,000 jobs retention bonus. New, high-quality jobs for hundreds of thousands of young kickstarters. £1 billion to double the number of work coaches and support the unemployed. More apprenticeships, more traineeships, more skills funding. Billions of pounds for new job creation projects across the country. A £3 billion plan to support 140,000 green jobs. And in this vital period, as we get going again, VAT cut, stamp duty cut, meals out cut. Mr. Speaker, all part of our plan for jobs worth up to £30 billion. Mr. Speaker, governments, much less people, rarely get to choose the moments that define them. What choice there is comes in how we respond. For me, this has never just been a question of economics, but of values. I believe in the nobility of work. I believe in the inspiring power of opportunity. I believe in the British people's fortitude and endurance. And it is that value, endurance, more than any other, we need to embody now. A patience to live with the uncertainty of the moment, to find that new balance between safety and normality. We will not be defined by this crisis, but by our response to it. It is an unambiguous choice to make this moment meaningful for our country in a way that transcends the frustration and loss of recent months. It is a plan to turn our national recovery into millions of stories of personal renewal. Mr. Speaker, it is our plan for jobs, and I commend it to this House.
Order, order. Before I call the Shadow Chancellor, I inform honourable and right honourable members that at the end of questions on this statement, I will call the Chancellor of the Exchequer to move a provisional collection of taxes resolution. Copies of the resolution are available in the vote office. I now call the Shadow Chancellor and Alicia Dodds.
Mr. Speaker, our country has been through a great deal over these past few months. Hundreds of thousands have wrestled with this terrible disease. For many months, people have had to go without being able to embrace their loved ones, even to say goodbye. Tens of thousands have died. Our NHS, social care and other workers have made extraordinary sacrifices. We owe them so much. The government has had to take big decisions too. We acknowledge that. But today, Mr. Speaker, should have been the day when our government chose to build a bridge between what has been done so far and what needs to be done to get our economy moving again. It should have been the day when the millions of British people worried about their jobs and their future prospects had a load taken off their shoulders. It should have been the day when we got the UK economy firing again. Today, Britain should have had a back-to-work budget, but instead, we got this summer statement with many of the big decisions put off until later, as the benches opposite know full well. Now, Labour is a constructive opposition during this time of crisis. We won't criticise for criticism's sake, but when the government falls short, we will speak up. And the blunt truth is, we have one of the highest death rates in the world and among the deepest economic damage in the industrialised world from coronavirus. So the very first thing the Chancellor must do is prevent additional economic damage due to the slow public health response of his government. As we've seen throughout this crisis, the failure to match soaring rhetoric with meaningful action has consequences for people across our country. Despite all its talk, the government has failed to create a fully functioning test, track and isolate system. This has damaged public confidence and, in turn, harmed consumer demand. Despite all its talk, the government has failed to produce a clear system for local lockdowns. The lack of timely information sharing has led, as we all know, to the imposition of an additional wide-scale lockdown in Leicester. The government's contracts with outsourcing firms amount to almost £3 billion, but we still haven't got test, track and isolate working properly in the UK, like it is in many other countries, and government still hasn't got a grip on the low value and limited scope of sick pay, risking people's ability to self-isolate. Fear is corrosive. Fear is hurting our economy. Government has got to get this right. Now, of course, we welcome the government's announcement today of targeted VAT cuts on hospitality and tourism and of vouchers to be used in restaurants. Local businesses desperately need that support, and so many low and middle income people in particular really need help right now. That's why we've repeatedly called for social security to better meet their needs and prevent people risking losing their homes. If delivered properly, these measures should help. But the Chancellor himself said, when interviewed on the Andrew Marr show, that the best the government can do to boost demand is to give consumers and workers the confidence and psychological security that they can go out to work, to shop and to socialise in safety. So please, Chancellor, work with your colleagues so our public health response catches up with that operating in other countries. And Mr Speaker, the Prime Minister said, what have I been doing about that? My party has been repeatedly suggesting solutions to the public health problems facing our country, and we need to adopt them in the UK before this crisis becomes even more severe. Now, government must act not just to deal with unemployment as a symptom, but also with its cause. Research reported this week in The Telegraph indicates that British workers have already been the biggest casualty in the global jobs cut. It showed that while jobs markets in many other countries have already fully recovered, in Britain it could take comparatively much longer for vacancy levels to return to normal. The levels of unemployment this country saw in the past were not just an economic waste. They ruined lives. We're seeing the same impacts again, the same devastated high streets and communities robbed of their pride and purpose. Now, when it comes to the re-employment bonus announced by the Chancellor, of course this is necessary, not least because his government refused to put conditions on the use of those funds related to employment. But I would ask him, first of all, how can he ensure that that money will not just go to those employers who were already planning to bring people back into work? And secondly, what will he do? What will he do for those firms that lack the cash flow to be able to operate, even with that bonus? And related to this, the Chancellor still needs to abandon his one-size-fits-all approach to withdrawing the job retention and self-employed schemes. No one is saying those schemes should stay as they are indefinitely. We have never said that on this side of the House. But we have said that the money spent on the job retention scheme must not serve merely to postpone unemployment. The scheme must live up to its name, supporting employment in industries that are viable in the long term. And we need a strategy for the scheme to become more flexible so it can support those businesses forced to close again because of additional localised lockdowns. There's still time to avoid additional floods of redundancy notices. It's the government's duty to help Britain through this and stop employment at mass levels again. We need action to ensure the support needed for key sectors of our economy, for our SMEs and our manufacturers. And while, of course, we welcome the long overdue arts and culture package, we still haven't heard the government's plans for other sectors. Many of us expected to hear them today, but we haven't. The Operation Birch process has been slow, tortuous and opaque. Large parts of industrial Britain need help to get through this, to keep their employees in jobs and keep their suppliers in jobs. Meanwhile, it appears there will be no solutions for SMEs who can't take on additional debt until the autumn. This risks many SMEs going to the wall. Until now, the Chancellor has described a targeted sectoral approach as the Treasury picking winners. But the necessary public health measures have created losers. As the Chancellor himself said just now, the government required many businesses to shut down to prevent the spread of this disease. Supporting businesses that are viable in the long run but currently starved of cash flow is not a matter of picking winners. It's about protecting our country's economic capacity for the future. Failure to do so, to make the job retention and self-employed schemes more targeted and focused and to support viable businesses is driving up unemployment in this country. The claimant count is on course to top 3 million people in June, the highest number since the previous record in 1986. This is the Chancellor's record, and one which cannot and must not be worsened. Now, where unemployment arises as a symptom of economic damage, more must be done to help. Now, Labour repeatedly called for government to match the ambitions of Labour's Future Jobs Fund and Welsh Labour's Jobs Growth Wales programme. And finally, government has come forward with a scheme apparently modelled on them, the Kickstart scheme. The Conservatives, of course, cancelled the Future Jobs Fund. It's taken them almost 10 years to catch up, and as with their belated adoption of our call for jobs, 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 perhaps this gives a new meaning to the phrase Project Speed. But we need to make sure now that that Kickstart scheme provides genuinely additional opportunities for young unemployed people. And government must also recognise the specific challenges faced by older job seekers, many of whom are becoming unemployed for the first time. and those based in especially hard-hit places. Reimposing sanctions now is punitive and counterproductive when job seekers need support. Now, we must be ambitious for the future of our country's economy. Our ambition should not just be to build our way out of this, but to do so in a greener and cleaner way. For this, we need more than the reheated announcements by the Prime Minister last week. Of course, the investment announced was welcome, not least because much of it was already committed to by the government. And core elements are missing. 50 million to support retrofitting in social homes, for example, is just a seventh of what the Conservatives said they would be spending every year. And the muddled confusions over stamp duty over the last 48 hours reflect a broader lack of strategy when it comes to house building, particularly for genuinely affordable and social homes. Overall, the UK's green investment package barely touches the sides of other countries' commitments. Even with what was announced today, it only equates to only just over the value of Germany's investment in one green technology alone, hydrogen. The Committee on Climate Change indicated how far behind the UK is in the race to decarbonise. Failure to heed its recommendations isn't only damaging to our planet, it also cuts us out of leading the development of the key technologies of the future. And the Conservatives, of course, are still refusing to impose conditions on investment to ensure that it contributes to the goal of net zero, that it supports local jobs, uses local firms, leads to sustainable, skilled employment in local areas and prevents the use of tax havens and other forms of asset stripping. Finally, if the Chancellor really wants to build back better, he must prevent a rerun of the past. From 2010 onwards, we've seen how families' resilience has been eroded. We entered this crisis with a quarter of families lacking even £100 in savings. In a typical classroom of 39 children are growing up in poverty, and our economy is the most regionally unequal in Europe. Our local authorities continue to be cut to the bone, with many standing on the brink of bankruptcy as we speak. And rather than the promise that our NHS and social care services would get whatever they needed this winter to weather a potential second wave, those words were conspicuously absent from the Chancellor's speech just now. Now, politicians in this House have gone out on our doorsteps to clap key workers while the lowest paid have struggled to keep a roof over their heads. We must have a new settlement for the future, an end to poverty pay for our social care workers and those who clean our hospitals and deliver our groceries, a recognition of the value of the work of those who have been taken for granted for far too long. Now, there were some initial press reports that the government was due to announce generalised tax increases or cuts to services this autumn, contradicted by the Prime Minister, who rejected whatever had apparently been briefed out by the Treasury. It's happened quite a few times. Well, I say to the government, if it does increase taxes during the recovery and cuts back on the public services we all rely on, this will damage demand and inhibit our recovery. Labour is not calling for tax rises. We are calling for growth. Now, the Tory manifesto committed to no rises in income tax, national insurance or VAT, and therefore it is for the Conservatives to set out how any additional spending will be paid for. It's the Chancellor's job to make sure the economy bounces back from this crisis so there's money in the coffers to protect the public finances. Now, last week, Mr Speaker, the Chancellor's colleague, the Prime Minister, tried to claim the mantle of FDR, as we all know. Maybe now we know why he went for Roosevelt, because this week the Prime Minister blamed carers for the failings in the system that his government had underfunded for the past decades. Now we know why he went for Roosevelt, because the last thing his government would have wanted was the sign on Harry Truman's desk, the successor to Roosevelt. That sign said, "The buck stops here." If this government had a sign, it would probably say, "The buck stops anywhere but here." But it can't escape its responsibilities. To govern is to choose to finally sort out test track and isolate, to prevent unnecessary additional unemployment and to build the green jobs of the future. This is a moment when our country needs its government to help Britain through.
Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member opposite for that contribution. Throughout this crisis, she and I have spoken, and where possible, I have tried to find common ground for our measures with as broad a coalition as possible, including with members of the opposition. I do feel it is necessary, however, to reiterate just a few points. The Honourable Lady talked about vulnerable people. Well, as I said, the analysis published today shows that our interventions have helped the poorest in our society the most. Those are the values of this Conservative government. We will make sure no one is left behind during this time of national crisis, and we will ensure that those who are most vulnerable get the support and protection they deserve. She also talked about jobs and the difference in different countries' reactions to the labour market. She is right. Our economy is more reliant on consumption than other economies. It is also more reliant on social consumption than other economies. That is why the acute difficulty of social distancing and the shutdowns have affected our economy more than others. And that is why, to help protect those 2 million jobs in the 150,000 business in those sectors, people who are on average lower paid, women, BME communities, rural and coastal communities, that is why we have put in place what I believe to be bold and decisive measures to help protect employment in those sectors. She talked about conditionality on funds that we've provided. And here, Mr. Speaker, she has to choose. It can't be that you can develop significant interventions to provide liquidity and cash support to businesses at scale and at speed, whilst at the same time having an incredibly targeted approach, imposing conditions on individual businesses. You have to choose one or the other. We unashamedly chose the former. The speed of what was happening to our economy, the scale that it was happening, demanded an approach that required us to take a broad-brushed approach, and that was the way we could get help to as many people as possible, as quickly as possible.
Absolutely right.
But where individual businesses come to the taxpayer and require bespoke support, then it is right that we impose conditions on those businesses. And I have been very clear that that's what I would do, and indeed, that is what we have done. Without going into the details, as that would be inappropriate, such interventions will come with conditions. Conditions around executive pay, protecting employment, climate change obligations, how supply chain and small businesses are treated, and obligations around tax. Those are all commitments and conditions that the taxpayer would expect us to do in those situations, and that is what we have done in the one instance where the support has been provided thus far, and is what we will do for any future support. She talked about a green recovery. This government is proud of its record on our environment. She talks about Germany. She talks about other countries. Mr. Speaker, when I stood here in March, we outlined one of the most ambitious and far-reaching investment programmes in our environment and in tackling net zero from any government this country has seen. Carbon capture and storage, the Nature for Climate Fund, investing to further the support for electric vehicles, new charging stations, tackling air quality, taxes on polluters. Those are all measures we have already taken. I'm glad other countries are catching up. We have decarbonised faster than almost every other European country. It is a record on this side of the House we are proud of. The measures we've announced today represent some of the most far-reaching measures any country has taken to tackle energy efficiency. They will provide thousands of pounds of grants for homeowners up and down the country to create local jobs and ensure that we can reduce carbon emissions from our housing stock, which today account for almost a fifth of all our emissions. This is something that the Committee on Climate Change has said we must address. In our manifesto, we committed to addressing it. And rather than waiting to get started, rather than the 5-year plan outlined in our manifesto, we are getting on with it today. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady spoke about furlough. And here again, I make no apology for the fact that we must and should wind down this scheme. I'm glad that today the OECD have made clear that they also believe wage support schemes must be carefully wound down in order to get people back to work, to protect jobs and return to growth. And I see the Honourable Lady opposite has moved around on this issue. She herself said at the end of May that a targeted approach would, in her words, pose challenges and force hard choices. I haven't heard from the Honourable Lady how she would solve those challenges and hard choices, but we remain committed to protecting people in their jobs. We understand that those businesses who have had to furlough employees have been through a difficult time, which is why today we outlined a £9 billion policy, the job retention bonus, to support workers and to support businesses who bring those furloughed workers back. And lastly, she talked about the Future Jobs Fund. Mr. Speaker, I am guided by the evidence. Parts of that scheme did work well, and I am not dogmatic. I will do what works. But there are major differences to the Kickstarter scheme. The Kickstarter scheme will be bigger. It will be helping more young people. It will be broader, involving the private sector, and it will be better value for the taxpayer, ensuring less money is spent on administration fees and more money in the pockets of young people working. Mr. Speaker, we have questions from the member opposite. We have opinions from the member opposite. Last week, we even had tests from the member opposite. The one thing we don't have from the member opposite is a plan. I closed my statement by saying this government was making an unambiguous choice to make this moment meaningful for our country. Now, the party opposite must choose. Do they believe, as we do, that Britain has the energy and power to bounce back? Do they have confidence, as we do, in our incredible public services? Do they believe, as we do, in the enterprising spirit of British business? If they do, then they should do what is right and back our plan for jobs.
Come to the Chair of the Select Committee, Mel Stride.
Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend's plan for jobs is characteristically thoughtful, creative and bold, and I very firmly welcome it. He has rightly said, Mr. Speaker, that we look to businesses to grow the jobs of the future. And yet what we do know is there will be many hundreds of thousands of small and medium-sized enterprises who will emerge through this crisis saddled with significant amounts of corporate debt. And we will look to them at that moment to be investing in jobs and growth rather than being concerned about deleveraging and shoring up their balance sheets. So could I ask my right honourable friend whether he has given this particular issue specific thought, and if he has, what solutions he might have to bring to this House?
I very much welcome my right honourable friend's support and thank him for that, and also the advice that he has provided to me over the past few weeks and months. He's right to highlight on the issue of leverage. What I would say is the good thing coming into this crisis, levels of corporate indebtedness in the UK were the lowest they've been in around a decade and ranked very favourably compared to most OECD countries. But he is right that we want to make sure that that is not a drag on our recovery. I am currently looking at proposals from a range of people, including my honourable friend, the member for Hitchin and Harpenden, and City UK and others, and I look forward to discussing those with him.
SNP spokesperson Alison Thewlis.
Mr. Speaker, I would usually start with thanking the Chancellor for advance sight of his statement, but today I think I might ask for a fresh printer cartridge for the heavily redacted copy, which was effectively useless, sent round to spokespeople ahead of his statement. Mr. Speaker, countries around the world have supported their people in this crisis, and the only UK exceptionalism is being amongst the countries where most people have died. The Chancellor has spent big over the past few months and comes with more proposals today. We support measures like the job support schemes and encourage the Chancellor to be more ambitious and think to the future in his stimulus plans. We want a comprehensive plan to support the economy, protect jobs and incomes, and build a greener, fairer society. We've looked to the ambitious stimulus packages of our European neighbours and urged the Chancellor to look at a package of investment no less than £80 billion of new money, equating to approximately 4% of UK GDP, the equivalent of investment being made by Germany. This would allow for the level of investment needed to secure jobs not just now, but for the future, because we know that Brexit is coming over the horizon. The Scottish Parliament currently has a very restricted ability to borrow under a fiscal framework which is not designed with COVID-19 in mind. Kate Forbes, Rebecca Evans and Conor Murphy, the finance ministers of all three devolved institutions, have come together to seek urgent devolution of the financial powers in these unprecedented times and to be able to have the flexibility to switch capital to revenue spending. The Scottish Parliament must have the full range of powers to deliver a tailored response and secure a strong recovery for Scotland. Otherwise, necessary spending in coronavirus will mean cuts elsewhere in fixed budgets. And will he be clear on what these proposals today mean for the block grant adjustment?
Hear, hear.
Neither have said today that the GDP of the UK could be cut by 2.5% if the Chancellor goes ahead and withdraws the job support schemes prematurely. Ros Foyer, the General Secretary of the Scottish TUC, has called for continuation of the scheme, noting that hospitality, tourism, aviation and oil and gas are in particular need of extended support. And not a word, Mr Speaker, about oil and gas in the Chancellor's statement. Those shielding and with caring responsibilities will also need ongoing support. And coronavirus is not going away. There's a real risk that with future outbreaks such as happened in Leicester, that support will not be there when it is needed. And I see what he says about encouraging people back to work and a bonus for employers who do. But for many people, it will not be safe to go back to work. And at the start of this crisis, my inbox was full of people worried about the safety of their workplaces. And people should not be forced to go back if it is not safe for them to do so. The recent Treasury Select Committee report and work by Excluded UK highlight the substantial gaps in the coronavirus job retention scheme and the self-employment income support schemes, but with between 1 and 3 million people left with no support whatsoever. People are furious, Mr Speaker, at the suggestion by the Chancellor yesterday that they've had support. They asked me to assure him again today that they have not. The SNP believe the Chancellor must fill these gaps and extend the furlough and cease schemes for as long as each of the 4 nations require it, so that no one is left behind. A report by the Social Mobility Commission last week warned that UK child poverty is projected to increase to 5.2 million by 2022, with COVID-19 adding to this problem. Now is the time, Mr Speaker, to strengthen measures to reverse rising child poverty, including a £20 per week increase in the child element of universal credit and child tax credits. This will help families put food on the table and clothes on children's back at a time when many are struggling. Mr Speaker, these parents are not eating out. Some of these parents are barely eating at all.
Hear, hear.
The Tories must also scrap the callous 2-child cap, re-establish child poverty targets, introduce a real living wage for all ages and roll out an emergency basic payment plan to protect families. We want to see investment too in a national debt plan to support businesses, families and individuals who have been struggling. And while I'm glad to see that he wants to re-employ job centre staff, will he reopen the many job centres he closed in Glasgow?
Exactly.
We support a temporary reduction in VAT to VAT, and we're glad to see the Chancellor coming forward with plans. We've been calling for this since March. He mentioned cinemas within this. Will live events also see a VAT reduction in their ticket sales, because gigs and theatre would benefit hugely from being able to do that and offer that? All of this sits inside a £2 cut that we're calling for to employers' national insurance contributions to protect jobs and reduce the cost of hiring staff. Mr Speaker, our young, bright, talented people are worth so much more than 25 hours a week on a minimum wage. A minimum wage rather than a real living wage, with age discrimination baked in. For many of those young people, it won't be so much a kick-start as a kick in the teeth to be told to go to work for so little money. Those aged between 16 and 24 have bills to pay too, and they deserve fair pay for their work. I note that he quoted the higher band, the 24-year-old band, not the £6.45 an hour for younger people, or the £4.55 that 16 and 17-year-olds get. An absolute pittance, Mr Speaker, and there should be a real living wage for all. Can he confirm whether, if, as has been trailed, that this plan is tied to universal credit, will sanctions be applied to those who don't take it up? What will happen to those shielding or with caring responsibilities? What will happen to those not currently on universal credit? Will it be open to them? And what commitment has he made on employers not to fire older, more expensive staff in favour of people on this scheme? And what will happen after 6 months? And Mr Speaker, what is open to older people to help them continue in employment? Many young people are already employed in sectors where right now jobs are disappearing. Many are already on furlough. Wouldn't it be less disruptive to maintain that link with employers rather than make them start over? On the vouchers scheme that he proposes on green plans, this, Mr Speaker, is relatively speaking tinkering. If you look at the comprehensive work that KfW in Germany has done to change the whole conversation around green investment. Mr Speaker, we want to put significant and sustained investment in the future in the heart of these plans, and to ensure that Scotland has the widest possible range of powers to tackle COVID-19. Only by doing this, Mr Speaker, can we avoid the worst of this storm and protect both businesses and the health and well-being of our people.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Lady for her questions. Perhaps I can just run through them as quickly as I can. She asked about the block grant adjustment. The OBR will do final costings for these policies in the coming week, and once those costings have been done, the block grant would be adjusted as quickly as is possible, but it should be done based on OBR costings, as is normal for these matters. She asked about Barnet. I'm pleased to tell the House that the sum total of Barnet funding for Scotland as a result of all the interventions through this crisis now totals £4.6 billion. Which is going to support similar measures in Scotland as we're providing elsewhere. She asked about the inclusion of different businesses in the VAT cut for attractions. I can refer her to Principal VAT Directive Annex 3, Paragraph 7, where the existing legislation is drawn. The guidance will be published tomorrow for SIs to be laid next week and to come into force on Wednesday, but that paragraph has the full range covered in our existing legislation. In terms of investment, it is right. It is absolutely important that we do invest in our future. It's something that matters very keenly both to me but indeed also to the Prime Minister, and which is why in the budget we delivered on the Prime Minister's ambitions to level up in every part of this country with investment plans that tripled the amount of investment in our country from the last 4 decades. It is a significant commitment of our level of ambition and support for every part of this United Kingdom, building the prosperity for the future by having an investment revolution, and she can be reassured we remain absolutely committed to that goal. She asked also about support for those who are older. What I can say to her is for the, not quite the first time, but the only other time we did it was very time-limited time as well, we are introducing a payment to businesses to take on apprentices over the age of 25. £1,500 per apprentice taken on. That is for the simple reason that whilst most people think of apprentices as young people, 44% or so of new apprentice starts are actually over the age of 25, and it's important that we provide that financial incentive at this time of economic distress to try and create as many new apprenticeships as possible, including for those who are older, who will also benefit, of course, from all our other universal skills interventions that my right honourable friend, the Pension Secretary and Education Secretary, will take forward. More broadly, I would close, Mr. Speaker, by saying the measures I announced today, the jobs retention bonus for furloughed employees, the Kickstart scheme, the VAT cut and the Eat Out to Help Out discount, all incredibly significant interventions. All of them benefit the entire United Kingdom. And it is important to note, as I've heard from the Honourable Lady and other members of her party, how important tourism is to the Scottish economy. It's something my Scottish colleagues have made very clear to me. Rural communities, especially coastal communities, they disproportionately play an important part in the Scottish economy. These measures, Eat Out to Help Out and the VAT reduction for these economies, will be absolutely vital in driving the growth of Scotland going forward. And again, a reminder to everyone, we are stronger together, one United Kingdom.
Peter Bottomley. Mr. Speaker, can I welcome the positive approach the Chancellor and the Government are taking? I think that if we were to ask, and many MPs won't be able to ask a question now, would want to share with me the view that we should be green, red and blue. Green, having economically and environmentally sustainable ways of getting the economy to come back. Red, to watch out for things we should not be doing. And blue, as a way of being colourblind and trying to make sure that whether in the coast or in the countryside or in the cities, people get the opportunities. I hope that the Chancellor will actually pay attention to what the Honourable Lady for the SNP said about the excluded. The new all-party group is very concerned about those who have not been caught up by some of the support schemes. They need help, and I hope the Chancellor will find some way of bringing them forward as well. If I can just use one example of the red, what not to do, I'm putting down an early motion, a prayer, against a statutory instrument, 2020-632, which goes under the name of Town and Country Planning, Permitted Development, Miscellaneous Amendments, England, Coronavirus Regulations. That allows 2 stories to be built on blocks of flats between 1948 and 2018. I don't have a personal interest in this, by the way. And potentially, this will wreck the lives of leaseholders who want to get their freehold put the price up so that people like Vincent Cengiz can go stuffing his pockets again at the risk of the pockets of expensive leaseholders. And I ask my honourable friend to look at this and say, can there be a better housing advisor in number 10 and in the Ministry of Housing to make sure they don't get things wrong again?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to my honourable friend's support, and I'm very happy to talk to him about the matter that he raised. But also, I do agree with him, and he is something he has championed for a long time. This must be a green recovery, and it will be a green recovery.
David.
Can I thank the Chancellor for the positive measures he has announced? But why was there absolutely nothing serious for the self-employed? And, Mr. Speaker, with unemployment rocketing perhaps up to 3 million, and with the climate emergency already hitting us, why is the Chancellor's ambition for a green recovery so small? Surely, Mr. Speaker, we need far more green jobs now and in the future. Why isn't it being as radical as European countries like Germany and France, with a massive green fiscal stimulus for the technologies and industries of the future, and even his own home insulation plan? Surely, Mr. Speaker, it should be 3 times as big, lasting 5 years, to get the real investment in our homes, to decarbonise and get the green jobs for our young people and for every community across our country.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member asks about the self-employed. He will know that our self-employment scheme is, without doubt, one of the most comprehensive and generous, if not the most comprehensive and generous, anywhere in the world. That is considerable support that's already been provided. Also, those in the construction centre, 40% of them are self-employed. Many of the people installing the new energy efficiency measures will be in that category and will benefit for that increased demand for their services, something I am delighted will happen. And lastly, he talks about Germany, as do other members. It's important to remember that Germany's plan is a plan with unspecified dates stretching over 5 years, this €50 billion. We unveiled in March a £640 billion investment plan for the next 5 years.
Javed.
Can I, Mr. Speaker, commend my right honourable friend's statement and the actions that he has taken to ensure that we get the strongest possible recovery as we can. And he's been absolutely right thus far to spend what it takes, something he set out very clearly back in March. But I know that he will be acutely aware that interest rates will not stay low forever, and eventually we will need to bring back our national debt under control in order to sustain a recovery and continue to create jobs and to keep taxes low. So can I encourage my right honourable friend in his autumn budget to set out new fiscal rules with an aim of getting our national debt down as a proportion of our national income by the end of this Parliament?
I thank my right honourable friend for his kind support and also his advice. And he is, of course, absolutely right. And I hope he was heartened by what he heard me say in the statement about the importance of returning in the medium term our public finances to a sustainable footing. We can and we will do exactly that. And he was right to highlight the sensitivity of our debt to interest rates, which was why he was right to introduce into our fiscal framework the notion of an interest service rule, which is something that I will look at keenly in the coming months.
Tommy Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the announcements which the Chancellor has made today to undo some of the economic damage caused by the actions taken to deal with the health crisis? And can I also echo the point which he has made, that these measures benefit places like Northern Ireland only because we are part of the 5th biggest economy in the world, and we have got the umbrella of the UK to protect us against these kind of economic crises. I'm sure that the hospitality industry will welcome the measures which he has announced today, albeit that they are quite time limited. I think the clothes shops might welcome it as well, because once we've eaten our way through a month's half-price meals, we might all be visiting them. But there's one sector which is important to Northern Ireland in terms of its export potential, high-value jobs, tourism importance, and connectivity with the rest of the United Kingdom, and that's the aerospace and the aviation sectors. There hasn't been anything mentioned today about those sectors, and the Chancellor has said these are the first of his steps. I hope that we will in future see, and very quickly, see some actions taken to deal with those.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful for the honourable member's support. Perhaps alongside the Eat Out to Help Out, we can make progress on reopening our gyms. So at the same time, we can deal with that side of the equation. He's absolutely right. Obviously, airlines and aviation are experiencing a very difficult period of time. I remain in close contact with the industry and indeed individual companies to understand what is happening. And if there are things that we can and should do, of course, we will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many on the opposition benches would have us extend furlough indefinitely, which is simply extending false hope. Does my right honourable friend agree that bold demand-side measures like Eat Out to Help Out and the VAT cut are much better ways to protect jobs and to protect our much-loved businesses?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. The OECD also agrees with her. We should not be peddling false hope to people. We should be providing for them a better future, and that is what our interventions today do.
Thank you. We're now going to Barry Sherman. Barry Sherman. Barry?
Can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, can I give a cautious welcome to the Chancellor's emphasis on young people, employment and training? And can I say to him, there are many of us across the House who have a lot of experience on schemes like this that have worked better, some worse. We'd be willing to work with him to make this a success. Can I say there is a disappointment that he hadn't accepted my challenge of a windfall profit tax like the one Mrs. Thatcher introduced in order to pay for a massive green apprenticeship scheme. But lastly, on a very serious point, if we're going to train these young people, we've got to have the capacity to train them. Further education colleges are in deep trouble. They need help now. Private trainers, like some of them in my constituency, are struggling to maintain their existence. Will he look at that urgently? We need the trainers to train these young people.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the honourable member will be pleased to know I'm very happy to take advice on how best to design these schemes. I think he will hopefully take some comfort that I was just talking to Francis O'Grady from the TUC. I'm very open to hearing advice from unions who I know were also involved in helping to design previous schemes. With regard to green jobs, the measures today that we've announced will help protect 140,000 green jobs. I agree with him about the importance of training, which is why in the budget we announced £400 million, I believe, extra for further education colleges funding this year, and an ambitious plan to upgrade the entire FE estate over the coming years.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in North West Durham and across the country will welcome the massive cash boost for employers who both hire our young people and protect employees with our new job retention bonus. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that alongside the confidence and demand boost that is VAT cut and other measures delivered in this extra budget, that these measures on employment show that it is this Conservative government that is putting jobs at the heart of our recovery from the global coronavirus pandemic?
Chancellor. My honourable friend is absolutely right, and I know he shares with me a passionate belief, as I said, in the nobility of work. And this plan today is about providing everyone in North West Durham and every other part of the country with the opportunity to secure good work.
Let's head to the northwest with Margaret Greenwood. Margaret Greenwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week saw the first meeting of the APPG for the excluded, the estimated 3 million people who've missed out on government support and are facing real financial hardship. I note the Chancellor has avoided answering questions on this matter so far today. Now, can I explain to him the excluded includes people on zero-hour contracts, directors of small companies paying themselves through dividends, and many self-employed people. In my constituency, it's taxi drivers, joiners, beauticians, childminders, care workers, driving instructors, IT consultants, the list goes on. So will the Chancellor look again at providing support to the excluded so that they too can play their part in the recovery?
Mr. Speaker, I haven't avoided answering the question. I've answered it not just today, but on every other occasion I've been at this dispatch box. We've provided comprehensive support to many millions of people, especially the self-employed, more generous and comprehensive than any other country. I have acknowledged we haven't been able to help everyone in the exact way they would like, but because of the strengthening that we've put in place of our welfare system and our universal loan schemes, everyone has been able to access some form of support.
Speaker, I thank the Right Honourable Friend for his characteristically timely and bold interventions. It will be welcomed by a lot of nervous households across the country. My constituents of Meriden are very environmentally focused and they will welcome the Green Homes Grant. Does my Right Honourable Friend agree it's not just about protecting the environment, but it's about creating jobs and it's about giving the greatest benefit to those households on the lowest incomes?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. Those on the lowest incomes will receive grants of up to £10,000 to cover the full cost. But this is a policy that does all three things. It will create local employment in communities, which right now is what we want. It will save households money off their bills, up to £200 or £300 for typical cavity wall insulations, and it will also cut carbon. An average house installing these measures will save, I think, the equivalent carbon of a flight from London to New York. So this is a policy that does what we need right now. Cuts carbon, creates jobs, and saves cash.
Mr. Speaker, to boost employment in Blaenau Gwent, we need to help more people get on the Ebervale train to Cardiff. But the line needs to be redoubled with improved signalling and bridging works. Now, a business plan is in the pipeline from the Welsh Government. So will the Chancellor commit to following through and please look at providing the investment for jobs that we need? In short, to do what is right for the people of the South Wales valleys.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to look at the proposal from the Honourable Member, and I'm sure the Transport Secretary is fully abreast of it, and I will pick it up with him as well.
Well, we come to Sir John Redmond.
Excellent focus on jobs and excellent measures. So will the government now review the taxes, subsidies, public procurement and regulations in a way that could be amended so that we grow more of our own food, land and process more of our own fish, generate more of our own power and supply more of the things our health service and MOD require, because it can be better made in Britain and better made with British jobs?
I thank my honourable friend for his support. He's absolutely right. Leaving the European Union provides us with a unique opportunity to re-examine all our procurement rules and many of our regulations, and I share with him a passion to ensure that as much as possible we can support our local economy for creating jobs, which has never been more vital than it is today.
Statements. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I take the Chancellor back to page 14 of his statement in relation to the Department of Work and Pensions? He will know that DWP management have asked for 30,000 additional posts. So can you tell us, in relation to the doubling of work coaches, whether that is new posts or whether that is redeployment? And can you tell us a bit more about whether the job centre closure programme will be suspended as a result of his announcements today? And will he build a terms and conditions package, given that DWP have a high turnover of staff, that there will be a terms and conditions package that will be attractive?
Mr. Speaker, we are investing an extra £1 billion in DWP this year, very specifically, amongst other things, to double the number of work coaches from £13,500. I'm pleased to say work has already started, recruitment is already going on, and this will be a faster pace than I think this has ever been done, but certainly faster than what happened in 08 and 09.
Sir Bernard.
Can I thank my right honourable friend for his statement? While I am adding my voice to those who are highlighting the plight of self-employed people or people who have been remunerating themselves through dividends and have not been able to benefit from the furlough scheme, as raised by my right honourable friend, the chairman of the Treasury Select Committee in a recent report, can I thank him wholeheartedly for what he's done for the hospitality sector, which really will help coastal communities such as those in Harwich and North Essex. It really is a big boost for jobs and employment.
Chancellor. I'm very grateful to our honourable friend for his support. He's absolutely right. We're approaching a summer unlike we've ever seen. It's important that we all enjoy summer safely. It will be different, but it is so vital for our coastal communities, those who are used to welcoming visitors from home and abroad, that they get to have a proper summer, and we collectively can do that by eating out to help out. But it's critical to remember at all times it's those 2 million people who work in these industries, vulnerable people, in areas that are not necessarily as resilient as others. They need our support, so let's get out there this summer.
Barry Garden.
Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor has made some excellent announcements, none more so than to the hospitality sector. His May announcement to the sector delighted 9,000 hospitality businesses in my borough of Brent at the prospect of grants up to £25,000. That was the prospect. The reality was very different. His department released just £3.3 million to Brent, which would have given each of those businesses no more than £366. What can he say to those 9,000 disappointed businesses? And will he back up today's announcements with real cash this time?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member talks about real cash and business rates grants. We have deployed over £10 billion in cash to local authorities across this country, which has found its way to 800,000+ businesses, either £10,000 or £25,000 targeted at those businesses in the retail, hospitality and leisure sector. It's something that has been a lifeline for small shops, small businesses up and down this country.
18 withdrawn, so we go to Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased the Chancellor has spoken about the hospitality and retail sectors, but in my constituency of Luton South, many of those are reliant on passengers going through Luton Airport. Until there is targeted support for the aviation industry, those passengers, those employees will not be supported, many of whom are young and from BAME backgrounds in my constituency. So can I be assured that detailed equality impact assessments have been made on all aspects of the plan?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, I've said before this is a matter of social justice. It is precisely because the people who work in the sectors most affected by what is happening are younger, are from BME communities, and are women, are on lower pay, often part-time. That is why we have taken very bold and decisive action to help those sectors, because ultimately what we're trying to do is help those 2 million people employed, and she's right, and it's because of the equalities impact that the moment demands that kind of action.
Ben Bradley.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank my right honourable friend for the generous support he's laid out today, particularly welcome for hospitality businesses who've already been on my mobile phone texting me their support for those packages. We all know that our country has regional inequalities, and many disadvantaged communities in the East Midlands will be among the hardest hit by COVID-19, whilst historically we've been underfunded compared to other regions. So will he help us to rebuild and have a strong local voice in this recovery by backing an East Midlands authority to be an effective voice for our area, to get all pistons firing on the Midlands engine and rebalance things with our effective West Midlands Mayor Andy Streets, and make sure the work he is delivering in government can be delivered effectively in the East Midlands?
Chancellor.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question, and I'm loath to get involved in an East-West Midlands spat, but I very much encourage him in his efforts, and he makes an important point about the importance of local leadership. As we think about our recovery, it will be local leaders, it will be town councils, parish councils, local authorities, LEPs, all driving forward our recovery one area at a time.
Heading to Scotland with Kenny McCaskill. Kenny McCaskill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As others have mentioned, and indeed the Chancellor has acknowledged, the least well-off have suffered disproportionately with the health effects of this virus, and they must not pay the price of the economic consequences. Will the Chancellor therefore ensure that the cost of these measures will not be borne by the poor and low-paid, instead will be met by those with wealth and assets, whether in land and property here or in tax havens abroad, as so many chums in the Cabinet seem to have?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, our record speaks for itself. This government has done more to tackle tax evasion, tax avoidance than any other government in history. We now collect hundreds of billions of pounds more than has ever been done. Indeed, many of those measures, as I seem to recall, were opposed by the party opposite.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend on behalf of many constituents in the Min Valley who have benefited from the measures he's brought in place during the coronavirus crisis and the ones that he's announced today. Will the generous new arts funding be available for those in the live events industry? And if not, might some further support for them be announced in the near future?
Chancellor.
I thank my honourable friend for the question. The Culture Secretary, I believe, is working through the detail of how that money will be distributed, and if I could direct her to him on the precise question she has. What I would say, though, is that it's important that that funding is not just for our crown jewel assets, famous and important as they are. It's to benefit our local cultural institutions in all of our communities across the country.
Vec Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having introduced the Future Jobs Fund and the wider Youth Job Guarantee as Work and Pensions Secretary in 2009 and been really appalled when they were cancelled a year later under the coalition, I do very much welcome the reintroduction of these measures now. You'll know that speedy delivery is crucial and it has to be bigger because the crisis is bigger. We achieved it last time by involving local councils working with the local private sector and third sector to speedily deliver jobs. Will he do that again? And can he confirm, is this a job guarantee, a job or training guarantee for every young person as we had last time? And if so, from which month will the guarantee apply?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, the Right Honourable Lady does know this well, and I enjoyed reading and learning from some of the things that she did at the time. In terms of a guarantee, Mr. Speaker, what we have put in place is a comprehensive suite of interventions. She will know from the evidence, as she knows this area, that we want to encourage young people into work or some kind of work-based training. In the hierarchy of interventions, that should come first, but we do have a classroom-based offer. She would have heard me talk about increased funding for level 2 and 3 training for school leavers, especially if they cannot avail themselves of traineeship, sector-based work academies or other interventions. But more broadly on her point, I would be very happy to sit down with her and get her advice and thoughts on how we can make sure that the Kickstart scheme is as successful as it can be.
Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend on behalf of the 9,900 furloughed workers of Darlington whose prospects of redundancy have been reduced today, and on behalf of the 1,000 unemployed young people of Darlington whose prospects of a job have been improved today. Does he agree with me that his incredibly bold changes to stamp duty are now the key to unlocking our housing market?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, I know my honourable friend has been working very hard on behalf of his local businesses and his young people, and I'm glad that he welcomes the initiatives today. He's right about unlocking the housing market, which is why the intervention today will mean that almost 90% of people in this country buying a main home this year will pay no stamp duty until next March. It is a very strong catalyst for people to get moving, to get buying, selling, and importantly renovating, all of which will create local jobs in Darlington and beyond.
Catherine West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the emergency nature of this statement, could the Chancellor lay out exactly what kind of environmental impact assessment will be measured against each of these funding pots so that we can ensure value for money and look at the impact of each of these measures and also to avoid any corruption or fraud?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure the Honourable Lady that all relevant impact assessments are conducted at the time that they are required by legislation. In terms of the environmental impact, I gave a flavour of it earlier. The sum total of the Green Homes Grant Scheme and Public Sector Decarbonisation Fund will mean about 0.5 megatonne of carbon will be saved every year. That's the equivalent of about 270,000 cars taken off the road and about 140,000 new jobs. So hopefully that is something that she will welcome.
Tim Lawton.
Mr. Speaker, representing a coastal constituency, can I really warmly welcome the hospitality industry measures, which are very practical. But can I suggest that it should be eat out to help out to work out, for which we need our gyms reopened again. Now, recognising this is mostly about business, and I really welcome the emphasis on young people as well, can I ask him not to forget the youngest people? Around 200,000 babies have been born during lockdown. We've seen a higher instance of perinatal mental illness. New parents unable to access extended family support and health visitors as well. What steps can he take to make sure that this cohort is helped to catch up as well?
Chancellor.
I thank my honourable friend for that. I wholeheartedly agree with him about gyms, and hopefully, as the Prime Minister has indicated previously, he's keen to see progress made there as well. On the issue of early years in children, he knows this better than many others, other than perhaps one colleague sitting behind me. He's absolutely right. He will know the work we did on the Troubled Families programme, and I was grateful to him when I was local government minister for his advice and support on that. And I know the Early Years Working Group has put forward a range of suggestions which we can take forward into the spending review.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The coronavirus pandemic has laid bare the deep and systematic inadequacies of the current social care system and revealed the true extent of the impact underfunding, structural issues and market instability have had on the system's ability to respond and protect older people at a time of crisis. And despite the Prime Minister seeking to flagrantly blame our incredible social care sector for excess deaths this week, when will the Government get serious about caring for our most vulnerable and fund local authorities properly to bring social care services back in-house?
Chancellor.
Mr Speaker, in our manifesto we committed to an extra £1 billion a year for social care, and that's what we have delivered this year and will continue to do so. During this crisis we've provided £3.7 billion to local authorities and an additional £600 million for infection control in care homes. But as the Prime Minister has said, we remain committed to ensuring that local authorities and care homes get all the support that they need.
Let us head to Bexley Heath and drop in on Sir David Evaners.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I welcome my right honourable friend's statement and all the work he's done in the past months to preserve jobs and assist our businesses. Young people are at greater risk of unemployment at this time, and I welcome his plans to help 16 to 24-year-olds with his Kickstart scheme, traineeships and a better careers advice. Does he agree with me that these proposals will be good for them, good for our economy, and give real hope for the future with many more jobs?
Chancellor. I'm very grateful to our honourable friend for his support. He's absolutely right. The research and the evidence lays bare the risk that young people face from scarring at this early stage in their careers. They're entering an appalling labour market, which is why it's critical we have made the interventions that we have today, and in particular the Kickstart scheme. But he is right. If it's about one word, it's about providing them with hope.
Cavan Jones.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. At the beginning of this crisis, the Chancellor said that the government would do whatever it takes. Local government finance is in crisis, but we didn't have one single mention of it in his statement today. Durham County Council, for example, has spent £62 million on its COVID response. It's had £33.2 million from the government, leaving £28.8 million for the taxpayer locally to pick up. Can I ask the Chancellor when he's going to bring forward a comprehensive settlement for local government, which is being called for by all political parties in local government? Because without it, services will be lost and jobs will be also cut as well.
Chancellor? Mr Speaker, as former local government minister, I know firsthand what a great job our local authorities do. But I would say to the honourable member, the last 2 years, settlements for local government have involved record increases in core spending power. They absolutely have, the highest in over a decade, 2 years in a row. And in this crisis, we've provided £3.7 billion to local authorities, an additional £600 million for infection control. And just last week, at the LGA conference, my right honourable friend, the local government secretary, unveiled a new deal with local government to help provide some compensation for the losses through income that has gone in a sharing arrangement, and it was warmly welcomed by the sector and at the LGA.
Ray Miller.
Can I thank my right honourable friend for his statement and so carefully judging what is needed now as we move forward, particularly to support young people who have been hard hit by recent events. Thousands of young people in my constituency got their first foot on the jobs ladder through apprenticeships at places like the Basingstoke College of Technology, BCOT. How will my right honourable friend's plan for jobs build confidence amongst employers to create and sustain more apprenticeships at this very difficult time?
Chancellor. My right honourable friend is absolutely right about the impact on young people. They are 2.5 times more likely to work in a sector that has been closed down, and she's right, and we know that apprenticeships work. The evidence points in that way. What I can tell her is starting in September, employers will be paid £2,000 for every young apprentice that they take on, a bonus that will incentivise them to create more apprenticeships at this time of vital need.
31 withdrawn, so we're going to Darren Hayne.
Mr Speaker, Alan Gearing has been an independent builder for years in my constituency of Broxtowe. I spoke to him today and he would welcome the Green Homes grant as a chance to cut emissions, but also to support plumbers, builders and other self-employed micro-businesses. Does my right honourable friend agree now is the moment to unleash Green Van Man?
Chancellor. Mr Speaker, I thank my honourable friend, and I have a feeling that might catch on. But that is exactly what we are trying to do. By our Green Homes grants, by stamp duty cuts, we are getting activity going. We are getting people at work. We are getting work to happen. All of that will be good for our local communities. I know people in Broxtowe will welcome it, and I am thankful to him for coining a phrase.
Let's head to Walthamstow and visit Stella Creasy. Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One word that hasn't been mentioned so far is childcare. And yet we know that 2/3 of women who want to return to work in the next couple of months can't because they can't get any, and that 71% of our voluntary sector childcare agencies are already operating at a loss, risking them closing in the coming weeks. So can the Chancellor set out what funding he is providing now to make sure that parents can get back to work?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, with regard to nurseries, for example, we have already included them in the business rates holidays for this year and also ensured that the funding that they receive from government remain constant throughout this crisis. On top of that, they have access to our other areas of support through bounce-back loans and others, but of course we keep everything under review.
Gareth Beckton.
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend's support for business and workers has safeguarded livelihoods of thousands of my constituents in Orpington. Now more than ever, it is vital that we stick to sound economic principles to help our nation's recovery. Will my right honourable friend therefore reject the Leader of the Opposition's hard-left call for a raid on people's hard-won homes and savings in the form of a new wealth tax, and offer reassurance that the government will continue to focus instead on policies aimed at creating wealth rather than simply plundering it?
Chancellor.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. At this stage, that is absolutely not the policy that we should be pursuing. What we should be pursuing are policies that will get people back to work, to encourage and incentivise businesses to take on new employers, new apprenticeships, and ultimately, he's right, to create the wealth that funds our public services.
Maria Riegel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Chancellor agree with me that it makes no sense to withdraw support from businesses that are viable but can't work at all at present or can't work profitably because of the ongoing effects of health restrictions, such as in aviation, aerospace manufacturing, technical production companies, all of which I have in my constituency? So furlough's going to end, but his job retention bonus won't be available to them because they can't go back to the usual work at the moment. So can he change his one-size-fits-all approach to winding down the employment schemes that have kept many of those companies going in these sectors? Because otherwise, if he doesn't, he's going to simply have deferred a wave of mass redundancies and job failures and business failures of fundamentally sound businesses, which he could save if he makes some adjustments.
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to closed sectors, there are a few remaining closed sectors, and I agree with the Honourable Lady, it's absolutely right that we get those open, and indeed the Prime Minister has said just recently that that's something that he's keen to see happen, and hopefully we can make progress on that soon. With regard to the other sectors, we also do need to adjust to a new economy, which is why it is right that over time furlough winds down gradually and flexibly, and whilst at the same time we do reward employers generously for bringing furloughed employees back, but also have put in place a range of other interventions today to help provide hope and opportunity to young people and others across the country.
Dr. James Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The tourism and hospitality sector right across the UK will thoroughly welcome my right honourable friend's announcements today, but the sector in my constituency will only benefit if it's allowed to open. So will he endorse the call by Jim Jones, Chief Executive of North Wales Tourism, for the Welsh Government to open up restaurants, pubs, cafes and indoor attractions by no later than the 19th of July?
Chancellor.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend knows well how important tourism is to Wales's economy. In fact, it may well be the place that is more reliant on tourism than any other part of the UK from memory. So I can fully understand and sympathise with his desire to get his local tourism businesses open, ready for business, ready to ensure that we can all enjoy summer safely in Wales.
Heading to Merseyside to drop in on Sir George. How Sir George?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a response to an earlier question, the Chancellor said that in terms of local government, everything was funding, everything in the garden was rosy. But he will know that local government faces a catastrophic loss of revenue next year as a result of COVID-19, and that will have a devastating effect on jobs and services. Knowsley Council alone faces a loss of income of £19 million, and the Liverpool City region £112 million. So will the Chancellor give a firm commitment that councils will receive full funding for the collection fund shortfalls in 2021 and 22?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, the Local Government Secretary addressed this issue just last week and unveiled a comprehensive agreement with local government to provide loss sharing on income that has been foregone during this crisis.
Benefit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Milton Keynes has a significant consumption economy, and our hospitality sector has been particularly hard hit in this global pandemic, and not just in central Milton Keynes, but in our market towns and indeed in our rural pubs. So will my right honourable friend join me in encouraging everybody in Milton Keynes, and in fact anybody that can travel to our wonderful Milton Keynes and market towns, to eat out to help out?
Chancellor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend knows well, and he's seen firsthand what a great job his local businesses have done in ensuring that their premises are safe for us to return to. They've made an enormous effort to be able to welcome us back. It is now, as I said, with our new Eat Out to Help Out discount, we can all play our part in helping support their businesses and protect those jobs.
Emma Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The IFS have said that 13 universities could go bust as a result of COVID-19. This will not only reduce choice and opportunity, but also create unemployment and damage the local economies where they reside. Can the Chancellor state his commitment to build back better and support social mobility by confirming no university will be allowed to collapse?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friends, the Education Secretary and the Business Secretary, have already outlined proposals to engage with universities where they face difficulty. In particular, they've put in place measures to deal with the issue of fewer overseas students being here and to protect our HE research base.
Simon Chubb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my right honourable friend for the major steps he's taking to get money flowing through the economy in East Devon and beyond. Cutting VAT on food, accommodation and attractions to 5% has been described as epic by the South West Tourism Alliance. The measures announced today will protect jobs, but perhaps not my waistline, as I wholeheartedly promise to eat out to help out. But will my right honourable friend continue to work with me and South West MPs to protect and strengthen tourism in the best part of Britain?
Chancellor.
I think my North Yorkshire constituents might have something to say about that, Mr. Speaker, but I know how important tourism is to my honourable friend's constituency, similar to so many of our rural constituencies up the country. I'm glad he will be doing his bit to eat out to help out. I hope others will join him, and in doing so we can collectively help protect 2 million jobs across our country.
Andy Slaughter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the Chancellor has made welcome announcements on the hospitality and cultural sectors, he said nothing in support of the events industry and those who work in it, despite the Prime Minister promising a timetable for reopening last week. From wedding receptions and conferences to world-famous exhibition centres like Olympia in my constituency, events make a £70 billion contribution to the economy. When will safe, organised events with more than 30 people attending be permitted, as they are in most other countries?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, I sympathise with the honourable member and agree the best thing we can do to help these sectors is to get them to reopen. I know it's something the Prime Minister and the Health Secretary are looking at as we speak, and hopefully in the weeks to come, as we progress our fight against this virus, we can continue to reopen all of the closed parts of our economy and progressively loosen some of the restrictions that currently we all face.
Heading to Harlow, where we visit Robert Halfon. Robert Halfon.
I'm over the moon, Mr. Speaker, with the Chancellor's statement today. He's rebuilding our apprenticeships and skills nation and ensuring that young people can climb the important ladder of opportunity. So thank you. And could I just ask him, he knows that the public sector target for apprenticeships is 2.3%. Would he consider raising this target by 5%, which would create 4,000 new apprenticeships in 2021? Based on hiring 50,000 new members of staff in the public sector? And will he also change procurement rules to ensure that any big company bidding for a public sector contract must have at least 5% of their workforce employed as apprentices?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend knows this subject particularly well, so I'm grateful to him for his comments, and I think he makes two very interesting suggestions, and I look forward to discussing with him further.
John Speller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in his reply to the Right Honourable Member for Wokingham, the Chancellor said that leaving the EU gave us the opportunity to reform our procurement regulations. So can the Chancellor tell exactly when he's going to take that opportunity? and send out revised guidelines to tell Whitehall and town halls to prioritise British-based companies and British jobs.
Just a minute, somebody's phone's ringing. Can we just check some phones, please? Stopped. Chancellor, a minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, the honourable gentleman will know during the transition period of this year we are still constrained, but he can rest assured that from next year, when we have our full freedom, we can take advantage of all of these things and ensure that our local economies benefit as they should.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I warmly welcome the Chancellor's announcements on employment programmes? Jobs are vital going forward. This is exactly the right thing to do. I'm particularly pleased to see the expansion of the sector-based work academies, one of the programmes we launched when I was Employment Minister 10 years ago. I can assure you we don't need to learn too many lessons from the other side, given our record on unemployment in the period up to the crisis. But there's one group I am concerned about on the jobs front, which is those in the aerospace and aviation sectors. Could I ask him, please, to keep them firmly in mind, to look at perhaps whether aviation could be included in the VAT reductions, or to look at other measures for supporting a sector that is vital to our economy but has been very badly affected?
I thank my honourable friend. He's right about the difficulties facing the aviation and aerospace industries, and of course I will keep them very much uppermost in my mind as we go through the next few months. But more generally, pay tribute to the work that he did when he had these briefs. He knows firsthand what it takes to get unemployment down and get people into work and give them that hope and opportunity, and I hope we can build on the success that he had, because we will absolutely need to deliver for our young people in the coming months.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor says he's proud of the government's green record, yet the green measures announced today will cut just 0.14% of UK emissions. Not only that, but this is a government that's still committed to spending £27 billion on new roads. So if he wants to have a green record he can genuinely be proud of, will he start by cancelling that road scheme, put the money into public transport and broadband, and introduce a new rule for UK economy to ensure that all spending and taxation is in line with the Paris Agreement and restoring our natural world?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, it is a record to be proud of. We have cut carbon emissions by 40% in the last few years. We are now a world leader in offshore wind. And for the first time ever, last year we generated the majority of our energy from zero carbon sources. We are building on our progress. That has happened under a Conservative government. And whether it's through our Nature for Climate Fund, whether it's through our measures to tackle air quality, whether it's through new technologies like direct air capture or carbon capture and storage, this government will ensure we meet our net zero obligations and do so in a way that creates jobs in every part of our United Kingdom.
Luciana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I congratulate my right honourable friend for his excellent statement and his 30 billion jobs plan. It will give hope to thousands of people in my constituency, and I thank him for that. I'm particularly grateful for the commitment to the future of our young people who are hardest hit by this crisis. The Kickstart scheme is for an initial 6 months, and I wonder if that is something he will reconsider and review at the end of that period.
I thank my honourable friend for her support, and again, this is something that she has spent a lot of time in this place championing the futures for young people. I'm pleased to tell her that it will be longer than 6 months. The Kickstart scheme will be open for bidding, hopefully, at the end of this month, beginning of next month. The first new Kickstarters will start in the autumn, but it is a scheme that will run at least until the end of next year, and hopefully, if it is popular, we can get as many as hundreds of thousands of young people part of the Kickstarter programme, and I hope she and her constituency can be a champion for it.
Stephen Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. £350 billion. That's how much the UK Treasury has coined from Scotland's oil and gas sector over the decades. So I say to the Chancellor, it is time to give back. When will his government finally stop dithering and instead deliver on an oil and gas sector deal to protect jobs now, but also to create new sustainable jobs for Aberdeen's future?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, Scotland has benefited extraordinarily from the interventions that this government has put in place during this crisis. I talked earlier about the Barnett consequentials and the billions of pounds, but more importantly, about the ability for us to act as one united kingdom. It is at time like this when the importance of that has never been more to the fore. And you talked about oil and gas. I'm happy to acknowledge the difficulties in that sector. I know the Business Secretary is in talks with that sector. Mechanisms have been put in place before, and again, we keep all of these things under review, and if we need to make more interventions in the future, of course we will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Chancellor for his statement and also for his kind words that he's considering my proposals on recapitalising the SME sector. I wanted to ask him about his infrastructure funding of, I think, 5.6 billion that he's committed to today. Could he expand on how he feels that we can get infrastructure delivered more quickly, whether that be through dealing with planning regulations or indeed other practical obstacles, because that's the way how we can make sure that money is most effective?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right. It's one thing to sit here and approve budgets for things. It's more important that we get on and actually deliver them. We need to make sure that our communities see tangible improvement in what is happening around them, and particularly given the economic situation we face at the moment, there is a premium on doing things quickly. That's why we brought £5 billion of projects forward, and it's why we have initiated Project Speed to look at our entire process end-to-end, procurement, planning, construction, regulations, approvals, to ensure that we can deliver for our communities as quickly as possible.
Let's head to Wales with an audio-only Beth Winter. Beth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Richard Murphy, a professor in political economy at City University in London, says that the government has the potential to raise £174 billion a year if wealth was taxed at the same rate of income. That could cover the cost of the job retention scheme for over 12 months, according to the latest estimates from the Office of Budget Responsibility. Does the Chancellor believe the time is right for a radical overhaul of our taxation system in order to fulfil the Prime Minister's levelling up promise? Or is the truth that we're not really all in this together?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, no, I don't believe now is the time, or will ever be the time, for a wealth tax. Now is the time to recognise the challenge we face, the acute phase of unemployment, and now is the time to act decisively, with compassion, to provide hope and opportunity for the hundreds of thousands, especially of young people, who are at risk of scarring and losing the future that they deserve. That's why we've put in place the measures today. That's what the focus should be on.
Andrew Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I congratulate my right honourable friend for his statement. Young people are perhaps more at risk from the economic impact of coronavirus, so I was very pleased to see the Kickstart programme. Does he agree with me that it's through a comprehensive package of support for apprenticeships, traineeships and other support too that will allow young people to acquire the skills they need to take the opportunities of the future?
Chancellor.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. We cannot afford to lose this generation. They cannot be the generation that is defined and scarred by coronavirus. And that is why, as he rightly identified, we have put in place a suite of interventions, from traineeships to apprenticeships to the Kickstart Fund, all designed to help that generation to a better future and a brighter future.
Let's head to Newport and visit Jessica Morden. Jessica Morden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to Step Change Debt Charity, 4.5 million people have lost income and accumulated £6 billion worth of debt in arrears on household bills during the pandemic. Will the Chancellor ensure that economic recovery plans include also a strategy to support people in unavoidable coronavirus-related financial difficulties?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, I know my colleague, the Financial Secretary, has been abreast of this issue for a while and has just reminded me that we have invested, I think, £37 million in debt advisory services during this time. I also know that he is taking forward initiatives on our breathing space initiative. It's something that he very passionately believes in, and I wholeheartedly support those efforts.
Richard Fuller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor has answered many specific questions, but I'd like to commend the overall tone of his statement, which he began by saying that he would be unencumbered by dogma, but with a simple desire to do what is right. And his responses has oftentimes mentioned the social justice imperative behind his plan for jobs, which I think will strike many in the country as absolutely right. But can I just echo the comments by his and my right honourable friend, the member for Bromsgrove, about the need, when we come to the fall, to look at ways in which the overall debt as a burden on the GDP of the country can be brought under control.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for those comments, and he's absolutely right about how I've approached this. As I said, for me, this is not just a question of economics, it is a question of values, and we demonstrate those through the actions that we take and the people that we prioritise. But he is also right to highlight the importance of sustainability in our public finances, something that he knows I very passionately care about and have spoken about repeatedly from these benches, and he can rest assured that as we come to the autumn, we will set our public finances on a path back to sustainability.
Darren Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor failed today to set out sector-specific help for British manufacturing. In doing so, he is gambling with an important industry and making the UK less competitive compared to countries like Germany, France, and the United States. So perhaps the Chancellor can set out for the House today what it is he has against British workers making British aeroplanes, British cars, and British steel.
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not entirely sure about the tone of the honourable member's question. The support schemes we've put in place have benefited equally all sectors and all workers in every region and part of our United Kingdom. So manufacturing companies I know have actually been large users of the furlough scheme and are very grateful for it. They are now in the process of bringing those workers back and adding shifts and are grateful also for the flexibility that that scheme provides. But what they're actually more interested in when I speak to them is about our ambitious commitments to R&D. Our plans to double R&D investment, working closely with the private sector in doing that, helping create the innovations that will drive growth, productivity and employment tomorrow.
Andrea Litz.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend is doing a fantastic job in both promoting and protecting jobs. But of course, to really trade our way out of this recession, we will need to look at the future, and I know he is keen as I am to see a green recovery. So does he agree that COP26 next year offers us a really good opportunity to show UK global leadership, and that by working now with international partners in big projects in areas like battery storage, whether it's offshore wind or carbon capture usage and storage, those are areas that really can create green jobs for the future?
Chancellor.
Well, my right honourable friend knows this area better than most, and she's absolutely right. This is an opportunity for us to demonstrate global leadership, and she can rest assured that we will do, particularly on the finance track, where I'm responsible for. I'm working closely with Mark Carney, the Prime Minister's envoy, and we're trying to put in place an ambitious set of goals that we can help deliver. But she also talked about our leadership in particular areas, and those are things that we must double down on: offshore wind, carbon capture and storage. We can lead the world in developing these technologies.
Heading north to Scotland with Brendan O'Hara. Brendan O'Hara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Although I welcome the temporary reduction in VAT, it doesn't go nearly far enough to help the tourism and hospitality businesses in my already economically fragile Argyll and Bute constituency. Surely, to ensure that these otherwise robust businesses are still there and are ready to go again next year, they need an extension of furlough to be able to retain their staff and have access to grants rather than having to rely on the business interruption loan scheme.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to repeat my comments on ever-extending furlough scheme. I don't think that's the right thing to do. With regard to grants, what I would say is that we provided grants, specifically £10,000 or £25,000 to businesses in the retail, hospitality and tourism sector, and it's why those businesses did not necessarily have to use loans if they didn't want to. They received that support early in this crisis because we acknowledged the particular difficulty that they would face. But I would say to them, it's not just the VAT cut, which is one of the significant, if not the significant ask from the industry. The Eat Out to Help Out discount will be something that will drive tons of business and protect millions of jobs.
Sir Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor spoke about finding a new balance between safety and normality. Isn't it time to look at moving away from the guidance that people should work from home, if possible, towards guidance that they should go to work if it's safe to do so? And can I also urge him to reflect over the summer on whether a cut or suspension of air passenger duty isn't the best way to get the aviation sector back to health for next year?
Chancellor.
Well, my right honourable friend as always champions the aviation industry. He's right to do so, and as he knows, we are committed to a review of aerospace taxation, so I will certainly bear that in mind. And with regard to the guidance, I share with him an impatience to get our lives back to normal. I know what a difference it will make, not just to those businesses, but all the ancillary businesses that are used to office workers being in their offices. It is something that, of course, we should hopefully look to address in the coming weeks and months as we progressively move back to a new normal.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having campaigned for many years for a 5% rate of VAT for the visitor economy, can I welcome that part of the Chancellor's announcement today? Can I ask him, though, just please not to close the door on the idea of extending or even making that permanent? He will have the best possible data now test against previous studies that have showed that that rate could actually bring a better return of revenue for the Treasury? Because I fear that even for my constituency, where we have a highly seasonal visitor economy, many of the businesses won't benefit from it because they're not intending to reopen again till next spring.
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, I know this will make a big difference. It is important, though, that it is time limited. That is in keeping in common with most other countries that have done something similar, have also run theirs through to the end of the year. I will happily bear all future tax suggestions in mind, but in the short term, I hope that his constituents and his businesses get the boost in confidence and demand that they will need.
Anthony Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's bold, it's imaginative, it's well targeted. I'd like to congratulate my right honourable friend the Chancellor on this package, which will do so much to promote jobs and growth across the country. I very much welcome the cut in VAT and in stamp duty. But most welcome of all is the Kickstarter scheme, which brings hope to young people in these difficult times. Unlike Labour's Future Jobs Fund, it's not just focused on the public sector. And does my right honourable friend agree with me that it will have most impact? It will have most impact if it's fully embraced by the private sector and that private businesses take advantage of the opportunity to take on young workers.
Yeah, my honourable friend is absolutely right. It's important that we provide as many opportunities for young people as possible. One thing we want to improve and build upon is the involvement of the private sector. I hope this becomes a galvanising cry to businesses, small and large, up and down the country, to take on a Kickstarter to help play their part in the recovery. And I know this is an area that he has strong experience of from his time in London. I appreciate the advice and suggestions he's given me about how to encourage and incentivise businesses to create jobs, create opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I take the opportunity to say thank you, Chancellor? I'm already receiving text messages from my constituents, from the business community and from ordinary men and women saying thank you to the Chancellor for some of the measures that have been announced today. So thank you, sir. This is a very important statement that you have made, and it will benefit many of my constituents. Last week, the Prime Minister, standing there, told us that the government was going to invest massively in hydrogen power. You had me on tender hooks. I was waiting for the statement. I was waiting for you to tell me the new hydrogen strategy is about to be announced. It hasn't come, so you still have me on tender hooks. Will you now commit solidly, on behalf of the government, on behalf of the Treasury, to a strategy that will unlock 1.5 billion of investment money in the whole of the United Kingdom, invest billions of pounds into this new strategy, and will allow us to commit as a nation to this new, clean, green technology? And will the Chancellor meet with me and colleagues from across...
No, order. Mr. Paisley. No, not thank you. You're going to stay on the tender hooks. You'll be on them for a long time if you do that again. Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful to the honourable member for his very kind words, and I'm glad it will make a difference to his constituents, as I hope communities up and down the country across our United Kingdom. On hydrogen, what I can say is I am absolutely not in a position to steal my boss's thunder, so I will leave the future announcements on hydrogen to him. But he can rest assured that it's something that both the Prime Minister and I, and indeed the Treasury, will take very seriously.
Mark O'Loughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be brief. Last week, my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, accepted my pleading to come and visit Dudley. He delivered his visionary speech and he saw for himself the building of the Institute of Technology that will actually future-proof people for jobs for the future. Will my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, also come and visit Dudley, please, and support this scheme, as well as our ambition for a university campus, as I want Dudley people to be jobs ready?
She didn't go long. Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to accept my honourable friend's invitation, but he's absolutely right. The best way for us to provide opportunity for people is to give them the skills and the education that they need, whether that's through universities, institutes of technology, further education, schools, apprenticeships, however it may be. Providing people with that knowledge is what will enable them to build a better future for their lives. That's something that he feels very passionately, I feel very passionately about, and we will, as a government, deliver that.
Let us go and visit Simon Malhotra. Simon Malhotra.
Mr. Speaker, I am genuinely surprised the Chancellor hasn't today brought forward a flexible furlough scheme for aviation, which he knows will have a longer recovery tail. And so I do hope that as he keeps in touch with the industry, he will also keep in touch with MPs from aviation communities for place-based support. Now, he is right that young people and others will need support to access to jobs, and I welcome the Kickstart scheme. But with other experts estimating that over 30,000 work coaches are needed, and unemployment is set to hit a record high in October, with the Secretary of State expecting 4,500 new work coaches to be in place by then. Is he concerned that we won't have enough in place to meet demand when we most need it? And what more does he think can be done?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, I actually commend and applaud all the efforts the Work and Pensions Secretary and her team are doing at the moment. Just for reference, they are doubling the number of work coaches and doing it in record time. We will have 13,500 in just 8 months, a 100% increase. It's worth comparing that to what happened in 2008 to 9, when DWP recruited just 10,000 and it took them 12 months, a 60% increase. So we will go as fast as is necessary, but no one can accuse us of not doing as much as we can, as quickly as we can, to provide people with the support that they need.
Tim Crabb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Make no mistake, what the Chancellor has announced today to save a generation of young people from bearing the brunt of this economic crisis is incredibly positive and to be welcome. Can I welcome in particular the determination of my right honourable friend to avoid the past mistakes from employment schemes where we saw too many examples of young people in work placements with not doing meaningful work, with poor oversight, poor management and no opportunity to really build their skill levels. Make this scheme, the Kickstart scheme, the best employment support scheme we've ever seen.
Chancellor. Well, I very much thank my right honourable friend for that support, and of course this is an area he will know well. He is absolutely right. There's no point in doing this if the work placements are of low quality. It's important we get that right as we construct the bidding process, and I'd be very grateful to him if he'd sit down with me so we can get his thoughts on how best to achieve that.
Let us head up to Wesley with Barbara Keeley. Barbara Keeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join my honourable friend, the Shadow Chancellor, in urging an end to poverty pay for our care workers. Today's interventions in the job market are welcome, but there is still no recognition in pay for the fantastic job done in this crisis by our care staff. Rather than blaming care staff, as the government has done this week, will the Chancellor commit to showing these staff some parity of esteem with NHS staff and pay them a real living wage of £10 an hour?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, I join with my colleagues in paying enormous tribute to those on the front line during this crisis who have done an extraordinary job under incredibly difficult circumstances, deserve not just our thanks but our praise, and they have it. In terms of public sector pay, we're in the midst of the second year of inflation-busting pay rises for almost 1 million people, and with regard to social care, who are funded through local authorities, as I've said, local government has enjoyed 2 years of record increases in core spending power, which hopefully will help find its way to the front line.
Mr. Speaker, can I make a suggestion to my right honourable friend about one way in which he could help fund some of today's expenditure commitments, and that is to implement without further delay the cap on public sector exit payments. Our right honourable friend, the Chief Secretary, promised on the 13th of March that this would be done by bringing forward secondary legislation before the summer recess. That hasn't happened, and can my right honourable friend therefore allay concerns that this process is being sabotaged by Treasury mandarins, the Sir Humphreys, who have for 5 years successfully resisted this proposal, which was actually supported by this House in legislation 5 years ago.
Chancellor. Thank you. I remember when I had the Chief Secretary's job, we discussed this very topic, and my right honourable friend is right to keep highlighting it. What I can tell him is, as the Chief Secretary said, I believe very recently, we are well underway to implementing this measure and will bring forward the appropriate legislation in due course.
Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Given that councils have a statutory responsibility to set a balanced annual budget, even the further help announced last week won't be enough for councils like Leeds and many others. So can I urge the Chancellor to look again at what the Treasury can do to help fill the remaining gap? In the case of Leeds, it's £63 million, because without further assistance, then the council will, by law, have to start
cutting jobs, and that could include non-statutory services that have been so important in providing support to communities affected by COVID.
Chancellor?
Well, my honourable friend, the member is right to highlight the important work that Leeds Council plays, having spent some time there, seeing how they do early intervention in children's services in particular. I was very impressed when I did the local government job. But I would say is that the local government secretary has been engaging extensively with the sector. We have put billions of pounds of incremental support in place. Of course it is going to be difficult. It's difficult for all of us, whether it's business or local authority, to get through this time. But considerable support has been put in place. And in particular last week, the announcement on a loss-sharing arrangement with central government for the income and fees and charges, I think, is an important step in the right direction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for the steps he's announced today, particularly focused on young people, which I think shows yet again that the Conservatives do what works, not just what might sound good, even if it means tough decisions in the short term. Can he confirm that of the support given so far, proportionately, the lowest income families in our society have benefited the most from the support given so far?
Chancellor?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right. The analysis published today shows that we've reduced the scale of losses for working households by up to 2/3 in general, but the support for the poorest households has been the highest, and he will find that in the distribution analysis published today. It demonstrates what we believe is important at a time like this, to protect the most vulnerable in our society. I know that's something he very deeply feels, and I share that feeling with him.
Limbo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The country expects us to pull together now to get our country back on its feet. And in that spirit, let me welcome the investment the Chancellor has announced today for young people and for the hospitality trade. My observation, though, is that the money he's brought forward for capital is only about 5 to 6% of the budget that he's earmarked for the next 4 or 5 years. What that means in my region is 50p per person per week invested in so-called shovel-ready projects. That, frankly, is not enough. But crucially, there is a gaping hole in this announcement today for where support for manufacturing should be. We have 330,000 people across the West Midlands on furlough in construction, manufacturing and the car business. The sharp ends to the furlough arrangements, I think, will put many people out of work, and there is no subsidy scheme for new cars in the way that they've announced in France and Germany. We want to be the capital of green manufacturing. What I fear from today is we're now looking at manufacturing meltdown.
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to capital investment, it's important to put in context what our existing budgets were for this year. £88 billion is what I announced at the budget for this year. That represents a 20% increase on our capital investment plans the previous year, and represents, as a percentage of GDP, the highest amount that we've invested in capital in since the 70s. So the starting base level for our capital investment is already exceptionally high. We have brought £5 billion of additional projects forward into this year, but taken in the round, it will be the most we've ever spent on capital in real terms for a very, very long time.
Will this young, vigorous Chancellor not be too cruel to an old Thatcherite for making this deeply unfashionable point, that there are no long-term good subsidised jobs? As we saw with the new Labour make-work jobs and with furlough, sooner or later they are subject to fraud and market distortion. So will the Chancellor confirm that the only good long-term jobs are based on the government ensuring deregulation, market flexibility, tax cuts on entrepreneurship, and that we have a plan to repay the national debt? Otherwise, as a previous speaker once said, there will be no more money.
Chancellor. Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly agree with my right honourable friend. He's absolutely right. These interventions are specific for the moment that we face now. They provide support for young people at this moment of acute crisis. In the long term, it is only a dynamic market economy that can provide sustainable long-term employment for young people and beyond. And he is absolutely right. In the medium term, once we get through this crisis, we must return our public finances to a sustainable place.
Up to Scotland and visiting Margaret Furry. Margaret Furry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Community Access to Cash scheme recently announced that Cambuslang in my constituency was going to become one of their pilot areas, which will bring back much needed payment facilities to a community which has lost several bank branches. The Chancellor has promised legislation to improve access to cash and it is needed urgently in light of the economic downturn caused by the coronavirus. Can the Chancellor outline when he will bring forward this vital legislation to protect cash use, support small business and boost recovery of our high streets?
Chancellor.
Well, the Honourable Member makes a good and fair point about the importance of cash, particularly in our rural communities. And what I can tell her is my Honourable Friend, the Economic Secretary, is very much on top of this, is just conducting roundtables as we speak in the coming weeks with the industry, and as we have committed to, we will bring forward legislation.
Steve Brown.
Thank you. Thanks to the Chancellor for bringing some real hope today. Now, early years providers have really played their part in getting us through this pandemic, but it's certainly true that reduced attendance for them combined with increased costs is taking its toll. This, of course, as the Chancellor and I have discussed before, is on top of the fact that this was a sector struggling and really experiencing market failure, as it has been for quite a long time. So jobs, jobs, jobs is fantastic and is right, but it has to be backed by childcare that actually exists. So will the Chancellor give me some time? Only has to be a short amount of time, 15 minutes would be fantastic, so that we can set out the challenge this sector faces and some of the suggested solutions that we have.
Chancellor.
Well, I know this is a matter very close to my honourable friend's heart, and he's brought it up with me before. I'd be very delighted to give him the time he asked for to discuss this matter further.
Justin Mathers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, Airbus announced 1,700 jobs are going in this country. They cannot afford to wait for a bonus payment in January. So what is the Chancellor going to do to save those jobs now?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, I've been very clear. I cannot save every single job. It is a tragic fact of what we have done to our economy over the past few months means that there will be job losses. Unemployment will rise. It is something that we cannot avoid, but what we can do is put in place a range of interventions to provide new hope and new opportunity for those who lose their jobs, so they can find either the skills, the work placements or new jobs they need to provide a better future for themselves and their family, and that's what we will devote all our energies to in the coming weeks and months.
Mary Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very grateful to the Chancellor of this statement and the enormous package that has been of money that has been put into our constituencies in the economy. I'm keen to see even more money made available for us to spend on the things that really matter in the UK. And one of the ways that we can do that is to cut down on fraud and on corruption. As you know, as Chair of the APPG for whistleblowing, I'm very keen that we should take this forward. Would you join me tomorrow for our webinar where we will be looking at ways that international governments are actually tackling this, bringing forward programmes so that we can actually deal with this problem of corruption and fraud. And also, can I thank him for everything that he's done on tackling furlough fraud, which has been a real issue within our economy.
Mr. Speaker, I pay tribute to the work that my honourable friend does in this area. She's absolutely right that we must tackle corruption and fraud in procurement. It costs billions, if not tens of billions of pounds. That's money lost to the Exchequer that we can use to fund public services, and it also means that our local authorities in particular don't get the quality of services that they need to provide for their residents. She's absolutely right to focus on it. I very much look forward to hearing her what proposals she might have for us to take forward.
I said to Belfast South and visit Claire Hannah. Claire Hannah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Chancellor for advancing some very important mechanisms, although I do share the concerns of others about those who have fallen through the cracks, like new freelancers and those in precarious contracts. But, Chancellor, given the need to protect confidence in spending and given the opportunity that historically low interest-based rates hold, would the Chancellor consider speaking to the banks, particularly those in which the government have a majority stake, about offering temporary lower mortgage products? This could potentially save hundreds of pounds for the average household, and would he be open to meeting with me to discuss this idea?
I tell the honourable member that my honourable friend, the Economic Secretary, is in close contact with the banking sector and has put in place and deserves enormous credit for the measures that he's put in place to provide forbearance to people during this difficult time. He's very happy to meet with the honourable member, but with particular to mortgage, he put in place a scheme that provided mortgage holidays to people, and I think about 1 in 6 mortgages were able to benefit from that. I know that's millions of people who will have welcomed that relief, and I pay tribute to him for the excellent work that he has done.
To Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When you're question 74, it's difficult to think of something that hasn't been mentioned. it's a fair bet that up until now no one has quoted from the Grimsby Telegraph, which last week said, after the Prime Minister's speech, now put your money where your mouth is, Boris. And I think the Chancellor has in fact delivered on that today. The article finished by saying, give us the opportunity and we'll show you what the country can be achieved. And I think the support given to businesses today will verify that. Could I also urge the Chancellor to consider yet again the Freeport issue for Immingham and Grimsby? The consultation ends next week. Please don't waste time mulling over the consultation responses. Deliver Freeport status for Immingham and Grimsby.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is right as always about the importance of private enterprise driving our growth forward. He's right to highlight a Freeport. I know what a difference it would make to his community. I remember when I met his local businesses, they were hungry to take up that opportunity to attract investment, to create new jobs, drive up productivity, and I look forward to working with him in the coming months on trying to bring that to reality.
Mr. Speaker, a 9-month cut to stamp duty is welcome, but without an injection of new houses, it risks forcing up prices, making it harder, not easier, for first-time buyers to buy homes. This should have been an opportunity to inject capital into the housing market, but also into social housing and building houses that people can afford to live in, creating opportunities for new jobs, new apprenticeships, new skills that people can use in the future. So will he go away and have a look at putting some money, particularly into building social housing?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the good news is we already have, and the Prime Minister announced it and I talked about it at budget. The Affordable Homes Programme increased from £9 billion to £12 billion over the next few years, a significant uplift in the amount of new housing delivery. I think 180,000 new homes from memory. And with regard to the benefits of stamp duty, the evidence we have, both from economists and HMRC, is that the majority of the benefit in the stamp duty cut last time around in 08-09 accrued to the buyers.
Double. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As the chairman of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Hospitality and Tourism, can I warmly thank the Chancellor for his announcements today. Thank you for listening to the sector and for what you have delivered, which will undoubtedly save thousands of jobs and tens of thousands of jobs and thousands of businesses. The Chancellor has done his bit. Businesses across the country have done their bit in getting ready to make our bars, pubs, restaurants and hotels safe to welcome customers. Does he share my view that what we now need is for the British people to do their bit, to get out and spend money in our bars and restaurants? And would he join me in inviting everyone to come to Cornwall this summer?
Thank you. There are fewer greater champions for the tourism and hospitality industry than my honourable friend, and I know he will be pleased about today's announcements, but he's absolutely right. Our local businesses in all our constituencies have worked unbelievably hard over the past few weeks to adapt how they do business, to invest in new things, to make their premises safe for us, and that is why today we introduced the Eat Out to Help Out discount. We can all play our part in supporting these businesses and protecting these jobs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a former employment minister in Northern Ireland, I do welcome the Barna consequentials that allow us to shape our own local response around youth unemployment, apprenticeships and traineeships. But could I ask the Chancellor, what analysis has the Treasury done around where redundancies have been occurring and where they're likely to occur over the coming months? And surely that information should guide the use of that £9 billion for the furlough bonus to be more targeted around those sectors that are going to face longer problems but will have sustainable futures, such as aerospace and the creative industries.
Mr. Speaker, we have published breakdowns of the furlough population by region, constituency and age to give a sense of the types of people who are affected. I know one thing that does come out of that is the importance in rural and coastal communities being particularly impacted by numbers of people on furlough. That is because they're disproportionately reliant on the hospitality and tourism sectors, which is why today's interventions are targeted and will make the biggest difference to the most number of people.
Daniel Krawczynski. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In addition to the misery that COVID has brought to our constituencies, there are over 46 constituencies like mine on the River Severn that also faced devastation from flooding earlier this year, a double whammy for our local businesses. The River Severn Partnership has been formed in conjunction with all the councils down the River Severn and the support of local MPs. I've been led to believe by the Environment Agency that an announcement is imminent on additional support for the River Severn Partnership in order to secure a more holistic solution to the management of this river. I very much hope the Chancellor will agree with me that when it comes to the recovery of our economy, making sure that our constituencies are not repeatedly flooded is a very important aspect of that economic recovery.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. It's something the Committee for Climate Change also mentioned, and that is why in budget we doubled the amount of investment that we put into flood defences. It is the right thing to do. It will build resilience in our communities, protect our natural environment. I don't know the specifics of the timing of the announcement that he alludes to, but I'm happy to go away and take a look at it. I know how important it is to him and his constituents that we're able to protect them from the devastating flooding that we've seen in recent years.
Let's head to Lewisham and visit Vicky Foxcroft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Disabled people and charities are concerned about the lack of support available to enable high-risk individuals to return to work safely when the shielding programme ends. Ministers have said they expect employers to do the right thing and ensure that workplaces are COVID secure. Where it's impossible for an employer to do this, individuals could be forced to put their health at risk just to make ends meet. Will the government consider extending the full job retention scheme for those who are not able to return to work safely?
Chancellor.
Well, Mr. Speaker, based on the medical advice, it has been determined that the shielding population can return to work safely after the end of the month. That's something that's already been clear and announced, and we have published extensive guidance and guidelines for workplaces to make them safe, so people can take comfort from that. If there are more things that we need to do, I'm sure the Honourable Lady will send them to the Business Secretary for the workplaces, or indeed me, and we'll happily take a look at them.
Richard Drax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the many businesses in South Dorset, can I thank my right honourable friend for the furlough scheme and welcome his statement today. Surely our aim is to help many in the struggling private sector, because as I'm sure my right honourable friend will agree, and the opposition need to be continually reminded, it is they that generate the jobs and prosperity that we need and the tax that pays for our public services.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. It is in the long term the market economy that will provide the growth and prosperity we need. It will provide the jobs that we need. But it is important that we provide support to those businesses in the short term, given the disruption they've faced. And I know his local businesses and many others will welcome the jobs retention bonus to help reward and incentivise them to do the right thing, to stand by their workers at this time, bring them back and look forward to a brighter future.
Let's head to Ealing and drop in on James Murray. James Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 25th of June, a Treasury direction in relation to the coronavirus job retention scheme made clear that integral to the purpose of the scheme is that the grant is used by the employer to continue the employment of employees. Can the Chancellor therefore confirm that British Airways would be liable to pay back any taxpayers' money used to furlough staff who the company chose during that furlough period to put on notice of redundancy?
Mr. Speaker, there are procedures in place for any employees to talk to HMRC if they believe they themselves have been the victim of fraud, or if the company they work for has not acted in a way keeping with the guidance. And I would urge any employees of any company, if they feel that that has happened, they should take up with the HMRC hotline. The details are online.
John Penrose.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Chancellor, firstly for, as far as I can work out, subsidising me to go down the pub. Very, very welcome indeed. But also for the effect which his announcement about tourism VAT will have on hundreds of businesses and thousands of jobs in my constituency of Western-super-Mare. Can I, though, suggest to him that over the medium term, the best guarantee of jobs and employment has to be to have competitive businesses, and can I therefore urge him to consider over the more medium term sharpening our competition laws and opening up our market economy to tougher competition as the best long-term guarantee of employment for everyone.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. Just to clarify, the Eat Out to Help Out discount won't apply to alcohol, but 90-something% of pubs serve food, so you can still go to the pub and enjoy it. But he's absolutely right about competition policy. It's important that we have dynamic markets in this country. We need dynamic competition to create jobs, create productivity in order to get the outcomes we want. I'm very happy to talk with him, and I know he has expertise in this area, to get his thoughts if there are things we can do to update and turbocharge our competition policy to make sure it's fit, especially for the digital age.
Let us go up and visit Drew Hendry. Drew Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor said at the beginning of his statement that no one will be left without hope. So what does he say to the hundreds of thousands of businesses and sole traders excluded from support during this pandemic crisis? Many of them in seasonal businesses facing effectively 3 winters of trading. They can't afford extra debt. So isn't it time now to convert some of the money?
Have had support. He may have missed the fact that we have just cut VAT for those sectors by 20% to 5% for the next 6 months, and just provided an Eat Out to Help Out discount for the country to enjoy discounted meals to protect those businesses and protect the employment in them. I think that's probably the best thing we can do for seasonal businesses.
Baker. Mr. Speaker, with his plan for jobs, my right honourable friend has, like Roosevelt, given a masterclass in economic interventionism, but it is quite expensive. Can he reassure me that he has got a contingency in case the Independent Bank of England needs to change its stance of monetary policy because inflation has begun to rise?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as ever, my honourable friend is right to remind us about the importance of monetary economics, and he's also right to focus on the long-term sustainability of our public finances. Whilst in the short term, it is right to act in this way to prevent long-term damage and scarring to our economy that would create an ongoing larger structural deficit. Once we get through this crisis, we must retain and sustain public finances. We will return them to a position of sustainability over the medium term. I can assure him of that, but in the short term I'm confident that this is the right thing to do to protect the long-term health of our economy.
85 withdrawn. We go to James Daly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As the chair of the APPG for Youth Employment, can I warmly welcome the fantastic package of support for young people in our country announced by the Chancellor today. Bury College in my constituency has a proven record for delivering sector-based work academies with 600 young people currently in construction and engineering placements. Would the Chancellor meet with me and the fantastic Principal Charlie Dean to discuss how Bury College can expand the range and number of placements on offer for young people, transforming their opportunities in the jobs market?
Well, I'm very excited to hear about what's going on at Bury College. My honourable friend is absolutely right about the importance of youth employment, an area that he knows very well. I think probably the Work and Pension Secretary will be delighted to sit down with him as we announce today our tripling of sector-based work academies and make sure that we can figure out how many of those can find their way to my honourable friend's constituency as possible.
Kerry McCarthy. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My colleagues have also mentioned that there's a real lack of sector-specific support in this statement. Can I ask particularly about car manufacturing? France has now announced increases to EV subsidies, making them the most generous in Europe, and a means-tested scrappage scheme. Germany has doubled its EV subsidies. What is the Chancellor going to do to get car manufacturing back on its feet, but also to help us meet our climate objective and the Committee on Climate Change recommendation that we bring forward the ban on new diesel and petrol vehicle sales till 2032? They recommend a zero-emission vehicle mandate. I hear nothing from the Chancellor as to what he is going to do to support manufacturing and support our climate objectives.
Madam Deputy Speaker, at budget we announced about £1 billion of support for low-emission vehicles in various different ways, including a £400 million charging infrastructure fund to spread the development of charge points across this country. I think that underlies our commitment to ensure we transition properly to our net zero environment, starting with our transportation industry.
James Sunderland.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it strikes me that this is a perfect opportunity to review our investment and procurement strategies in a range of sectors. Does the Chancellor agree with me that we must stop spending so much taxpayers' money overseas, that it's time to build British, buy British and sell British?
Very good. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is right to point out the opportunities we will now have after leaving the EU to tweak our procurement rules to make sure that, of course, we will always get value for money for the taxpayer, but we can do so in a way that supports our local economies and supports, especially at a time right now, local jobs.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Although it has and still does exclude many people, it must be acknowledged that support delivered directly via the Treasury, such as the Job Retention Scheme, has been delivered quickly. This support is not allocated based on proportion of population or the cost of support or the level of productivity, but on the need of those who apply and qualify. This is how devolution can operate. So can the Chancellor provide us with detailed figures so that we can assess exactly how much financial support has been delivered from the Treasury to the people and businesses in Scotland and the other devolved nations?
Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, those numbers have been published, and as I said earlier, £4.6 billion is the total amount of Barnett funding that is provided to Scotland throughout this entire crisis. The block grant adjustment resulting from the stamp duty cut will be finalised after we have final costings from the OBR.
Finally, Sir Desmond Swain.
Madam Deputy Speaker, after that package and that performance, the only reasonable thing I can say to my right honourable friend is remember, O Caesar, that you are mortal. However, it would be a great shame if the effectiveness of his measures were to be undermined in the New Forest, with the loss of £16 million at least to local traders, by the company to whom the Forestry Commission handed a monopoly, refusing to open its campsites. Will he summon Forestry England and threaten them with the rough end of a pineapple and instruct them to use their position on the board and their substantial shareholding to get those campsites opened?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you, to my right honourable friend. I share his passion for getting our campsites open. Hopefully, an extra incentive today will be the cut in VAT from 20% to 5%, which extends to campsites as well as caravan sites and B&Bs and hotels. I'm not sure if I have the powers to summon anyone, but I would be delighted to bring whatever influence I can to bear on his particular matter and look forward to discussing it with him further.
Thank you. In a moment, I will call the Chancellor of the Exchequer to move a provisional collection of taxes motion. Copies of the motion are available in the vote office. In accordance with Standing Order number 51 on Ways and Means motions, a Minister of the Crown may, without notice, make a motion for giving provisional statutory effect to any proposals in pursuance of Section 5 of the Provisional Collection of Taxes Act 1968, and the question on such a motion shall be put forthwith. I call the Chancellor of the Exchequer to move the Provisional Collection of Taxes motion formally.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move.
The question is, as set out in the Provisional Collection of Taxes motion, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. In order to allow the safe exit of honourable members participating in this item of business and the safe arrival of those participating in the next, I am suspending the House for 3 minutes. Order, order. We now come to the 10-minute rule motion on pregnancy and maternity redundancy protection. Mrs Maria Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to prohibit redundancy during pregnancy and maternity leave and for 6 months after the end of the pregnancy or leave, except in specified circumstances and for connected purposes. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have record numbers of women in work. More women studying STEM subjects to the highest levels, more women being given the opportunity to take up roles in every sector of society. Women will have a central role in this country's recovery from COVID-19, but we have a clear opportunity for the government to level up, because despite the real legal protections set out by law by this place, designed to outlaw discrimination against pregnant women and new mums, the government's own data shows that more than 50,000 women a year feel they have no choice but to leave their jobs when they're pregnant. The routine use of non-disclosure agreements means that the reasons women leave their jobs can be at best opaque, even when analysed through third-party research. But we do know that around 1 in 20 are made redundant. Now, anyone who's ever been a parent will know that pregnancy and the period after birth is a time when, for most of us, money is a huge concern. Securing a new job because you don't have one could be impossible because of the obvious need to take maternity leave. Starting a new job when meeting the needs of a new baby should be of paramount. The needs of the new baby should be of paramount concern, but in practice, finding a new job can be extremely challenging. Taking the decision to leave a job at that point is not a decision most women would plan for voluntarily based on their own choice. The data shows that women forced out of their jobs during this period of their working life most often have to downgrade their jobs and their income, often to low-paid part-time work well below their skill levels. Not, Madam Deputy Speaker, through any notion of choice, which is an argument of old, thankfully losing credibility in most people's minds, but through sheer financial necessity, with all of the ensuing productivity issues for the nation as a whole. As a result, we see a far greater gender pay gap for women in their 40s and 50s of up to 25%, and with a resulting pension penalty on top of that. It is wrong that, given our legislation, so many women should be fearful of losing their jobs simply because they're pregnant. That is why I'm introducing this bill today, to put in place an effective new law to protect pregnant women and new mothers from this fate, helping to keep them in the labour market, which is good for them, their families and the economy. Challenges facing pregnant women and new mums have been even more acute in recent months, and any economic shock that follows COVID-19 could well be the first that impacts women more than men. Reports show that women are seeking legal advice regarding discrimination 5 times the level of prior to the lockdown. A study by PwC in May found that 78% of those who've already lost their jobs as a result of COVID-19 are women. And a report from the London School of Economics has found that more women are likely to lose their jobs in the coming months because of the sectors that are most likely to be hit, and some of that we heard from the Chancellor earlier. The past few months have cast a worrying spotlight on the attitudes of some UK employers towards pregnant women and new mums, and those employers' willingness to contravene existing redundancy laws by allowing pregnant women and new mothers to be the first in line for dismissal. Some women have been told to go home on sick pay when they aren't allowed to work because of the health and safety regulations that are in place because they are pregnant, and to go home on sick pay rather than, as set out in law, full pay that should be available to them. I make no excuse for the fact that this bill is not only designed to make the specific point on pregnant women, but is also designed to sharpen employers' focus on their understanding of this aspect of employment law and their treatment of the women on their workforce. Too often I hear that better protection for women will reduce their attractiveness to employers because of the costs associating with things like maternity pay. Now, that may well be wrong in and of itself, but it also shows the little attention that is paid to these issues, because smaller employers recover more than 100% of the costs of statutory maternity pay when they make those claims. So this is an argument that has long since been resolved. The real costs are the failure of the current system, as the government forgoes taxes and has to pay increased benefits to the tune of anything up to £17 million a year. A report by McKinsey also found that encouraging women's participation in work and ensuring that they're protected from discrimination could add up to £150 billion to the UK economy, something we need at this point. And if the government are to reboot the economy, and my right honourable friend the Chancellor's plan for jobs is to work as he envisages, we need to use all of the talents this country has to its fullest and address the ongoing issues around productivity. I don't for 1 minute pretend this is easy, and it is likely that the reported levels of discrimination are the tip of the iceberg, and many honourable and right honourable members will have seen cases of women from their own constituencies in recent weeks, similar to a young woman I spoke to who had also been made redundant. Her ordeal began when her employers asked her how many weeks pregnant she was. She was furloughed in March for just 2 days, and then, just 3 hours before she was entitled to statutory maternity pay, she was made redundant. It was devastating. Now, I initially presented this bill in 2019 on the heels of the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategies consultation, which looked at extending the existing protections to 6 months after maternity leave had ended. The current protections mean that if a woman is made redundant during her maternity leave, she must be offered any suitable alternative vacancies where one is available if her job is at risk of redundancy. She should, in theory, be given priority, but both the EHRC and maternity action helplines show in practice this is woefully inadequate, and employers continually confuse their legal obligations, ignore them, or insist that women on maternity leave compete for an alternative post when they're giving birth or have just given birth or been out of the workplace for many weeks. So extending the current provisions to 6 months would simply entrench a system we know does not work. My bill proposes a much simpler and cleaner protection, drawing on proposals from the Women and Equality Select Committee. The provisions I propose are also provisions that are currently used in Germany. The major change it would make is to offer pregnant women the sort of protection long overdue. Currently, for a woman to challenge her employer's unlawful behaviour, she would have to go to an employment tribunal, not an attractive proposition for any employee, but particularly not one who is looking after the needs of a newborn baby. And employers are well aware that less than 1% of women subject to maternity discrimination seek remedy at tribunal. My bill would strip out the complexity of the protection available to women. We will be able to tell a woman from the time that she is pregnant to 6 months after she returns to work, she cannot be made redundant unless the employer is closing down the business or ceasing work in that area. Women who experience a stillbirth or miscarriage would similarly be protected for up to 6 months from the end of their pregnancy or any leave that they were entitled to. The woman's employer would also be able to easily comprehend their duty too. There are over 500,000 pregnant women in the workplace every year, and the government should be applauded for creating an environment where we have record numbers of women in work. But now we need to update our laws to reflect this change and address the challenges that women routinely face and make sure that we level up the workplace for all women. Thank you.
The question is that the right honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Sally Ann Hart, Nikki Aitken, Flick Drummond, Virginia Crosby, Caroline Noakes, Karen Bradley, Angela Crawley, Sarah Champion, Jeremy Hunt, Stephen Timms and myself, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Mrs Maria Miller.
Pregnancy and Maternity Redundancy Protection Bill.
Second reading what day?
16th of October, Madam Deputy Speaker.
16th of October. Thank you. We now come to the general debate on the economy, and I call Minister Steve Barclay to move.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege to open this economic debate and to do so hot on the heels of a statement from the Chancellor, which places the government's plan for jobs at the heart of our recovery. The past few months have tested our economy in a way that few of us, if any, have experienced before. Never in our history has the government ordered businesses across the country to close for an extended period of time, and never has the government asked so many people to halt normal activity so completely. Shops closed, offices emptied, production lines juddered to a halt as millions worked from home. And from the onset of this pandemic, the government worked to ensure our frontline public services would get whatever funds they needed. And to date, 49 billion has gone towards the NHS, local authorities and others working to protect us from the virus. Just a moment. But our public servants were not alone in this endeavour. The very fact that so many of working age were willing to stay at home, protect the NHS and save lives is a sign of the cohesion and compassion that still exists within our society. Of course, I give way.
Very grateful. If he doesn't mind me being a bit cheeky, I just want to ask about the money that we need in the Rhondda to deal with the floods earlier on this year. £67 million worth is needed by my local authority. We have half of a tip that fell into the river, and that needs £2.5 million to be able to take away the 60,000 tonnes and to be able to make the tip safe for the future. It is absolutely vital that the government here recognises that the coal authority is a Westminster responsibility, and the money must be found so that we can make people's homes safe.
When it comes to speaking up for his constituents, I don't think he's ever held back, whether it's being cheeky or not. And he raises a very important point in terms of the investment in flood prevention. That is why the Chancellor set out, as part of the infrastructure package, a number of the measures. And I will come on to more if he allows me to get into the speech, into how we're accelerating a number of projects with that in mind. Also, given the history in terms of coal and some of the tragedies that have happened in the past in Wales, we're very cognizant again of the need to take action on schemes, and again that is something that is being looked at by the Secretary of State for Wales, and which I've been in discussion with him upon. But let me make, Madam Deputy Speaker, some early progress. That's why the government was clear that we would stand by those whose livelihoods were in jeopardy through no fault of their own. We said we would do whatever it takes to protect and preserve businesses and jobs upon which our national prosperity and resilience ultimately depends, and we meant it. The House will be familiar with the scale and scope of our economic response, which included business rates reliefs and grants for the worst hit sectors, uplifts in welfare support for families struggling to make ends meet, and more than 70 billion of business loans and guarantees approved to date. Meanwhile, the Corona's Job Retention Scheme and the self-employed income support schemes have preserved many millions of jobs and livelihoods across England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, demonstrating once again the shared strength and resilience we derive from our union. And I know the honourable gentleman is a passionate defender of the union, and I give way on that point.
We're very much better together, Minister, and you and I know that, and everyone else in the House knows that as well, even my friends to the left-hand side. Minister, one of the things that concerns me is the aerospace sector, manufacturing base in particular. with some possibility of some 600 potential jobs lost in Northern Ireland to Bombardier, some 45 jobs lost to Magellan, which is a smaller contractor in my constituency. And I'm just wondering, within the process, the government, and I thank government for all the monies that they've made available, will there be extra help for the aerospace sector, and particularly for the small firms and for those apprentices within those small firms?
As the honourable gentleman knows, the Chancellor addressed that issue in his statement earlier, and indeed he did write to the industry in March setting out the terms on which government support would be offered, and that included the requirement for firms first to look at their own commercial backers, their shareholders, in terms of what support they could. But again, on individual firms, it's a matter for commercial confidentiality as to what discussions take place, but the Chancellor indicated both his engagement in that issue and that of the Secretary of State for Transport. All in all, the United Kingdom's economic response to COVID is one of the most comprehensive and generous of any government in the world. Madam Deputy Speaker, the past few months have been hard for everyone, and in particular the many families who have lost lives of their loved ones. But thanks to our collective grit and determination, the tide was turned, the infection rates fell, and we are now in a position to reopen our economy in a way that is safe to do. Of course.
I'm very grateful to the Minister. As one who thinks it's exactly right to spend and cut taxes at the moment to promote economic recovery as a one-off cost, I accept we have to borrow to do that. When will we be getting some revised numbers on what the borrowing might amount to?
I think there's two issues within that. There's first the revised numbers from the OBR. The OBR has set out its timescale as to when it will set those out. But there's also then the more substantive issue, as the Chancellor set out in his statement, as seeing the plan for jobs in the context of 3 phases, where the medium-term recovery that we need will be set out in the autumn with the budget and the comprehensive spending review. And again, that will be an important milestone as part of this 3-phased approach. I'll just make a little progress and then I'll happily give way to the Honourable Lady. Madam Deputy Speaker, these interventions have come at a considerable cost to the public finances, but I have no doubt that they were the right thing to do. The Bank of England, the OBR and other external forecasters have all highlighted that the cost to the economy would have been significantly higher were it not for the swift and decisive action that the government has taken. Nevertheless, the pandemic has caused a profound shock to both the national and global economy, the consequences of which will be felt by businesses and individuals for some time to come. Even as we step out of lockdown, a great deal of disruption and uncertainty remains. Many businesses have yet to reopen their doors. Up and down the country, people are worried about whether their jobs will be secure when they return to work. I'll give way to them.
Bath is an international spa city, and the well-being and beauty industry is very much part of our local economy. Some industries have been worse hit than others and unfairly treated, particularly the beauty industry. When will there be an announcement that the beauty industry and the well-being industry is open for business again?
The lady highlights an extremely important sector, not least in terms of its profile. Many women work in that sector. Often those incomes are extremely important to their households as well. It's something that the Chancellor addressed at Treasury Orwell's yesterday in terms of our desire to get those sectors up and running as quickly as possible. And she will know we've already taken significant steps to support those, not least through the grants that were offered, the 10,000 and 25,000 grants to the sector, which included many within those sectors to which she highlights. Today, the government made clear that we are ready to take further action as necessary, just as we have done throughout this crisis. That is why the Self-Employed Income Support Scheme will open for a second and final round of grants between 17th of August and the 19th of October. Likewise, the Job Retention Scheme has been extended until the end of October, with new, more flexible terms to support people back to work. But with the best will in the world, no government can reasonably save every single job in these circumstances. Nor can the furlough scheme, successful as it's been, last indefinitely. I'll give way to him.
I thank the Minister for giving way. And of course he's right that the furlough scheme can't continue forever. But I listened to the response he gave to the honourable lady who raised the question of the beauty sector, and surely there needs to be a different approach in those sectors that have been able to reopen and those sectors that are currently still closed. Surely those sectors where they still are not able to open and potentially may not be able to open for quite some time, it could be theatres, it could be music venues, it could be beauty therapists, a range of sectors, they need something more flexible. Why has he not considered something more flexible when it comes to the job retention scheme?
Firstly, we have been flexible. She mentioned theatres. That is why on theatres we announced a package of £1.57 billion of support as part of the flexibility to which she speaks. But it also seems to ignore the fact we're only halfway through the furlough. The furlough runs until October. We're 4 months in. And then the intention as part of this second phase is to reopen the economy, including those businesses. And as the Chancellor set out, we don't think it's good for people to be away from the labour market for an extended period of time, because skills ostrophy, and that is not in our interest. I'll make a little progress, and then, of course, I will come back to the honourable lady. Madam Deputy Speaker, now is the time to move to the next step in our economic response. Later this autumn, the Government will deliver a budget and a spending review. But today we set out our plan for jobs. As the Chancellor said, this is not a time for ideology. We are driven by a belief in the nobility of work and the power of opportunity. Most of all, we are motivated by the desire to do what is right for the British people. Where jobs are at risk, we will work to protect them. And where jobs are needed, we will help to create them. Given the persistence, I will, but then I will make some progress. Of course, I give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way. And just on that issue of jobs and protecting them, he must be aware of the situation facing the caravan industry in Hull and East Riding. This is supported cross-party with members from the Conservative benches as well, asking for specific support to protect the caravan manufacturing industry in our area. All they are asking for is an additional 4 months of support to keep them going until spring, when we know the staycation will mean a boom in caravan sales. Will he please look at specific support for this vital industry?
Yeah, look, again, we have taken measures with specific support. As my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, set out, that is why we're cutting VAT in order for campsites, in order for the tourism sector from 20% to 5%. So that is part of it. But as the Chancellor also set out, if one extended, as she suggests, then others would say another month, another month, another month, and people are away for the labour market for a period that is not in their interests. I'll give away one last time.
I echo babies manufacturers in my constituency, world-class manufacturers. Yeah. I totally echo the point made by honourable friend. They are not talking about forever. They are clearly talking about getting through to the spring. Yes. It's not that long. It's a big investment. Please, will he reconsider?
Yeah. Well, again, I mean, this was covered extensively in the earlier debate. Firstly, the furlough is already for an extremely long period, until October, for 8 months. We are only halfway through that. Secondly, other measures are being put in place, including to incentivise employers to bring those on furlough back. But it is not right that people stay for an extended long period of time, nor has the opposition set out exactly which sectors they will want that extended for, or how that would apply within areas like the supply chain. And so what we would get is simply an indefinite period in which that scheme would be sought to...
Order. The honourable lady has made her point. I think sort of yelling at the Minister is probably not quite the way to proceed. Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we will also ensure that those who have sadly lost their jobs are supported back into work as quickly as possible. We will do this by expanding work search and doubling the number of work coaches so that job seekers will benefit from high-quality, personalised, one-to-one support. We will also invest £32 million of new funding over 2 years to expand the National Careers Service. And we will prioritise support for young people who have not only had to contend with the disruption to their education, but must now enter the workforce at an extremely difficult moment. The £2 billion Kickstart scheme will create hundreds of thousands of new, fully subsidised quality jobs for young people aged 16 to 24, who are claiming universal credit and are at most risk of long-term unemployment. There will be new money to invest in skills in England, including to the triple sector-based work academy placements and traineeships, and to give all 18 and 19-year-olds the opportunity to study targeted, high-value, level 2 or 3 courses where no employment opportunities are forthcoming. Furthermore, we will introduce a new youth offer for young people on universal credit in the form of 13 weeks intensive support, including referral to work-related training or apprenticeships, together with tailored support and coaching for those that need it. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government's immediate focus is on jobs, but our recovery is also an opportunity to renew our commitment to the UK's long-term prosperity. 6 months ago, this Government was returned to office by an electorate tired and frustrated by deadlock and delay. Thousands of people in dozens of constituencies lent this side of the House their vote for the first time because we promised to leave the European Union, unleash the potential of the economy and level up investment and opportunity across the United Kingdom. Those commitments have not changed. This Government is determined to repay the trust placed in us by bringing about meaningful change to people's lives. Last week, the Prime Minister outlined how the United Kingdom can bounce back from this crisis stronger and better than before, with new jobs and new industries in every region. And together with the plan set out by my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, today, it means we will bring forward £8.6 billion of capital investment in infrastructure projects that will support thousands of jobs. This includes more than £1.5 billion for hospital upgrades and maintenance this year. And as the Prime Minister announced last week, we will allocate £1 billion to begin rebuilding schools in England, £142 million to modernise courtrooms, and £83 million to invest in the prison estate. Meanwhile, we are working to put in place a new generation of roads, railways and fibre optic cables to bind the country closer together and unleash the economic potential of the regions. Of course.
He's been so generous. It's important his focus is on jobs. I wonder if you'd reflect on the fact that the hospitality and tourism industry, the fourth biggest employer in the country, the biggest employer in Cumbria, is in the middle now of effectively 3 winters in a row. And the VAT cut is very, very welcome. However, 69% of hospitality businesses are not able to open fully. So goods that you cannot trade and services you cannot trade, you get no benefit whatsoever from a tax cut. Would he agree that it's right then to invest in a wages and grant package to see that industry through to spring next year so they can come out fighting once the demand returns?
It is to address that exact reason why the Chancellor didn't simply announce a VAT cut to help that sector. It's also why the Eat Out to Help Out programme is particularly targeted, because demand is key to those businesses being able to restart and to take those people that are furloughed, which are predominantly the young, disproportionately the young within that sector that are most affected. And that's why the measures are targeted, in order to help those who will be most scarred economically if they were to lose their jobs at the start of their career. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, this commitment to levelling up in a way that I'm sure the right honourable gentleman, who's a proponent of localism, would support across the regions, including in Cumbria, is not just about the big-ticket projects like High Speed 2 and Northern Powerhouse Rail, important though those are. It is every bit as much about numerous smaller-scale projects, the trunk roads, the local bus services, the flood defences, projects that rarely make the national headlines, but are every bit as transformative at a local level. That is why the Government has announced more than £100 million for local roads upgrades. And it means we can proceed with much-needed bridge repairs in Sandwell. We can set about upgrading the A15 in the Humber region. And we can provide £10 million to support tackling bottlenecks in the Manchester rail network, to bring about a faster and more reliable journey for thousands of passengers. Our commitment to levelling up is directly linked to another of this Government's totemic ambitions, that of achieving net zero carbon emissions by 2050. Over the past 30 years, I can anticipate the intervention, but to make a little progress on that, of course. Over the past 30 years, The United Kingdom has reduced its carbon emissions by more than 40%. But now the time has come to accelerate our efforts. I'm sure the Honourable Lady agrees, at least on that point, and of course I give way.
Him for giving way, and yes, I would love him to accelerate his efforts. But the truth is that the £3 billion earmarked for green recovery is dwarfed by ongoing government funding for fossil fuels. So whether it is the £27 billion road building scheme or blank cheque bailouts for aviation, would he agree with me that we should have not one penny more spent on propping up the fossil fuel economy, not just for climate reasons, but because investment in the green economy has a much higher return on investment and it's much more labour intensive as well?
I fear it's almost the same question she put to the Chancellor earlier, and I know in terms of the commitment we have to the road building programme, that is one that she and I will disagree on, because on this side of the House we see that as key to driving productivity, to helping jobs, and it's an issue on which I know many of my colleagues campaigned at the election, and their electorates sought to see improvements in those. But we have a commitment to the green agenda. That is what the Chancellor set out in his statement, and that is the record that we are building on through the measures, including the decarbonisation, the £1 billion of decarbonisation of the public sector buildings, which I'm sure is a scheme that she would welcome. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, our quest for net zero has the potential to build on proven regional economic strengths and create many more high-skilled, high-quality jobs. It will spur innovation and exports, and most importantly, it can deliver clean and resilient long-term growth. So, as part of the £8.6 billion of capital investment, the Government will invest £3 billion to decarbonise the United Kingdom, and in doing so protect or create thousands of green jobs. So, she already had one go, but one more, and then I'll come to my conclusion. Yep.
He's extremely generous, and I'm very grateful. On the issue of cross-party support, I know hydrogen is very much on the government's heart as a way of recovering the economy plus getting to net zero. Why is there no hydrogen strategy, and why has today not been an announcement about anything to do with the hydrogen industry?
Yeah. Well, Madam, one of the advantages of coming after the Chancellor has spoken for 2.5 hours is many of the same issues come up a second time. And the Chancellor was asked this, and what he said is we do have a commitment. He wasn't going to preempt any future announcement from the Prime Minister. But given that that was the Chancellor's response, I can say I certainly am not going to preempt anything from the Chancellor. But we recognise the issue, and that is an area, as he covered earlier, on which the Prime Minister will make any subsequent announcements. Meanwhile, £2 billion worth of Green Homes grant is something that we have announced today. And one of the key issues there, Madam Deputy Speaker, is it will save energy, but just as importantly, it will save households money in terms of their household bills. And finally, our £40 million Green Jobs Challenge Fund will invest in shovel-ready natural capital projects, such as creating new parks and open spaces, cleaning rivers, and restoring peatland. And it will also help plant many more trees during this Parliament. Taken together, these measures will help ensure the future is not only more prosperous, but happier, healthier and greener too. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, COVID-19 has tested our economy to the extreme. The challenges we face in rebuilding are great, but the opportunities are greater still. We can build back better than before, with stronger public services, with a new generation of infrastructure that brings our country together, and new jobs and opportunities in every region. It won't be easy. It will take all of our ingenuity and commitment. But as the Chancellor said earlier today, it is not this crisis that will define us, but our response. The resilience, the compassion, the determination shown by the British people has carried us through the hardest months. And now this same sense of collective purpose will drive our recovery too.
Yeah. The question is that this House has considered the economy. It won't have escaped anyone's notice, I'm sure, that there are many, many speakers who wish to get in on this debate. So there will be an immediate 4-minute time limit on backbench speeches. Shadow Minister Weststreeting.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It was a joy to read in one newspaper this morning that the theme of the Chancellor's statement today would be jobs, 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 which I must say had a pretty familiar ring to it, as did the reports that the Prime Minister wants to bring about a green industrial revolution. In fact, I half expected the Chancellor to open his speech this afternoon by promising an economic policy for the many, not the few. These are truly extraordinary times. But in the end, history will not measure the Chancellor's success in newspaper headlines or column inches. It will be measured by the unemployment figures. It will be measured by the strength of the recovery. And it will be measured by whether he is able to build back better, build back greener, and build a brighter future for every part of our country after a decade of failed economic policies. And just as these are extraordinary times, this is no ordinary recession. The shutdown of our economy, essential to saving lives, has delivered the biggest contraction of economic activity in living memory, a record fall in GDP measuring 3 times that which occurred during the financial crisis. Every community has been affected. Between March and May, an additional 1.6 million people claimed unemployment-related benefits, bringing the total to just under 3 million. We've seen the largest quarterly fall in vacancies since records began in 1971. 22% of business reported turnover down by more than 50%. And while the impact has been felt across our country, we know that this impact has not been felt evenly. Some in our services sector have been hit particularly hard, with the latest ONS figures showing a fall in output in accommodation and food at 92%, compared with 20% in professional services.
Certainly will. Gentleman who's making a very, very good series of points here. He's right to say there's an inequality in the support out there. And still, the Chancellor today has failed to provide support for those hundreds of thousands of newly set up small businesses, self-employed people, directors of small limited companies who are still excluded from support. Isn't today the day the Chancellor should be supporting those people and helping them to keep going ready to meet the recovery?
I strongly agree, and it won't surprise the right honourable gentleman that I'll be coming on to make exactly that point. Because for some people in secure jobs and on decent pay, the lockdown restrictions have been an opportunity to clear the credit card or build up savings. But for so many others, particularly the young and the low-paid, the labour market shock has been severe, and so has the impact on their pockets. And behind every one of these statistics are people, families and communities who play their part in getting our country through this crisis, keeping our supermarkets stocked and essential services running, caring for us when we need it, from the brilliant staff who work in our NHS to the dedicated, often disgracefully low-paid, and this week it seems maligned staff who work in our care homes. And with some notable high-profile exceptions, doing everything that was asked of them, staying home to save lives, looking out for their neighbours and volunteering in their communities. A truly national response. And this isn't over yet. Coronavirus is the biggest crisis of most of our lifetimes. The resurgence of the virus remains the biggest threat to lives and livelihoods at the present time. And the health of our economy cannot be separated from the health of our country. That's why the government's failure to put in place an effective track and trace system is so concerning. The Chancellor didn't mention it this afternoon, but he knows as well as we do that without it, the risks to public health and to our economy are that much greater. I certainly will.
Honourable friend for giving way. Does he share my concern that whilst the measures to protect and to promote the hospitality sector were very welcome, the reason that people might not choose to go out to restaurants and cafes is less about, for some people, is less about the cost of being able to buy meals out and more about their concern about whether they would be putting themselves and their families at risk by doing so?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, because as events in Leicester have shown, the virus hasn't gone away. Local lockdowns, or God forbid another national lockdown in the event of a second peak, would deliver a knockout blow to so many businesses struggling to get back on their feet. And as my honourable friend has just alluded to, those businesses will continue to struggle unless the public are given the confidence they need to go out and start spending money again. Since the start of this crisis, the government has been too slow. too slow to take the threat of COVID-19 seriously, too slow to lock down and too slow to ramp up testing. And our criticism of the government's approach to track and trace isn't unreasonable. This isn't mission impossible. Today, the German embassy in the UK is tweeting to invite British citizens to download their Corona Warn app before visiting Germany. British people are replying to the German embassy here in London, asking if they can use it here in the UK. We're not even demanding the world-beating track and trace system the government promised. We just want a system that works.
Yes. Yeah.
In a spirit of national unity and common purpose, we've sought to work with the government wherever possible. We've helped expedite emergency legislation through the House. We've supported many of the measures taken to respond to the health emergency and to the economic crisis. Where government has fallen short, we've suggested alternative approaches. And to be fair to the government, they've been prepared to listen, as they did when they introduced the job retention scheme, which we'd called for and the TUC helped to design. And later, when the Chancellor came back with support for the self-employed that has been a lifeline to so many. In the same spirit, we called on the Chancellor to take immediate action to tackle youth unemployment, and we pointed to the Future Jobs Fund introduced by the last Labour government as a model. Today's Kickstart announcement is exactly that, and we welcome it. In fact, the greatest compliment I can pay to the Chancellor from this dispatch box is that in announcing the Kickstart scheme earlier, he sounded like Gordon Brown and Alistair Darling. Maligned by the Conservatives at the time, history has been kinder to them than the Conservative opposition of the day was. And their leadership is rightly recognised by the Chancellor today, and that is to his credit. But I do want to impress on the Chief Secretary the following point before he returns to the Treasury. The success of Labour's Future Jobs Fund was in no small part thanks to the hard work of the third sector and local authorities in delivering it, all of which are now in a far worse position than they were when the financial crisis hit. They have already stepped up in response to this crisis. Charities have been on the front line of responding to COVID-19 at the same time as the virus has plunged so many of them into financial crises of their own. They're at the heart of community resilience, public service delivery, and tackling some of the biggest challenges of our time. We need them to come through this crisis and out the other side, so that they can help our country to come through this crisis and out the other side too. Councils were asked to do whatever it takes, whatever the cost, and they did. They've delivered food parcels to those shielding and made contact with those isolated and at risk. Their workers have kept essential services running at personal risk to themselves, and they've delivered government grants to the businesses that needed them with remarkable speed and efficiency. We've also seen endless examples of their creativity and ingenuity throughout their crisis response. The Mayor of London has worked closely with London boroughs to get rough sleepers off the streets and into safe harbour, and they're working together now to end rough sleeping for good. My own local council procured step-down accommodation for COVID patients leaving hospital so that they would delay their immediate discharge into care home settings to help control the spread of the virus. The Mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham, provided a loan to a local business to help them scale up PPE production during the national shortage. While the government dithered and delayed over supports for arts and culture, the Mayor of Liverpool City region was already delivering it through Mayor Steve Rotherham's Music Fund and Film and TV Development Fund. And councils like Staffordshire County Council and Brighton and Hove City Council have provided additional support to community groups and third sector organisations, recognising the important role that they're playing in the crisis response. Today, those local authorities are in far worse shape after a decade of cuts from Conservative government and the double whammy of rising costs and lost revenues as a result of this crisis. The local government secretary promised to reimburse them, but so far he has failed to deliver. And after a decade of Tory cuts, they can't afford to pay for the opportunity to sit next to him at the next Conservative fundraiser in the hope of a favourable decision coming out of the government. And as the Shadow Economics Secretary said, it's cheap. I'm not sure a seat at the Conservative Party fundraiser is particularly cheap, and it's certainly a price too high for lobbying the government, but there we are. Turning to the comments made by Torsten Bell, the Chief Executive of the Resolution Foundation, he said, and I quote, that the £2 billion Kickstart scheme is a very welcome return to the approach of the Future Jobs Fund, but he notes that creating those opportunities will be a huge delivery challenge to happen. He says it will need loads of these jobs to be created by local authorities, and he is right. The success or failure of the Kickstart programme will depend on the strength of local government to help deliver it. So it's time for the government to put its money where its mouth is and fund local government properly. Certainly give way.
For giving way, the Shadow Minister is right about the role for local government and the important role they play. My local council in my area, Ards and North Down, have a very clear economic plan. To make that happen, with the low rates we have, with the high skills of employment we have, the opportunities are very clearly there, and all we need is that investment. I know government has given so much under the Barnett consequence, and that's really important, but it's also important that there's a strategy that goes together with the Northern Ireland Assembly with here as well. Thank you.
The honourable gentleman makes a really important point, and of course the devolved administrations can provide their own policy responses, but we know that decisions taken here on public spending have a direct impact on their ability to respond accordingly too. Madam Deputy Speaker, we've said throughout this crisis that we wouldn't criticise for criticism's sake, and beyond the Kickstart Future Jobs Fund announced today, we welcome the attempt to make sure that the furlough scheme gets people back to work instead of making them redundant through the jobs retention bonus. We're glad that the Chancellor included provision to get people into training and apprenticeships in his statement, and we welcome the additional resources provided to the Department for Work and Pensions to help get people back into work. Insofar as they can, we hope that the cut in VAT and the limited Eat Out to Help Out scheme will be of some assistance to our tourism and hospitality industries. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, this falls far short of what we called for and what was promised. We were promised a new deal, but the Chancellor's big announcement was a meal deal. The Chancellor said that we can't have endless extensions to the job retention scheme, a remark echoed by the Chief Secretary, and that we can't allow furloughing to go on forever. We agree. We've never argued otherwise. This straw man argument does a real disservice to the concerns coming from those employers and industries that face the biggest and longest hit as a result of COVID-19. Certainly will give way.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Would he not accept that there is still a budget, as the Chancellor confirmed, to come later on in the year? The announcements today were not the sum total of everything that the government would do, and take the constructive tone that he's taken in part of his remarks and extend them and say now we should work together, both sides of the House, to see how in the budget in the autumn we should extend things and see what needs to happen once we understand the economic situation at that time, which will be different from where it is today.
Well, the Shadow Chancellor has always been willing to work with the Chancellor, and in terms of the sorts of flexibility that we're calling for and the sector-by-sector approach, we would be happy to engage with the government on this. In fact, we would encourage the government, as they did in establishing the job retention scheme, to sit down with employers and the trade unions to look at what support is needed and for how long, across which sector, to make sure that people come through this crisis. Because the challenge with what the honourable member has just described is for too many businesses this will simply be too late. And I do think it is completely unreasonable when there are some businesses that through no fault or choice of their own are still shut down. It's completely unreasonable that those businesses are seeing the government support beginning to wind up before they can actually open their doors to business. And the public health response and the economic response have to go hand in hand, and I would have thought that point would have been obvious to the government. Part of their challenge is demand and getting consumers spending again, as we've heard. But many of their challenges are also supply side, where a cut in VAT or a £10 discount on a Tuesday night is neither here nor there. And beyond tourism and hospitality, we've seen job losses across a range of sectors in recent days and weeks. The Chancellor offered nothing for manufacturing, including companies at risk in aerospace and automotive industries. Nothing for the businesses whose doors are still closed. And we fear that the Chancellor's refusal to accept a more flexible and tailored sector-by-sector approach to business support and job retention is a failure of judgment that will be reflected in higher unemployment figures. And I would be delighted to be proven wrong on that point. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, in his statement, the Chancellor said that people need to know that although hardship lies ahead, no one will be left without hope. But I'm afraid, as we've already heard, he offered no hope whatsoever to the excluded, those who've consistently fallen through the cracks of the Chancellor's support for the employed and self-employed workers. Instead, they remain forgotten. Some of this is about choices and priorities. It is not clear why many of those facing the greatest financial hardship were offered no direct financial support in what the Chancellor announced today, where those who will benefit from the cut in stamp duty will, by definition, be the better off.
Very much, Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased that the Honourable Gentleman is moving to this group of people. He has just been talking about extending existing programmes from which these people are excluded. I'm wondering, in addition to wanting to extend those programmes, what would he want to happen to those who have been excluded so that this sense of being left behind no longer continues?
Well, it seems to me that people who've been excluded require exactly the same sort of assistance as people who've been included, which is direct support to protect their incomes. And we'd be very happy to sit down with the Treasury and discuss how to bring that about. And turning to climate change, where the Chancellor promised a green recovery with concern for the environment at its heart, what we actually got today was a scaled-back ambition that fell well short of what the Committee on Climate Change and Climate Change Justice campaigners were looking for. Where the Conservative manifesto promised £9 billion for energy efficiency, today the Chancellor announced just £2 billion, around a fifth of what they promised people before the election. If this crisis has taught us anything, it is that there is such a thing as too late. And it is this decade, to 2030, where action will really count if we're to prevent catastrophic climate breakdown. Not the next 30 years to 2050, the next 20 years, so the next 10 years to 2030. So where was the Green New Deal? A green industrial strategy will get our country back on track to meet its climate obligations in the longer term. But it can also be the shot in the arm our country needs in the shorter term, creating new jobs and delivering improvements to our quality of life. I'll give way one more time.
For giving way has been very generous. Shouldn't we actually have a three-point test for the government's infrastructure investment? Does it involve local firms and deliver better local jobs? Does it provide opportunities to upskill local people? And will it reduce carbon emissions and actually ensure this is a green recovery that gets us back on track to zero emissions?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I know you're watching the clock, but the good thing about that intervention is I no longer have to repeat those points in my speech. I agree entirely. I'm afraid I must begin to draw to a conclusion, because I remember Madam Deputy Speaker as a chief whip, and she's not afraid to crack it. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor has taken measures that most people would have thought unthinkable from a Conservative Chancellor. In his statement this afternoon, he said his response to this crisis would be unencumbered by dogma. We welcome that approach, and we hope that others in his party were listening. In recent weeks and months, we've seen the penny drop for the champions of small state, free market, low tax economics of the limitations of their blinkered ideological dogma. And as they look to the future, perhaps they might reflect on their past failures. Because if we're to build a better country in the aftermath of this crisis, we've got to be honest about the state of the country as we entered it. The ideological dogma that underpinned the last decade of Conservative economic policies have made this a lost decade, a decade of low productivity, stagnant wages, rising poverty and mounting debt, the slowest growth since the war, and perhaps the most damning indictment of all, child poverty rising on their watch. Child poverty, more children in this country living in poverty. And not by accident or factors beyond the government's control, but because, as the government's own Social Mobility Commissioner said, welfare changes over the last decade have put more children into poverty. People may not talk of their own life experiences in terms of a failed economic model or a broken social contract, but they experience it when their bills rise faster than their wages, their public services aren't as good as they were, or they hit glass ceilings because of their class, gender, race or religion, or disability. Those people who've stared into the grim reality of Britain's social insecurity system, many for the first time in their family's living memory, as they've contemplated what life will be like on universal credit, can see that broken system too. Those living outside London and the South East can see it and clearly resent the concentration of so much power, wealth and opportunity in one corner of our country. And even within our capital city, between the glittering lights of the City of London and Canary Wharf, Those families crammed into temporary bed and breakfast accommodation can see the injustice under their very noses. And people may not always talk in terms of paradigm shifts, but they know that after this crisis, we simply cannot return to business as usual. The Chancellor said he wants to, quote, heal the wounds exposed by this crisis. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the wounds were already there for anyone who wanted to see it. This has got to be a turning point for our country, one that tackles injustice and gives everyone a stake in success, that fixes our broken social care system so that never again are older and disabled people left so dangerously exposed as they have been during this crisis, one that addresses the social insecurity experienced by people in precarious work and builds resilience for the challenges ahead posed by technological revolution. One where we seize this opportunity to make our recovery a green recovery with the Green New Deal our country needs, and where we argue with renewed vigour and conviction that global problems require global solutions, and where we play our part in rebuilding the institutions needed to provide safety and security in a dangerous world. For the sake of our country, I hope the government rises to the challenge, because ours is a great country full of promise and opportunity, one of the richest countries in the world with world-class universities, entrepreneurialism and successful business, groundbreaking science and technology, world-renowned arts and culture and a vibrant civil society. That is what we are fighting to save. But this is also a country of staggering inequality, intolerable poverty and wasted potential. And that is what we are determined to change. And as history has shown us, on not enough occasions, when the country provides the call of change, it is to a Labour government that they find the solutions.
John Redwood.
I've declared my business interest in the register. We need a jobs-rich recovery. I therefore welcome strongly the measures the Chancellor has announced today. Some of those measures will save jobs, some of those measures will create or stimulate new jobs. The government is right to worry that we've lost too many jobs already over the closures. They're right to worry that we might lose more in the days ahead. They are right to make the changes they're making to the furlough scheme to encourage as many of those jobs as possible to return. And they are also right to say that you cannot carry on with the furlough scheme indefinitely. There has to be a test of whether there is still a job there, and if you rolled it on for too long, there would be no real job left. And it's just a different kind of benefit, delaying that person being able to retrain or find a better prospect for their work. So what do we need to extend this jobs recovery? Well, first of all, we need plenty of money and credit around so that it is available for the business to pick up and the incomes to rise. And the new governor is a welcome breath of fresh air. As I've mentioned before, the previous governor went in for extreme austerity, which slowed the economy needlessly. The new governor has corrected for that and made a very big boost at the beginning of this crisis, which has been extremely helpful. I see no need for the bank to go to negative interest rates. I don't think the Swedish experiment with them was particularly helpful, and the Swiss experiment is specific to the pressure on the Swiss franc, which we don't have on the pound. So I don't think we need to go to negative interest rates, but I would say through this debate to the bank that they are in danger now of going rather slowly on the quantitative easing and loosening. And you see that in some of the figures coming out. And if you compare it with the United States of America and the Fed is doing twice as much or more than the Bank of England is doing, proportionate to the size of the economy. You might think perhaps the Fed is doing a little bit too much. They might end up with some inflation. But I think we're in danger of not doing enough again, and I do hope that there will be progress made in getting the right adjustments. We then need... Sorry.
David.
Gentlemen, agree with me that while it's right that the Bank of England is doing the quantitative easing, how that money is spent ought to have more democratic input, and that money could be used for the sorts of investment we need now for jobs and tackling climate change.
It's used to maintain the price of government bonds so the government can borrow on very low interest rates as much money it wants, and the investments are therefore determined by this House and the government. So I can't quite understand what point he's making. I do believe that the government is right to borrow a lot of money for a 6-month or so period to get us through the crisis and to speed the recovery, and it has to be a one-off. You cannot live like that. You need to earn your living, but this is a one-off crisis. The markets are such and the Bank of England's intervention is such the government can borrow a lot of money very, very cheaply, and they can borrow it quite long term, and that is the best we can do, and it is the right thing to do to try and save those jobs and create those new jobs. We've had this week the forecasts from the European Union, their summer forecasts for the economies of the European Union, and they've stood on a UK forecast. And it's very worrying because they say that the French and the Italian and the Spanish economies are going to lose more than 11% of their economic output and income this year. They say Britain will be in high single figures, a bit better than those three, although not as good as Germany, which has come through it the best so far. But these figures are not acceptable, and most people feel the United States figures will be considerably better than that because the US response to this crisis has been on a far, far bigger scale, both fiscally and in terms of monetary policy, than the European response. And I think the UK needs to be closer to the American example in this case, because this is a very, very severe hit to these major economies, and it requires something really very big to try and carry them through and rescue those jobs. Now, I do hope the government will look at the opportunities there are for sourcing more in the United Kingdom through its purchasing programmes as we leave the European Union. I'm all in favour of strong competition and value for money and good pricing, but I think we've had examples that we don't have enough national resilience now. We found we couldn't buy the things abroad we needed for our health service because we were relying on their goodwill and they needed it for themselves. We're finding that buying things from China comes with all kinds of difficulties, where I think we will find if we go on the course of importing more and more electricity, we have strategic weakness depending on Russian gas, which is the main source of continental energy. So I would urge the government to use its purchasing intelligently to give us resilience and more British jobs. Value for money, yes. Competition, yes. But let us make sure that those go to home purposes, just as they do in other countries abroad, where they look after themselves first.
Alison Poulis.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And first I want to say that with this government and this Chancellor there is always a catch. Nothing's quite so shiny once you peel back the label and look and see what's underneath. So I enjoy looking through this statement, picking around for the detail and the unanswered questions that many in this House have raised and did not have answered. The Prime Minister's so-called New Deal was neither a new nor a deal sufficient for the challenge ahead of us. Build, build, build was plagiarised from President Duterte of the Philippines. So I have no hesitation in repeating the calls that we have made for an 80 billion stimulus to protect household incomes and grow the economy. And just as the clinical impact of COVID-19 has varied over different geographical areas, so too will the economic impact. It's been a global crisis with very localised effects, and the economic response should reflect this. And this is why Scotland's First Minister has proposed that Scotland should have greater financial powers, for example over borrowing, so that we can shape our own targeted response to this pandemic, meeting Scotland's specific needs. The potential benefits of this to Scotland are clear. Where we have had the power, the Scottish Government has spent £4 billion on COVID-19. For businesses, over £2.3 billion, well above the Barnett consequentials. However, the Scottish Government are operating with one hand tied behind their backs. According to the Fraser-Allender Institute, the Scottish Government can borrow up to £450 million per annum for capital investment with a cap of £3 billion. On resource spending, they can borrow up to £600 million per annum with a cap of £1.75 billion, but only for forecast error and cash management. They cannot borrow to fund discretionary resource spending. The fiscal framework could not have envisaged COVID-19 and must now be reviewed as a matter of urgency to allow the Scottish Government the flexibility to respond to this crisis. And it's not just us, Madam Deputy Speaker, that's calling for this. Northern Irish and Welsh legislatures are also calling for this flexibility for their own needs also. And the Government would do well to listen to these requests because they are made on a cross-government, cross-party basis and with good intent at their heart. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to talk a little bit about some of the choices the Government can make quickly to help recovery in Scotland. For example, to take Glasgow. Glasgow has 5 higher education institutions in the University of Strathclyde, Glasgow Caledonian University, the Glasgow School of Art, the Royal Conservatoire of Scotland and Glasgow University. This week, the Institute for Fiscal Studies has published a new report warning that the higher education sector faces losses ranging between £3 billion and £19 billion, and that several universities could be at risk of significant collapse due to the pandemic. But yet there was nothing in this statement about this looming crisis. So the government needs to think about how it wants to support this vital sector for recovery and for innovation. And would it be at the very least beneficial to have the graduate work visas extended to those already here on a Tier 4 visa and the maintenance of home student fees for EU students? Because this would be a lifeline post-COVID-19 for cities like Glasgow and for other universities across the UK. Local government is also struggling in Scotland, and I think the Honourable Member for Ilford North put well the challenges facing local government in lots of different parts of this country. In the context of dealing with coronavirus and a decade of austerity orchestrated from Westminster. So more money to support local government would of course be welcome. But what also would be useful is the demand from COSLA asking the UK Government for a payment holiday from the Public Work Loan Board for 12 months, which would be instrumental in helping local authorities manage the constraints arising from COVID-19, and I urge the government frontbench to consider this. Local authorities, along with other employers, would also benefit from a reconsideration of the winding up of the furlough scheme, which neither have said would account to a 2.5% reduction in GDP for the UK, not an insignificant sum. I believe it would be a grave error to wind the scheme up too early. I've repeatedly made my feelings clear on this. Businesses cannot be left to fail. We have seen awful news this week of job cuts across sectors and industries, but primarily from businesses in tourism and hospitality and in retail who have suffered the most. Winding up the... Absolutely.
She's making a really great contribution. I'm very grateful to her for allowing me to make an intervention. She's absolutely right to say that so many businesses, hospitality and tourism I'm bound to focus upon, are in a situation where waiting for the budget in the autumn simply will be too late. That there are thousands and thousands of businesses, indeed tens of thousands of jobs at risk literally this month as the furlough scheme is rolled back from August. Does she agree with me that sector-specific support for things like hospitality and tourism could save thousands of jobs, and the Chancellor should do that and should have done that today?
I absolutely agree with the point he's making on this, because not all industries are in exactly the same position. Some cannot open now, some cannot open for some months, and as the point was made by some honourable members earlier, some may not open fully until next year. The IMF has said that the UK's GDP could drop by 10.2%, and the scale of the response must meet the scale of the challenge that we face, or we could be looking at years of unemployment and hardship across the UK. And on the challenge facing business, Simon Jack, the BBC's business editor, made a very interesting point about the scale of the challenge and the gamble that businesses are now making. He says, the calculation facing business owners is, am I prepared to pay 5% of the wages of furloughed workers in August, 15% more in September and 24% in October, plus £1,560 from November to get a £1,000 bonus in January? This will depend on the demand which the Chancellor is trying to simulate with food discounts and VAT cuts. Now, that is a gamble. That is a gamble for many businesses, and as you can see from all the job cuts in the past week, that gamble is meaning people losing their jobs now.
Would they already give way?
I will, of course.
Thank you for giving way. It's not just about businesses either. It's also about charities. Government has set some £750 million set for charities, but what they haven't helped, unfortunately, is those charities like kidney research that are involved in clinical testing. If they don't have the clinical testing, you don't have the medications that can save lives, and that will hurt this community in the future.
He's absolutely correct to make that point. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think we're all aware that the crisis will inevitably see an increase in public debt, and my ears pricked up at the Chancellor's mention of the medium-term public finances being put back on a sustainable footing. And from my point of view, I would say that better not mean more austerity, because after the 2008 crisis, we saw that contractionary policy does not work. It spreads misery and hardship and does more long-term damage to the country's fiscal position. So as we move out of the reactionary emergency policy and into more deliberate methods of restarting and rebuilding the economy, a more radical approach from the UK is needed. And growing the economy and tackling the inequalities we have seen deepen during this crisis must be the priority over deficit reduction. The last few months have seen measures that would not have seemed possible only a few months ago. While some of the Chancellor's announcements today are welcome, we need that bigger, bolder and fresher thinking. And we cannot rely merely on the private sector to stimulate the economy, and the government must take the lead. There was mention in the Chancellor's statement about the green recovery and about vouchers and other types of ideas. And I would expand on what I said to the Chancellor, that if you look at Germany and what they have done through the KfW bank, they have changed the whole conversation around energy efficiency in their buildings. And the Chancellor could start to do some of that perhaps, not by vouchers, but by a cut in VAT on building repairs, because that actually would encourage people to invest in their properties, and in energy efficiency measures and other types of activity like that, because that could make a real difference, and a lasting difference at that, rather than just a voucher. Policies like an employment guarantee for young people is a policy that we support, and a temporary cut in VAT to boost consumption with low rates to hospitality and tourism sectors is something that we welcome, and we hope that that will be sustained beyond the 6 months if required. Policies like a 2p cut to employers' national insurance contributions would also protect jobs and reduce the cost of hiring staff. And we also want to see a national debt plan to deal with the debt that people are suffering, both businesses and individuals, in a way that promotes fairness as well as economic recovery. And this would mean, Madam Deputy Speaker, working with lenders to ensure that loans, mortgages and rent holidays could be extended to those experiencing financial hardship as a result of the crisis. And that alternative payment plans are put in place to help people prevent people losing their homes. And I'd also like to be keen to see the pilot that had been discussed before for no interest loans for people on particularly low incomes, which has previously been considered by the Treasury, because this would provide alternatives to high cost credit, which is exploitative and predatory and ruins lives in my constituency and elsewhere. And of course, the reason people are often forced to turn to that high cost credit is the shameful 5-week wait for universal credit, which has been named as one of the biggest drivers of food bank usage and rent arrears in recent years. And you can be forgiven, Madam Deputy Speaker, for thinking it's just some part of the system. So inflexible have the UK Government been in this issue. But it is a choice, and they could change it if they wanted to do so. And I would very much urge them to do that. I would urge them also to look at the fact that there's been no increase in legacy benefits, because many of those people have not seen an uplift and are really struggling just now. The Government needs to make the choice to spend the money, cut the weight and lift families out of poverty. The single most effective policy in reducing child poverty would be to increase universal credit payments. And we in these benches are calling for an increase for £20 per week to the increase in universal credit and child tax credits as part of any stimulus package. This is supported by the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, Save the Children and many others, and we need to make sure that these families are not left behind as a result of this crisis. The Government should also look at those who are not entitled to that, those people on no recourse to public funds, many of whom have been left with nothing. We've seen today that policies have been put forward attractive to those who have disposable income, but not so many policies for those who have very little income at all. And for families in Scotland, it's too often the case that the Scottish Government have been the grown-ups in the room here, presenting a clear and focused strategy for delivering economic growth while tackling inequalities. And it's unfortunate we've had to look at government down here lurching from scandal to self-inflicted crisis. So it's little wonder, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we have seen over the past week a majority for independence in the polls. Up to 54%, and it's no wonder that the Government seems so rattled by this, because it's clearly a direction of travel. So perhaps the Government would like to reflect on these polls when considering the support given by the UK Government to the people of Scotland.
Karen Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I was in the chamber when my honourable friend, the Shadow Chancellor, spoke earlier, and it was obvious that the Prime Minister was visibly irritated, if I may say so, by her comments, particularly around public health and test and trace. But as echoed by my friend, the Honourable for Ilford North, and my friend from Nottingham South, you cannot separate the public health crisis and the way in which the Government has responded to it from the response needed on the economic crisis. Because fundamentally, and I'm not an economist, but I have spent a lot of time in the health service, you can't rebuild the economy unless you build that public confidence. We saw last weekend people will only start going back to places when they know it is safe to do so. At the beginning of this crisis, with my experience working in emergency planning in the health service, I thought the Government would revert to the usual tried and tested process that were in place, that they would trust local government, public health officials to trace people properly as they know how to do. I have been totally shocked, I will admit, perhaps naively, at how incompetent the Government have been with their national imposition around the entire system, which has failed us so badly, has led to so many excess deaths, and belatedly, only belatedly, is now turning to local government and that local public health expertise that does exist. That government, local government, needs proper funding to continue to do that work, to get a proper system in place so that we can give people confidence to go back and support the economy in the way that we want to do. We cannot separate the two things. And what we've heard today is not a strategy for the future. It's not ambitious. I want the government to succeed in putting the economy back together. I've got 3 young people at home. I'm desperately worried about the future for young people. Bristol South was devastated by the recession in the 1980s, and people still bear the scars of that loss of job, that loss of security, the impact on people's health, their physical and mental health. And I want the government to do much better. Most businesses in Bristol South are small, medium-sized enterprises, many freelancers. They're not getting the support that they need. Women are more likely to be in shut-down sectors, particularly in retail and hospitality. And women, and in fact all families, can't work unless there is decent childcare and social care in place. Women's Budget Group... I will.
I think, in fact, that my honourable friend was just about to say the very point that I was making. That analysis from the Women's Budget Group shows that that over 2 million jobs could be created in the care sector, which is more than has been created by any of the Chancellor's schemes today. Does she agree that the government should meet with the Women's Budget Group to address this clear oversight in its policy making?
I'm really grateful for that information, and that is exactly the point that I was going to make. More than 2 million well-paid jobs in this sector. In Bristol, social care makes up 13% of employment, and it desperately needs supporting. He's left the chamber. But the Minister's comments in relation to another question, that women's income was quite important to families. It's not the 1950s. It's not pin money that women are earning. They are supporting their families. And the government, really, the gentlemen in the Treasury, really need a bit of help on the real economy as it affects women, which we are ready and willing to offer. I'd like to focus my final comments really on the further education sector and adult skills and training. Now, that seems to be a bit hidden from what we've seen today, and I'm still trying to understand the detail, particularly as it affects apprenticeships. I'm co-chair of the all-party group on apprenticeships. I have long supported the government's work in this area, working very closely with ministers. Again, I want to see the apprenticeship system succeed. It is a ladder of opportunity for my constituents who are the least likely in the country to go to university. Please do better. I've written to the Education Secretary of State suggesting an approach by Bristol City Council to retain some levy funds to be able to support public sector recruitment of apprenticeships. I'd quite like an answer quite soon. I'd quite like to understand from the government today if we can clarify what the Kickstart programme, which we do welcome, what the impact is on businesses if they take on apprenticeships. If that could be addressed later, I'd be very grateful. It looks like colleges are getting some money, but it is a long way short of what they've been losing. Further education colleges, City of Bristol College, is hugely skilled in now blended learning, supporting the most vulnerable youngsters and the least skilled youngsters, as well as those with greater skills in our economy. We want them to succeed. They are ready to help with catch-up. They are ready to help with training. They are ready to help with adult skills, but they need to be properly funded to do that. Also like to know what the government has estimated the regional economy of the west of England. We have been a net contributor to the Treasury in the past. We seem to be falling backwards. When will we understand what these proposals mean for the west of England? At the start of this crisis, the government said it would support local government. Bristol City Council is currently £76 million in debt. We need them to do better. Please support Bristol.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We face a unique economic challenge that requires bold action, and that's exactly what we've seen from the Chancellor today. It's important to recognise that we're only able to take such measures to save jobs now because of the difficult decisions made over the last 10 years. If we listened to the benches opposite, I dread to think what state our public finances would be in and how much more limited our room for manoeuvre would be in this crisis. I also want to make clear this is not a choice between economic growth and public health. The two are intrinsically linked. Poverty also leads to excess deaths. Economic growth doesn't guarantee progress or happiness or personal fulfilment, but the absence of growth makes these things so much harder to come by, and the most vulnerable inevitably end up suffering most. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government is absolutely right to focus on infrastructure investment as a key part of creating jobs, stimulating economic growth across the whole country, particularly in places like the High Peak. The truth is that over the last few decades, governments of all parties have failed to properly invest in transport infrastructure outside of London and the South East. So if we're serious about creating jobs and tackling regional inequality, then we have to invest in our transport infrastructure in places like the High Peak. The rest of the country isn't less productive than London because people are less intelligent or don't work as hard. It's because our public transport systems are still decades behind the capital. There's so much potential to be unlocked and so many projects that can make a huge difference. Let me put forward a few suggestions. Let's build the Mottram bypass and the Trans-Pennine Tunnel to solve the long-standing congestion problems around Glossop and to remove the road bottleneck between Manchester and Sheffield. While we're at it, let's upgrade the Hope Valley line and improve the rail links between Manchester and Sheffield as well. These are two of our country's major cities, and the transport links are quite simply not good enough. And I'm prepared to bet that if senior civil servants were commuting into work from places like New Mills, Chinley or Bamford, that line would have been upgraded decades ago. We also need to badly upgrade the Manchester Piccadilly station to remove the bottleneck there, which holds back the entire Northern Rail network. And we need to connect communities that have been effectively excluded from the public transport network. The people of Gamesley were first promised a railway station over 50 years ago. Building Gamesley Station would create jobs, get cars off the road, and transform the life chances of people in one of the most deprived areas of the country. But infrastructure is more than just transport. We need to turbocharge the rollout of fast and reliable broadband, especially to rural areas like mine. We need to get on and build new urgent care centres at Tameside Hospital and Stepping Hill Hospital, and to push ahead with plans for a new major health centre in Buxton. And we need to repair the dam at Todbrook Reservoir near Whaley Bridge, hopefully with a new hydro scheme and a circular path as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm aware I've just rolled off a list of ambitious projects. But to deliver them, we need more than just political will. We need to get the nuts and bolts of delivery right. I've talked about bottlenecks in our transport network, but to solve them, we need to address the bottlenecks in our construction industry and in our planning system. It may not be as glamorous or exciting as the big money announcements, but it's just as essential. So we need to make certain we have the skills and the people in place to be able to actually build the infrastructure and the supply chains to get them the materials and the machinery they need to do so. So I wholeheartedly welcome the Chancellor's announcements on training schemes and apprenticeships, but we should be thinking more carefully about how that can be targeted to the industries which we need to build infrastructure. To sum up, the next few months are going to be extremely difficult. There is no magic wand, there's no silver bullet. We won't get everything right, but I'm confident that if we work together, we will get through this.
Madam Speaker, for me to speak to this important debate, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for High Peak. I'd agree with him that some of the measures contained in today's statement are bold. Indeed, the cut to VAT for the tourism and hospitality sector, the cut to 5%, is one that I would highlight. It's been a long-standing Plaid Cymru policy, of course, and I never thought I'd stand here in this place to thank a Conservative Chancellor for the temporary implementation of Plaid Cymru policy, but there we are, I do thank them nevertheless. Other measures that I'd like to put on record my support are those relating to the youth employment. These measures are particularly important for Wales, where employees under the age of 25 were almost 3 times as likely to have been working in sectors that were shut down as any other age group, with 18% of female employees, of course, working in shut down sectors compared to 14% of male employees. And although in welcoming these particular measures, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have to note that the fundamental challenges facing the UK economy, including low productivity and regional inequality, have been exacerbated by the COVID-19 crisis. To address these long-term problems, I did press the case for a review of existing tax reliefs and further innovation funding during the finance bill. And I do fear that an opportunity has been missed today to increase R&D credit, as well as reviewing relief such as Enterprise Investment Scheme, to ensure that taxpayers' money is adequately supporting private investment in the marginalised areas of the UK. And you'd only note that 46% of public R&D funding is spent between London, Oxford and Cambridge. So in this regard, Madam Deputy Speaker, I had hoped to see some measures to address this issue. What's more, the statement might have spoken a little bit more about the future shape of the economy, for despite the ravages of COVID-19, we do have an opportunity to facilitate a green transition and also to address some of the fundamental issues of the pre-COVID economy, as I mentioned earlier, low productivity low wages and low growth. The long overdue, I would argue, support for home insulation is another measure that I would welcome, and in doing so I would speak to the Minister in saying that I do hope that this measure will utilise the fantastic nature of Welsh wool, particularly given the difficulties that the British wool industry are currently facing. But with research showing that just 1% of the global fiscal response to COVID-19 is going to green projects, there was a clear opportunity today for the government to set out its environmental credentials and lead by example. But instead, the £3 billion promised pales in comparison with the example of Germany, where a third of its €130 billion stimulus is directly targeted at lowering emissions. I am conscious that the Chancellor suggested in his speech that a third phase to the economic response would focus on efforts to rebuild the economy, and so I very much hope that these issues will be addressed at that point. But to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor did explain that the current phase, or the second phase, that we are addressing today is about jobs and placing measures at the heart of the economic recovery. In this respect, I'd note that the economic recovery is intertwined with the success in containing any outbreaks of the virus. And as such, we really do need to explore ways of introducing targeted furloughing schemes and business support schemes to support local lockdowns, which recent events suggest will become the new norm. My concern in this regard is that with the statutory sick pay payment at less than £100 a week at the moment,
throughout the coronavirus emergency. By the beginning of June, the job retention scheme safeguarded 12,900 jobs in my constituency alone. Nationally, over 1.1 million employers have used it to protect more than 9.3 million jobs. The Self-Employed Income Support Scheme has paid out more than £10 million across Dewsbury, Mirfield, Kirkburn and Denbigh. These essential schemes were put together at a rapid pace, and it's a testament to dedication of ministers and officials that they have been delivered. I would also like to thank ministers for listening to the voices of myself and backbench colleagues, recognising the limitations of the Business Support Fund and implementing the Local Authority Discretionary Grant Scheme. This has allowed local authorities to provide targeted support to those businesses that had slipped through the gap. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome all the measures announced by the Chancellor earlier today. I particularly welcome the focus placed on skills and apprenticeships, a key part of my election campaign. The measures announced in his statement will be a huge boost for apprenticeships. It is clear that we must avoid the risk of young people losing out on skills development at such a key stage of their lives. The measures announced earlier see off that risk, both safeguarding and incentivising apprenticeships. This, alongside the Kickstart scheme, high-quality traineeships and more places for Level 2 and 3 courses, show this government's commitment to our young people and to boosting skills. I will continue to providing my support to Kirklees College and other local organisations to promote skills and apprenticeships. The National Skills Fund, announced in the budget earlier this year, will be a significant scheme to assist people in retraining and adapting post-COVID-19. I urge the Government to ensure that it has a timely delivery to provide long-term skills support. We are not yet through coronavirus. Some sectors of the economy remain closed until they can reopen in a COVID-secure way. The Chancellor indicated that there will be a third phase where we will rebuild. Once we are free of coronavirus, we will need a programme as ambitious as the announcement today. This will need to focus on giving more flexibility to businesses, boosting jobs and local infrastructure. I hope to work with ministers to secure key infrastructure investments across my constituency looking at the feasibility of the Flockton bypass, essential improvements to Murfield railway station and much needed upgrades along the Penistone line. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to say to the businesses and the self-employed in my constituency that I will continue to work closely with them to minimise the impact of COVID-19 and ensure that they prosper after this pandemic has passed. Thank you.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there's no doubting the magnitude of the economic challenge that we face as a country. And the North East too often gets the worst deal when trouble hits. Lost jobs, declining investment and public sector cuts. Our region went into this crisis with the highest level of employment in the country, and I can only see things getting worse. The Northern TUC estimate almost a third of jobs in our region are currently supported by government schemes, so there are a huge number of jobs at risk. And with 71% of children living in families with little or no savings, the impact could be devastating. Today, I was hoping for reassurance that things could be different. And there are certainly measures to welcome. The Kickstart scheme, like Labour's Future Jobs Fund, should hopefully help young people starting out in their careers. The Green Jobs Drive should help to deliver skilled, well-paid, sustainable jobs. However, I fear the government's ambition simply does not meet the scale of the challenge. Just as they were too slow to act on public health in the early days of this crisis, leading to many more devastating deaths than we should ever have seen, I'm concerned that this is just not enough now to ensure that we can grow out of this crisis. It's the poorest households that have seen the greatest loss of income already. The kind of jobs we see most at risk are in the sectors where lower pay and where young people and women make up most of the workforce. We cannot let this crisis entrench regional, intergenerational and gender inequalities even further. It's crucial that the government does more. So we need short-term support for businesses that will continue to struggle. A one-size-fits-all approach is leaving too many people falling through the gaps. The package for the creative sector is welcome, but we also need a longer-term strategy as venues remain shut and capacities limited. Transport investment will be vital for unlocking the potential of the North, as a commitment to get Northern Powerhouse Rail, HS2 and upgrades to the East Coast Main Line shovel-ready and started in the North would unlock thousands of good quality jobs. Kickstart for young people is welcome, but we need to see opportunities for reskilling for older workers. Action to address poverty and income inequalities, including a real living wage and reforming social security. And the long-promised review of business rates and online taxation is desperately needed for our high streets and town centres, whose long-term transformation has now been accelerated by this crisis. And I also want to put in a special plea for business rates relief for our regional airports. It's a major fixed cost that is simply not reflected in the current or projected passenger numbers for quite some time. I also want to touch on support for new parents. I know it's not hard hat and shovel-ready stuff, but quite frankly, there are thousands of new mums who've been left completely overlooked during this crisis. Right. Their maternity leave period has seen isolation, lack of health visitor, mental health and medical support, lack of peer group and family help at this vitally important time. And if not addressed, it could impact them and their children for years to come. They're now having to go back to work, many without access to childcare, and they risk being targeted for redundancy. It's no way to treat new parents or the children that they are bringing up in this world. I implore the Chancellor to look seriously at the Petitions Committee report into these issues and look at the very reasonable request for additional support that they now desperately need. The cost of doing nothing now will be far greater than providing the right support. People have made huge sacrifices to get us through this health crisis. The North East is now looking for the government to deliver on its promises in return.
Jacob Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I direct members to my register of interests. As a former apprentice in Teesside's chemical industry, can I start by welcoming my right honourable friend, the Chancellor's statement today, as he takes the necessary steps to restart our economy, supporting, creating and protecting jobs. 4 months ago, as a country, we all sat down and watched the Prime Minister announce the national lockdown. Businesses closed their doors, not knowing when they would reopen. Employees went home, not knowing if they would have a job to return to. Families sat with their children, not knowing when schools would return. The Government recognised the scale of this sacrifice and delivered an unprecedented level of support for workers across Britain. In Redcar and Cleveland alone, more than 20,000 people were helped through the Coronavirus Job Retention Scheme and the Self-Employed Income Support Scheme. And while I accept that the system is not perfect and some people were not able to get the same level of support, these two schemes alone are recognised as some of the most generous globally. If we consider the cut in business rates, the mortgage holidays, the Coronavirus Business Interruption Loan Scheme, the bounce-back loans, the uplift in universal credit, the future fund, the sick pay rebate, the tax deferrals and the £30 million worth of small business grants given to Redcar and Cleveland Council, this is a government that is determined to support businesses and working people with whatever it takes. But now is the time to get them back on track. And following my right honourable friend's plan for jobs earlier, there are three areas where I think we can start a jobs revolution. Firstly, focused decarbonisation. Already before the lockdown, renewables had soared to 47% of all UK electricity generation between January and March this year, up from a mere 6% 10 years ago. Our new normal is greener, but there is still more to do. The announcement today on the Green Homes Grant is a fantastic first step, and the Chancellor has already committed to £800 million to support CCUS in the budget earlier this year. But in his autumn budget, can I urge him to go further? Investment in hydrogen technology can decarbonise our hard-to-abate sectors like transport, domestic heating and industry, creating and securing hundreds of thousand jobs in this sector. Secondly, fast-tracking free ports. The Chancellor and I share a love for free ports. However, the process for developing our free port strategy could end up being long and complex. But fast-tracking Teesside as a free port pilot, without the need for the lengthy competition process, we will start to create new jobs now and benefit from the free port status immediately after January the 1st, 2021. And thirdly, supporting local businesses. We need to reform public procurement to help support local businesses and ensure UK jobs are being supported. We are embarking on a decade of build, 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 and one of the largest pieces in this jigsaw will be HS2. However, we are already seeing parts of HS2 being made in France, while British fabricators have the capability here. This is not a cry to buy anything with a Union Jack printed on it. Of course, we should protect the public purse and strive to deliver value for money. However, we must always consider the economic, social and environmental impact of choosing to support UK jobs. By seizing these opportunities, we can be at the forefront of a global transition and lead the way to a newer, healthier, post-COVID economy. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, the last time this country was asked to make a national effort on this scale was during World War II. After so much destruction, the areas the government needed to rebuild were obvious and left little room for innovation: roads, infrastructure, buildings. This time it's different. This time we have the ability to decide our own spending priorities on the back of this crisis. I know that all of us in this House will seek to play our part in helping the country rise to this challenge of new proportions and ensure no one is left without hope.
Owen Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are lots of bribes and a lot of bluster in this statement today, but very little of what will actually tackle the issues at the heart of society and expose those exaggerated by COVID-19, the deep poverty and inequality endemic in society. The virus itself may not discriminate, but we know that the economic as well as health impacts have been far more acutely suffered by those in poverty. A recent Social Metrics Commission report found that 65% of those in work and in deep poverty have seen reduced hours or earnings, have been furloughed, lost their jobs, compared to 35% of those who are comfortably above the poverty line. Families who are already struggling with in-work poverty and who can't afford to lose a household income are those who are being most badly hit. They need hope. They don't need a meal deal. They need a new deal, no matter how much the Chancellor might like a cheeky Nando's. COVID-19 has caused a surge in the need for the UK's welfare safety net, but this has been brutally decimated over years by the UK Government's austerity policies, described by a UN report as causing the systematic immunisation of a significant part of the British population. COVID-19 has made millions more reliant on this broken system. Recognising the impact of poverty and taking steps to eradicate it for all should be the forefront of any response. We also need to look again at the CBILS loan scheme and get the money flowing through to businesses that actually need it. Uptake at the start was pitiful, and while some effort was made to improve the scheme and some effort to massage the figure, some would say, too many companies are still being left without any support. Many are just surviving and can't take on the weight of a crippling additional debt, especially with the sky-high interest rates that some of the companies are offering for loans, with full government accreditation. Instead of a hand up, many smaller businesses are being left to be hawked by unscrupulous lenders. The government need to commit to turning these loans into grants, place debt instead of debt, and protect the jobs and ensure the survival of these businesses. Now, I do want to give credit where credit's due, and certainly I welcome the relief, the 5% VAT cut in hospitality. The Scottish Government has also called for a youth jobs guarantee, so I very much welcome today's recognition of the need to centre on young people in the economic response. Young people from Midlothian's youth platform recently met virtually with me to discuss the findings of a survey they undertook to share the experiences young people have faced through lockdown. It was worrying, I'll be honest about that, and it showed the deep level of anxiety that young people felt about their futures, about jobs, about apprenticeships and their education. Many are in households where parents have lost their jobs and were struggling just to pay the bills, so it's hard to feel positive about the prospects. So action to help young people and see opportunities instead of struggles for them is certainly much needed. Those who are excluded from the support so far have also been yet again missed today. There was an opportunity to perhaps recognise that those who have been forgotten, although I accept the Minister yesterday said they hadn't been forgotten, which can only make me conclude that if they've not been forgotten, it's an intentional act to exclude. You'd think this was an opportunity also for working together respectfully for the four nations approach. Yet a support measure which could have actually genuinely helped a lot of these people to get a universal basic income. When I asked the DWP what intention they had of considering the finding of a study on that, they simply said they weren't even going to look at it. Inequalities need to be tackled. This was a chance for the government to do that, and unfortunately I think it's been missed.
Villiers. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Almost everything that we want to achieve in this House depends on having a strong economy, whether it's protecting the NHS, police on our streets, giving every child the best education, conserving the natural environment. All of these things, and so many more, depend on economic prosperity. So the question of how we pull ourselves out of this COVID economic catastrophe could not be more crucial. And the government's intervention package, as many have said, is bigger than anything ever attempted in our nation's history, and it has protected the livelihoods of millions of people. But it can't last forever, and that was one of the reasons why I was one of the MPs pressing from the earliest point to get the lockdown lifted to allow shuttered businesses to open up once again. And with a global economic recession, which is probably going to be the worst on record, many businesses and jobs are in peril. So I welcome the government's determination to invest in infrastructure. Better transport, better broadband, better flood protection, better school buildings can all play a part in a plan for recovery. And I'd appeal for London to get its fair share of this investment. And I welcome the pledge to build back greener. Only a few days ago, constituents logged into a Zoom lobby of Parliament asking for a concerted push to insulate homes and buildings, and that's what the Chancellor has confirmed is going to happen. We'll need to train up thousands of people to do this work, and investment in skills needs to be a second key element of our plan for recovery. This will help improve our poor productivity, but it can also be a powerful driver of social justice. The Conservatives are committed to aspiration and ensuring that everyone has the chance to get on in life and go as far as their talent will take them. Giving people of all ages and backgrounds access to the highest quality training and apprenticeships can help us make good on that truly that vital commitment. And in delivering those training opportunities, active efforts must be made to reach out to BAME communities to unleash the potential of people who may have been held back by discrimination and disadvantage. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I turn lastly to the public finances. The COVID crisis has devastated the nation's balance sheet. Even the driest of fiscal conservatives recognises that you need to spend big when your economy suffers an external shock. And with borrowing costs at a historic low, the steep increase in borrowing seems just about affordable. But it does leave us vulnerable if interest rates rise in the future, or if we're hit by a second shock, whether a renewed outbreak or some other unforeseen disaster. Now, thankfully, as many have said, this current situation doesn't require a rush to austerity. But what we will need is a clear plan for starting once again the painstaking task of repairing the public finances and getting the deficit down again to manageable levels. It will take time, it will take work, and it will take some hard choices. But the Conservatives have never shirked this task in previous decades. And now we must rise again to that challenge and ensure we put the nation's finances back on a sound and stable footing for the future.
The next speaker for the opposition has withdrawn, so we go straight to Chris Clarkson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I first welcome today's statement and the opportunity to discuss the economy more broadly. Mindful of how many people want to speak today, I'll try to keep my comments brief. Unlike the crack of doom from some on the other side, I'm delighted that the government's intending to keep some of its promises in the general election, delivering on jobs and skills, especially for younger people, to drive our economic growth as we recover from coronavirus. And I have to say I'm overwhelmed by the sheer scope of what was proposed today. It's certainly more than I'd anticipated. The measures announced will be widely welcomed, not just in my constituency of Haywood and Middleton, but across the whole North West. Not least in my own household, as it now appears the Treasury is turning every one of my vices into a small act of economic patriotism. The country faces an immense task in the months and years ahead as we adjust to the new normal. But this Chancellor and this government have proven themselves more than equal to the task. I know that I speak for many colleagues when I say that the dialogue with the Treasury has been open and reassuring. Reacting to such an unprecedented situation was never going to be smooth or seamless, but it's been heartening to know that throughout, the government's response has been driven by a commitment to keep people safe, our economy strong, and based on listening to members in this House. And so can I take this opportunity to thank the whole Treasury team, but in particular my honourable friend, the member for East Surrey, who, according to forward estimates, adjusted for the medium term, turns 25 today. I should put on the record that I'm not an economist and some of my figures might react slightly, but I'm sure the honourable lady won't correct me. It's clear that the North West must be at the heart of this country's economic recovery from COVID, and I welcome the measures announced by the Prime Minister on the 30th of June as part of the £5 billion of investment in capital projects, including £1.5 billion for hospital improvements and £900 million for shovel-ready projects, which I'm sure will include some excellent ones in Haywood and Middleton. And just as my honourable friend, the member for High Peak, is always diligent in remembering Gainesville Station, I must say that must include bringing the Metrolink to Middleton. But whether it's the Northern Powerhouse, the Midlands Engine, the Western Gateway, or the Southern, whatever it is they have down south, Pret-a-Manger, what's clear that this needs to be a national recovery driven with a one-nation approach. Thank you.
Sir Edward Davey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I give almost 2 cheers for the short-term measures announced today, but less than 1 for the medium and long-term measures? The Chancellor is going to have to produce a much more coherent economic strategy if we're going to deal with unemployment in the medium term, inequality and climate change, which are still massive challenges for our country. In the short term, the job retention bonus looks good, particularly on the back of the furlough scheme. The VAT cut for hospitality and leisure sector are good. But there was nothing for the self-employed, Madam Deputy Speaker. They've been left behind, they've been excluded, and that is just not good enough. The Kickstart programme for young people looks good, but why only 6 months of training? If we're really going to help young people back and retrain, we've got to give them far more than that. And on the stamp duty,
Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't think this is going to be a huge boost to people. For a start, the housing market is already picking up now that people are able to buy again. There was demand already there. Secondly, that this tax cut will get capitalised in the price. People's house prices will just go up, not serving anyone, and it's mainly going to go to better off people. I would rather have seen help for renters, help for homeless people, building homes. That's the way to tackle the housing problem in our country. And then when it comes to the medium term, Madam Deputy Speaker, this package is just not up to the moment. We have a serious economic crisis, the like we have never seen. And it comes on the back of the threats that are going to pose to parts of our economy from Brexit. And then we've got the climate change challenge. And then we have the global issues of the tensions in trade between China and the US. These are going to dampen the global economy and come and dampen our economy. I just don't think the package we've heard really amounts to anywhere near enough if we're going to be serious about protecting jobs and getting that green transition. It's difficult to look at the figures, Madam Deputy Speaker, and do a proper analysis, given there's so little data in this plan for jobs. But it looks like this may be the smallest fiscal stimulus in the whole of G7. And let's put this into context. This is not the massive boost that people are saying. And if we really wanted a fiscal stimulus, we should be talking about the longer term. We should be talking about the new industries. I was very proud, Madam Deputy Speaker, when I was Cabinet Minister for Energy and Climate Change. We really boosted renewables. We nearly quadrupled renewable power. We became the world leader in offshore wind. We saw jobs created in declining economies like Hull and Grimsby and Lowestoft, thanks to the policies we put in on the basis of green jobs. Where is that ambition here? I don't see it. Nothing on hydrogen, as people have said. No real push for renewables. No real push to make sure that we're bringing investment in nature and environmental improvements as part of the climate change challenge, and very little more on green transport. And I would say to the ministers on the Treasury bench, what we really wanted, above all, for short-term jobs and long-term benefits for the climate and the economy, was a home insulation package which was much, much bolder. You know, there was a former Prime Minister who used to say education, education, education. I want to say insulation, insulation, insulation. I want jobs in every village, town and city across our country. That would be the way to really make sure we don't have a blight on our economy and a blight on young people and really get to grips. I'm happy to take an intervention.
I'm grateful to him for giving way. He's making a really powerful case. As well as insulation, would he agree that we also need to make sure we have zero carbon homes going forward? Right now, there have been 2 million homes that have been built since the Climate Change Act came into being that have now need to be retrofitted. So shouldn't the government bring forward the Future Homes Standard, and wasn't it wrong of it to have scrapped the Zero Homes carbon standard?
I'm grateful for the honourable lady, who I call my honourable friend. She's absolutely right. And I was part of the team that brought in the Zero Carbon Homes regulation. And 2 months after we left office, the Conservative Party got rid of it. It was an outrageous act of climate change vandalism, and nothing has happened. So the honourable lady is absolutely right. You know, the idea that they've got a good record on climate change is for the birds. All the advantages actually came from things that the Labour government did before 2010 and things that the Liberal Democrats did when we were in charge of the Energy and Climate Change Department. And they tried to undo almost everything, Madam Deputy Speaker, when they had the chance. I saw it trying to undo all the great things, not just zero carbon homes, but they cancelled the carbon capture and storage plans, which they're now trying to put back with the timidity of a mouse. You know, they do not understand how big this challenge is. This is a historic challenge. We've got to move our economy from a fossil fuel-based economy to a net zero carbon economy. And we can't wait for 2050, Madam Deputy Speaker. And now we have an opportunity to retrain our young people, retrain our whole workforce, so we can actually deliver this. Creating a green industrial base, create a regional strategy which brings everybody up. But I fear this Prime Minister, this Chancellor and this government just aren't up to the job.
Lucy Allen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the right honourable gentleman opposite and his extremely fine speech. I don't agree with your conclusion, however. At the start of March 2020, Telford, the town that I am so proud to serve, Madam Deputy Speaker, was coming of age. We'd just celebrated our 50th birthday as a flourishing new town with a great future. And historically, Telford's a town that's been hardest hit by previous recessions, once an unemployment black spot, particularly for young people not in education, training or employment. We've had the closures of the pits on the East Shropshire coalfields and the deep recessions that followed. Telford has always struggled, but Telford has always survived. And against the odds, in 2020, Telford was flourishing like never before. The new Southwater Centre had created a thriving nighttime economy with new restaurants and bars, and with new factories and new skilled advanced manufacturing jobs, unemployment was at an all-time low. The town centre's iconic plaza office blocks were fully let for the first time, and our huge retail sector was bustling. So, against this backdrop, Madam Deputy Speaker, it was desperately sad to see that those who had been hit hardest in the past, those who had struggled most and triumphed over the odds, were being hit hardest all over again. And overnight, Telford became a ghost town, a wasteland, and bits of litter were blowing around empty streets. And the Telford dream was now a nightmare of lost livelihoods, lost opportunities, and lost hopes for the future, and futures that people had nurtured and nourished, swept away in an instant. When people stop buying cars, it's not just the showrooms in Chelsea or the production lines in Solihull that suffer, it's the supply chains and the people making the wheel arches in Telford, and their families and their household income and the local shops where they spend their wages, they all suffer. But Telford's always found innovative ways to survive, adapting, evolving, embracing change, from the coke ovens of the Industrial Revolution to the state-of-the-art advanced manufacturing robots of the 21st century post-Brexit Britain. And we know how to do change in Telford, fundamental change, step change, revolutionary change. And let's be in no doubt, the COVID crisis is the stimulus for a new, accelerated revolution, a new economy, new jobs in tech, in data, in life sciences. And in the town that was the birthplace of the very first Industrial Revolution, we understand that by embracing change, we embrace opportunity. Post-COVID, none of us can keep doing what we used to do. The world has hit reset, and we must evolve to meet the new normal. And we're all being forced out of our comfort zones and doing things differently, and that is a process that is now well underway in Telford. Our history in Telford shows us that by embracing revolution and finding solutions through innovation, all change is an opportunity to be seized. And because of this, in Telford, we will survive and we will flourish once more. And I do want to take this opportunity to thank the Treasury team for the incredibly agile and responsive support that they have given to workers, businesses, and today to young people across Telford and throughout this pandemic. Telford's economy, and indeed the economy across the UK, could not be in better hands than those of our nimble, responsive, emotionally intelligent Chancellor. And my message to the Chancellor is keep doing what you're doing, because we know you are with us every step of the way, and we in Telford thank you for that.
Yeah. Olivia Blake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow on from the Honourable Member for Telford, who spoke passionately about Telford's tenacity. Today we are, of course, debating the state of our economy, which is urgently of discussion and desperately in need of action. As the Chancellor pointed out in his statement earlier, COVID-19 has seen a 25% drop in GDP in April compared to February. That is unprecedented. And whilst technically we are not in a recession yet, the writing is absolutely on the wall of worse to come. And we know that we will be living with this crisis for a long time. Many of the measures that the Chancellor has outlined today are welcome, but they do not go far enough to address either the current unprecedented crisis or the long-term problems that have caused the UK to be one of the G7 economies hit hardest by the coronavirus. Before COVID-19, we were in no position to weather a financial storm. 10 years of anaemic growth have seen wages stagnate in real terms, and people's rights at work have been eroded. Take the care workers the Prime Minister has clapped for on Thursdays and has scapegoated on the following Monday on zero-hour contracts, poverty wages and often unacceptable statutory pay. This was a problem created by the last 10 years, not 6 months. In my city, we've seen central government funding cut year in, year out, and vital services stretched and starved of funding. Now we face a 23 million shortfall in the council's funding this year. Yes, I will give way.
I thank my friend for giving way. Would she agree that local authorities are essential in our recovery from COVID? And would she agree that local authorities have been abandoned by the Chancellor in this mini budget and by this government?
Well, my honourable friend it makes a very valid point, and I think that the work that local authorities have been doing should be commended and rewarded. And we know that the government have made promises that need to be kept in terms of funding, and I will watch to see whether they will fulfil them. But nothing the Chancellor has to say today addresses these issues. We were promised a Green New Deal. The £3 billion for home retrofits and energy efficiency in public building is welcome, but it is not a Green New Deal. It falls well short of the funding we need to kickstart our faltering economy and deliver the growth and green jobs that are vital for our recovery. We will see governments across the globe act with a green recovery, and I'm afraid that this will be a missed opportunity for the UK to help with a future crisis in the wake of this pandemic. We know that we are not out of the woods yet, and that we may be facing further hardships as a result of coronavirus. The medium and long-term impacts could be felt for generations, but we need government to forge a path from which we can emerge with greater opportunities and a greener economy. I welcome the extended access for funding for apprenticeships, but we can't escape that our further education sector has been decimated. We need accessible lifelong learning to help us pull through this global crisis. And on universities, I'm shocked that the only mention of universities in this whole package is £300 million for infrastructure and labs. That undermines the fact that research in this country is completely down to the amazing researchers that we have. We've seen redundancy processes started at multiple universities across the country, and we have seen that this will be harmful on gender and BAME representation in early careers. We risk having a missed generation, a lost generation of researchers in this country, which will only serve to make us weaker in the future and reduce our productivity. It's absolutely vital that we see more from the government on this. And the scale ambition of the economic response to the coronavirus must match the scale of the challenges we face as we come out of the public health crisis, if we do indeed come out of this public health crisis. To build back better requires we do more than provide a plaster for the damage inflicted on the economy. It means addressing the fundamental problems in our economy: low growth, stagnating living standards and poor paying conditions. Unfortunately, the government continues to offer nothing to address these issues. They say they'll follow the science. I may have taken my lab coat off, but I hope I've given some food for thought, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Jerome Mayhew.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We're looking at a really deep recession, with unemployment almost certain to rise vertiginously over the coming months. And with a particular impact on the younger workforce, I wholeheartedly welcome the Chancellor's statement to protect, support and create jobs. This is evidence, once again, that this Conservative government is not just listening to the people, but acting swiftly and dynamically to tackle the economic and social fallout from COVID-19. I also welcome the developing demonstration that this government is really serious about reshaping the economy to achieve carbon net zero by 2050. We're on the journey of technological development to zero-emission energy and also for zero-emission land transport. And now is the time to tackle our buildings, responsible for 18% of all of our emissions. Even with our increased appetite to build, 80% of all buildings likely to be standing in 2015 have already been built. The Chancellor's £3 billion insulation schemes are a fantastic start, and I look forward to the publishing of the Buildings and Heat Strategy later this year to see how this policy can be further developed. But, as the Chancellor made clear, our response to the current crisis cannot all be about spending. In the medium term, we need to put our public finances back onto a sustainable footing. Boldly, it's likely that ways in which to raise revenue will not be far from the Chancellor's mind. So, anticipating this, we should consider a carbon tax together with a scheme for border adjustment payments. Today, the full cost to the economy of carbon emissions is not included in the price of purchase, creating a false exchange. Put simply, when we buy something, we don't know what carbon cost we are responsible for. A carbon tax, which adds in this missing part of a transaction, would remedy this. Such a tax would make the decision to take advantage of today's grants for insulation even more attractive, and rather than costing the taxpayer, could raise significant sums for the Treasury. Its enormous benefits can be summarised as follows: creating an efficient exchange where all the costs of production are reflected in a decision to purchase, creating stronger and more profitable business cases for the new green tech businesses that we want our economy to pivot towards, without having to attempt this by expensive and inefficient government projects and grants, providing a cash incentive to all of us to reduce our carbon-emitting purchases in favour of lower carbon alternatives, thereby assisting the achievement of our legal obligation to reduce carbon emissions to net zero by 2050. And in addition to all these public goods, generating a very significant income source for the Treasury at a time when everyone else is calling for increased spending. If anything will get the attention of the Minister, I hope that last point will.
Gavin Newlands.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the last few weeks alone, my constituency has seen Rolls-Royce announce 700 redundancies, Menzies Aviation 160, Swissport 321, all adding to the toll of expected job losses at British Airways, NCP, EasyJet, Jet2, Flybe, obviously BA City Flyer, TUI, North Air and SSP. And I would have included Ryanair in that list, but I'm pleased to see that they've just reached an agreement with Unite to save with temporary pay cuts to save the job cuts that had previously been announced. So well done to them, and let that be a lesson to other airlines. But combined, Renfrewshire will see thousands of households employed in aviation and aerospace thrown into financial turmoil. Across Scotland and these islands, the total will very likely be into 6 figures. If it isn't clear to the government that aviation and its supply chain is in the middle of its biggest crisis ever, it should be now. By May, the claimant count in my constituency had doubled in the space of 2 months, and those newly unemployed people have the added stress of looking for a job in an employment market in its worst state since the Second World War. I mentioned I have no doubt the toll will rise further. I say that because I see no urgency on the Treasury benches to save the aviation or aerospace industries. In my adjournment debate on Rolls-Royce redundancies, in his winding up speech, the Minister for Business and Industry lauded the company for offering voluntary rather than compulsory redundancy. If that is action, if that's strategy, then God help us all. There are many constituencies like mine where airports play a pivotal role in the local economy, yet there's not been a cheep from government about what support these areas will get that looks at the particular challenges that our economies face. So I hope the Chancellor and his colleagues at BAYS can begin work urgently on a plan tailored to communities hardest hit by the devastation in the aviation sector. I hope also they'll take a hard look at the reaction of aviation companies to their employees. We've seen British Airways threaten 1/3 of their workers with the sack, while the other 2/3 have been told they too will face the sack if they do not sign up for lower wages and lesser terms and conditions. And I hear that EasyJet and other companies like Menzies Aviation are now trying the same bullying tactics. But unlike most of Europe, these practices are despicable, yet not illegal here. These workers deserve the same protections as their fellow workers elsewhere, and I urge the Government to back my dismissal and re-employment bill to make these practices illegal and make sure the law has their back. But it's not just in aviation where coronavirus has wreaked havoc. Alexander Dennis, the biggest bus and coach manufacturer in the country, are a huge success story. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, nobody is buying buses just now. Without action, hundreds of jobs are under threat right across the industry. Another disaster for the local and national economy. With the changes in road infrastructure and support for active travel we've seen in recent weeks, that means there's a window of opportunity for the UK Government to take the bold action required and kill 2 birds with 1 stone, accelerate the transition from older, more polluting vehicles to Euro 6 compliant diesels and electric and hydrogen buses, and at the same time guaranteeing a future for manufacturers like Alexander Dennis. The Transport Secretary last week spoke about 4,000 buses. This is welcome, but completely lacking in the kind of ambition needed now. A firm commitment from the Government to order at least 10,000 low and zero emission buses would be a transformational policy with the potential to be the biggest boost to public transport in generations, and will help keep skilled jobs in this country in the long term. I urge the Chancellor to sit down with his colleagues in DfT to make that programme happen and support not just those jobs, but the accelerated transition to a net zero economy. The aviation sector, the bus industry, coach firms, aerospace and engineering, collectively the UK transport industry is facing an unprecedented and catastrophic future if action is not taken, and taken soon.
Nikki Aiken.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to begin by reiterating my support for the measures that this Government and the Treasury in particular have taken in response to this crisis, and no more than today with the financial statement that was made. I know the Chancellor and his ministerial team and officials have worked tirelessly and undertaken heroic efforts to protect millions of jobs. Thousands of my constituents have benefited from the support available, whether it's residents supported by the Job Retention Scheme or the Self-Employed Income Support Scheme. I know a number of my constituents who are self-employed have written to me asking for more help, particularly those who became self-employed last financial year. But also businesses that have benefited from the grants and loans and relief that have been made available. I particularly welcomed in my constituency this week the amazing announcement of the £1.5 billion for the arts. The West End theatres located in my constituency of the cities of London and Westminster, and the national iconic venues such as the Royal Albert Hall and the Royal Opera House, the Barbican Centre, they will all now benefit for the whole nation, I believe. The support offered to the theatres is absolutely necessary, but I'm sure that ministers are aware that it's also the local economy that suffers with the theatres being closed. For every £1 spent in theatres, another £5 are spent on the local economy. And the fact that theatres remain closed is a continuing issue for the hospitality sector. Plus a combination of a lack of office workers, a lack of tourism and international visitors into central London is meaning that many businesses are sadly remaining closed. But I particularly am acutely aware of the issues in central London. While UK hospitality suggests that nationally 45% of restaurants and 53% of bars have opened, in central London only 23% of restaurants and 35% of bars have done so, and only 10% of cafes. Hotels are also particularly bearing the brunt at the moment. Only around about 10 to 50% occupancy rates are being, the hotels are being full, and that is a real issue. But I hope that really, if we are to remain clear that retail, bars, restaurants and hotels are facing issues in both supply and demand, but I do therefore warmly welcome the Chancellor's announcements today of cutting VAT for the hospitality and tourism sectors from 20 to 5%, something that I know UK Hospitality and the W1 hotels, the major hotels in my constituency, have been particularly welcome today. And I personally look forward to taking part in the Eat Out to Help Out scheme in August, an excellent, unique idea to help restaurants. An ongoing thank you to the Chancellor and his team for doing this. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to offer my constituency support for driving the economy back to its full strengths. I know that I will be working very closely with the City of London Corporation to demonstrate that London is seen as a resilient and environmentally and socially responsible financial centre for the future, no matter the developing economic situation and indeed our relationship with the EU. The City will host a Green Finance Summit in November 2020, which I know the Minister is aware of, and I welcome this initiative and hope it will meet the support of this House. Madam Deputy Speaker, the support offered by this Government has been second to none, and I hope it will not end and will continue to evolve as the situation becomes clearer. And I look forward to working with the Government to support residents and businesses in the City of London and Westminster.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for the City of Westminster, and I support her comments about the arts sector that she was making. I'm afraid one of the issues throughout this crisis is that the government hasn't really shown enough urgency in addressing the emergency. We saw that with the health crisis, and I'm afraid that we're now seeing that with with the economic crisis as well. Now that's underlined by the analysis done by the OECD, which shows that the UK will have the biggest hit of all developed countries at 11.5%, far greater than other nations except with France and Italy. Madam Deputy Speaker, the roll call of job losses is sobering. Accenture 900, Arcadia 500, Airbus 1700, Aston Martin 500, BA 12,000, Bentley 1,000. That's just the beginning. People's jobs, livelihoods, families and communities all affected. No wonder consumer confidence has crashed. Now, I welcome the government's Kickstart scheme for young people and also the support for apprenticeships. But, I wanted to hear more about an extension of furlough and the reassurance of that going forward, greater flexibility and particularly support for the self-employed. I didn't hear that today. I also welcome the support for the hospitality and the construction sectors. The construction sector employs, whatever, 750,000, so I understand. But we heard nothing, and I was disappointed and surprised not to hear any mention about our manufacturing sector, and particularly the automotive, which accounts for 820,000 jobs in the UK, 170,000 direct manufacturing, highly skilled jobs, a sector that helped through the crisis, health crisis earlier this year. It's crucial. We've seen sales down 50% so far this year, 30% down in June, compared to France, which is down 38% this year and up 1% in June. And the reasons behind that comparative better performance in France is because they have put greater stimulus package, or they have put stimulus package in place. £7.5 billion in France, and that's not dissimilar to other countries in Europe. Germany, even greater. And you have to put that against a backdrop of the support that they've had in place for some time for electric vehicles and hybrids, including EV charge points, as has been mentioned before. And it's a point that was recognised by the Committee for Climate Change, which has estimated we need 29,000 rapid charge points in this country. We only have 3,000 presently. France has 4 times as many. And that's perhaps one of the most greatly concerning things, that the Chancellor has perhaps not recognised the signal that this is going to send out to the global industry. The Chancellor also referenced fixed costs, and business rates have been mentioned widely this afternoon. But business rates are 60% more than, say, in France and other countries. A huge disadvantage to our businesses. Likewise, energy costs are 68% higher than the European average, putting our businesses at a huge disadvantage to our European neighbours. But it's not just for businesses, it's the costs to homeowners and residents. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do recognise and welcome the green recovery, but 2 billion compared to France, 14 billion, or Germany, 36 billion, is a pittance. What I would like to have seen is much more ambition in that particular sector. I would also like to have seen monies for sectors such as our nurseries and also money for our local authorities, which are hurting so greatly. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the support for young people, for the hospitality and for the construction sectors, but I wanted more for manufacturing. We need it. We need to safeguard all those high quality, valuable jobs in our sector, such as automotive. Confidence is low in this government, but seriously, our public confidence in the economy needs restoring. Today was an opportunity to put a key in the ignition and get the economy motoring again. Instead, I'm afraid the Chancellor stalled.
Caroline Noakes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a pleasure to be able to contribute in this debate this afternoon. And I would like to pay tribute to the measures that the Chancellor has announced. I think my right honourable friend has worked incredibly hard to make sure that we get the economy moving again. I don't see an economy that is stalling. I see some real efforts to put drive behind it and make sure that we can come out of this pandemic in good shape. But we do need to build the economy for women as well as men, for young as well as old, for those from all parts of the United Kingdom, all ethnicities, all religions. Surely part of levelling up means that we have to make it better for absolutely everyone. If COVID has taught us one thing, let it be that when we pull together, we can get real action and the strength of community that all of us have seen in our own constituencies. I absolutely welcome the news on apprenticeships. They are such a key part of making sure that young people get into their first job, develop a trade, be able to progress in their lives. So I absolutely endorse the measures that the Chancellor has announced. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, this has to be about reaching across the age range and across the gender divide. So we do need to see more to help those women who might come out of this pandemic in worse shape than they went in, retrain, upskill, find new parts of the economy that they can work in. I absolutely pay tribute to the government's record. We went into the pandemic with female employment at a record high, higher than it had ever been in my lifetime. But we must not see that go backwards. And we already know from the Institute for Fiscal Studies that women were more likely to be furloughed during COVID, that they were more likely to be in parts of the economy that remain shut down. And of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, it would be remiss of me, after a week of discussing this subject, that I did not draw my honourable friend, the Minister's attention to the beauty industry. A sector that remains shut down, a sector which employs 370,000 people, the vast, vast majority of whom are women. And they have asked me to point out time and again that they are the entrepreneurs. They are the women who have learnt a trade, who have built their own businesses, who have gone on to employ others, who have taken risk by renting premises, and who in some instances are still having to pay rent whilst those premises remain shut down. And I don't just speak for beauticians, Madam Deputy Speaker. I speak for those practising complementary therapies, for the yoga instructors, for the dance instructors, for those who are working in sectors that help our well-being, sectors that we may well want to turn to when lockdown is finally relaxed in its entirety. I was cheered by the comments of my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, earlier today, when he did give some indication that we might expect an announcement, hopefully, fingers crossed, later this week. Because I have to say, it is high time that they were given something to work for, an opportunity to start building their client list back up, an opportunity to make appointments, or if not, then I would respectfully ask my honourable friend that he make some representation asking for additional fiscal support for them, because they are really struggling and want some hope. Madam Deputy Speaker, in 45 seconds that I have left, I would just like to echo the comments of the Honourable Gentleman for Leamington, Warwick and Leamington Spa, on childcare. I lobbied Treasury Ministers before this statement to say that we needed help for that sector. I absolutely appreciate that it is a sector which has had support from the 33 hours offer, but actually this is a sector which goes into the relaxation of lockdown, having to make social distancing changes in their premises, possibly having to reduce the number of spaces they can provide. And that means that women may well not be able to go back to work if they can't find the childcare they need. With schools not open until September, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an industry close to crisis. So I just leave that thought with my honourable friend.
After the next speaker, I will reduce the time limit to 3 minutes. But Emma Hardy has 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Romsey and Southampton North, and I completely echo the speech that she has just given and the need to support the beauty industry, and she has been a fantastic advocate for it, working across the APPG and has my full support. I also want to pay tribute to the people of Hull West and Hessel. They have made huge sacrifices during this pandemic. I want to thank all of the key workers, everyone in the city, for their kindness, their commitment and their compassion. But I want to draw the Minister's attention to the Social Market Foundation report, which put Hull as the #1 in the top 10 of areas severely impacted economically by COVID-19. And households have already been struggling after a decade of cuts and austerity. Number of universal credit claimants have already increased. And before we can talk of levelling up, we must protect what we already have. But the good news is that the Chancellor could use this as an opportunity to build back better, to build back brighter and improve the lives of everyone across the city and Hessel, if he so chooses. We could look at this to clamp down on poor working conditions, clamp down on poor tax practices, encourage businesses to hit environmental targets. Our city does not want charity. We want the help to help ourselves and fulfil our ambition. And we have huge ambitions, including to be the green energy capital of the UK. or the alternative is yet another lost decade. Now, I'm going to give the Minister a very short list, or I'll give him a list that's very long but in a short amount of time, of areas where he needs to look at investing. And I want to first of all start by inviting him and everyone to join in my love for the caravan industry, because we are looking at facing 2,627 jobs in manufacturing. I am sure he's already fully aware that Hull is the caravan building capital of the United Kingdom, and 90% of static caravans are built in Hull and the East Riding. And on this issue, I actually speak with cross-party support, because it is the members from Beverley and Holderness, Hull to Price and Howden, myself, Hull North and Hull East, who are speaking in one voice, asking for specific support for this industry. And I heard what he said about the lack of extending furlough, but something else needs to happen. I accept furloughing cannot go on forever, but as I tried to explain in the intervention I gave earlier, we are talking about an additional 4 months. This industry will be booming again come springtime when people want their staycations and their caravan holidays. All it needs is help to get over the winter hump. Please do look at that again. And I have to say I was disappointed with the reply to the letter on Hull trains. How can it be, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we are looking at potentially losing our direct rail link from Hull down to London after only having it for 20 years through open access? This would not be happening in any other part of the country, and it is appalling that this is being considered for the city of Hull and the wider area, all because it happens to be open access, therefore cannot access the same support. This letter was written only on the 30th of June to the Chris Heaton-Harris MP, the Minister, and the reply to which is extremely disappointing. If we want private sector investments in our city, then we need that direct rail route. We cannot end this crisis on a worse state than when we first started. So please look at that again. Again, beauty therapists and tattoo parlours and yoga studios and everyone else across the city as well. The Deep, which is the only aquamarine submarine aquarium in the United Kingdom, or welcome to visit when it reopens, that needs support as well. They are specialist, world-leading marine research. They need additional support to get going. And Charles Cracknell, I want to briefly mention him and the forgotten young people he represents. Young startups, young people doing startups have been let down through falls and gaps in the system. I will continue my list, I'm sure, through written questions and letters to the Minister, and hopefully see some good responses.
The next speaker from the government benches has withdrawn, so we go straight to Daisy Cooper.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I will use my 3 minutes to talk about 3 of the essentials in life: jobs, homes and pubs. Jobs. Before COVID, the creative industries were worth £100 billion to our economy every year and one of the fastest growing sectors. Many of the 3 million who have been excluded from government schemes are freelancers in the creative industries. The creative industries also lose out on £55 million every year because of the way that the apprenticeship levy is structured. It is too rigid and doesn't respond to this flexible, dynamic industry. I would urge the government to reform the apprenticeship levy so it supports the ecosystem of freelancers who serve the sector as a whole. Secondly, on homes. I welcome the plan to start insulating homes, but we must make them safe as well. And I say this as a member of the Fire Safety Bill Committee who's been looking line by line at the first piece of post-Grenfell legislation. We need a much higher level of ambition and funding to make homes not just warm, but safe. And I would encourage him to look at creating some of the very first new jobs and apprenticeships in the fire safety sector so that homes can be warm and safe. And thirdly, on pubs and restaurants. I will never tire to say in this House as the MP for St Albans that we have more pubs per square mile than anywhere else in the UK. I will use every opportunity to remind the House of that. And I welcome the VAT cut that was being announced today. But we also need to turbocharge the business rates review. We must level the playing field on VAT for the long term between the on-trade and the off-trade. I urge him to keep an open mind on one-off, tailored, bespoke extensions of furlough where it's needed, because some of our pubs are being asked to renew leases for 5 or 10 years. They need to know they have the government support to make it through to next spring. And finally, I urge the government to publish a long overdue code of practice for the leased pub industry that has been promised. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady for St Albans, and it's rare for a Conservative to agree with a Liberal Democrat on very much. I do agree with her on pubs. especially as even before COVID, too many of our pubs were shutting down, particularly in village communities and small towns, the Bell at Bearton, the George and Dragon in Princes Risborough, in my constituency being two examples. And I very much hope all of our local pubs take part in the Eat Out, Help Out scheme, and that we all encourage our constituents to use village pubs, town pubs, as well as all local shops and businesses, because now they are reopened, it really is crunch time. And it is absolutely vital, if we want them to have a prosperous future, that we all support them. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I very much welcome the announcements made by the Chancellor earlier today. Yet another set of unprecedented measures to support our economy, retaining jobs and creating new ones, whilst ensuring opportunities are there for young people in particular entering the workplace to learn the skills that they need. And it's absolutely vital that we get our economy moving again at speed. And as the Chancellor spoke this morning, return our public finances back to a sustainable footing. And jobs are critical to both of those outcomes, for the financial security of individuals and families and the flow of revenue into the Treasury. And as the Chancellor prepares for the autumn budget, I urge him to ensure that we keep taxes low on both individuals and businesses, because no high-tax economy has ever successfully come out of a financial crisis. Now, I have one particular ask for my constituency, in that we are lucky to have two key hubs of technological innovators who are already creating the jobs of the future. They are part of the Aylesbury Vale Enterprise Zone, and particular sites at Westcott and Silverstone Park are critical for our continued economic growth. Now, it is because of their enterprise zone status that they have been so successful and instrumental in attracting inward investment. But it is the case that their enterprise zone status is due to expire next March in 2021. And it would be life-changing for them as businesses consider whether to invest or not, for that enterprise zone status and tax relief period to be extended by at least a year, or perhaps through to 2024, to ensure that they can be part of the future prosperity of Buckinghamshire and the wider UK economy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are undoubtedly in unprecedented and challenging times, and although today's announcements by the Chancellor are welcome, they do not go anywhere near far enough. Whilst the support that the government's furlough and other schemes have provided has been welcomed, there are still as many as 3 million people in the UK who are missing out on an income through no fault of their own and are being left behind by this government, and many struggling to feed their families. The Chancellor, in his statement earlier, said to businesses, "If you stand by your workers, we will stand by you." But he needs to stand by those excluded, such as new starters, freelancers, and those self-employed people who have fallen through the gaps in the current schemes. We've also heard nothing from the Chancellor about what financial support he will offer people who are asked to self-isolate as part of the test and trace procedures. For these schemes to work properly, people need to know that if they self-isolate, they will have proper, realistic sick pay or financial support to feed their families. There are businesses in my constituency and right across the country now suffering which may never recover if the financial support they need is not forthcoming. And I urge the Government to commit to revisiting the parameters of the schemes now, so that nobody is affected will miss out during these most difficult times. Madam Deputy Speaker, as my honourable friend, the member for Rhondda, raised earlier, the floods caused by Storm Dennis in February brought millions of pounds of damage to his constituency and mine and across the country. The Prime Minister committed to me at PMQs on the 26th of February that, in his words, he would passport funding through to Wales to assist in the rebuilding of infrastructure damaged by floods. The Welsh Government has worked with local authorities, including Merthyr Tydfil, Caerphilly and Rhondda and Taff County Borough Councils as the most affected areas, and others, to gather the evidence on the scale of the cost of the damage. This has been submitted to the Treasury for a bid under the UK Reserve, yet no answers have been forthcoming from the Treasury. The floods were unprecedented, and our councils could never be expected to cover the costs without support. Welsh Government, whilst it stepped in, has itself been subjected to huge austerity cuts from the UK Government, so the support it can offer is limited. So can the Minister therefore give an undertaking this afternoon to provide an update, either here today or in writing later, as to when the UK Government will deliver on the Prime Minister's commitment to support Welsh communities? If the Union is to mean anything, the support must be forthcoming. The strength of our Union is highlighted when we support each other in times of need. Time does not permit me to go into the next thing I wanted to talk about, Madam Deputy Speaker, and that's the Shared Prosperity Fund. But I will say briefly, we've waited since 2018 for a consultation on how this fund is due to work, what share of the fund Wales will get. So I urge the Minister to take note of that and ensure that we get clarity on the Shared Prosperity Fund as soon as possible. And with those 4 minutes left, I ask the Minister to take note of those comments. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Richard Fuller.
It's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Merthyr Tydfil in a debate that is titled to be about the economy, Madam Deputy Speaker. Too much it has seemed to be a game of top trumps, where every fiscal measure that's announced by the government is met by a demand for more to be done by the government, too frequently without regard to whether that will help, and too frequently with little understanding of how to implement it in any case. So perhaps I can remind the House of two important things. First of all, the growth of the economy relies on the private sector, the decisions, the actions, the risk-taking by our private businesses and our private sector. And the role of government is to incite and encourage the private sector to act to preserve jobs. Second of all, to remind the House of the limits of the government in the economy. First of all, it is well accepted that the role of government in public health is to mitigate public health risks, not to eliminate them entirely, and therefore the government should be on the front foot to reopen our economy at every possible opportunity. Second of all, to bear in mind the limits for government in terms of the capacity of international capital markets to accept borrowing. And it may be of interest to honourable members to know that the amount of quantitative easing so far this year, launched by governments around the world, is the equivalent to $6 trillion, half of the amount, equal to half the amount that was put into public markets between 2009 and 2018. There's a limit of government on what it can do in the economy in terms of our fairness to generations to come. We should not be in the role of passing on debts, enormous debts, to future generations to pay off. And fourthly, Madam Deputy Speaker, and this is a limitation we should all know of government, it is that of competence of politicians and the state in doing what they promise to do. Because government works, Madam Deputy Speaker, essentially as a big beast with a big foot in a very complex jungle. And sometimes when it puts its foot down, that footprint can have big impacts on the smallest businesses in our community. In my constituency, small businesses are yearning to be open and yearning to grow their business again. And I applaud the efforts of my honourable friend, the member for Romsey, and her campaign to open up the beauty clinics and the beauty sector. That is something the government should be doing as an absolute priority, and we welcome my constituency. My constituency has many freelancers and company-owned directors, and I say to my honourable friend, the Minister, who's done an absolutely fantastic job, Madam Deputy Speaker, in responding to MPs across the country in his efforts, please, please, please do bear in mind the impact of government policies on freelancers, particularly in the entertainment and theatre sector, by finding and coming up with a specific date upon which the theatre and live entertainment sectors can reopen. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's important the government move forwards on its reforms for how it delivers what it says it's going to do.
The next speaker from the opposition side of the House has withdrawn, so we go straight to Bima Folami.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I, like everybody in the House, I welcome the Chancellor's statement, and I think it's worth considering that I think we've actually got a twofold economic problem here that over the next few months we're going to have to consider. The first is a problem of demand. It's a chronic demand shortage. The government has done its best to try and stoke and increase demand over the summer and autumn, and I think that those measures will be successful. But there are also other fundamental structural problems with the economy that this crisis has shown us. The first is accelerated technological change on the high street, retail, in automation, in the industrial sector. The second is skills. We talk about building infrastructure, building back better, a green recovery. None of those things will matter. All the money from the government will not deal with the problem if we do not have people with the right skills who can do the work. So that is a structural problem. And the third structural problem that we have is within our financial sector and companies not having sufficient amount of equity, or rather having too much debt, so that when this crisis is behind us, they will not be able to grow sufficiently fast. And again, that is a structural problem with the economy. And I think there are three things that the government and the House should consider over the coming months. The first is, whilst this crisis is here, we should maintain a loose fiscal policy and loose monetary policy. It's very, very important, because there needs to be sufficient demand growth over the sustained period of time for businesses to expand with confidence. Not to think that it's going to be pulled away in a couple of months' time. For them to expand with confidence, there needs to be sufficiently loose monetary and fiscal policy. And if they can do that, spending will grow robustly enough so that there's demand to create private sector jobs without subsidy from the public sector over the medium term. The second thing we can do is we need to adapt our financial system to make sure we can get more equity into businesses, reduce the debt burden. I've proposed certain things in work I've done. The Chancellor referred to it earlier in my work called Unlock Britain, where we can recapitalise the SME sector. Something like that needs to happen within our financial system so that we can reduce the debt burden for companies, to give them equity so that they can grow. And the third thing, and this connects with skills very directly, we need to be able to improve the ability of labour, people, and capital, money, to move from sectors and companies that are declining into those which are growing and have the potential to power forward our recovery. And those are the measures that I think the government needs to consider in the months to come.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I add my voice to those who have pled for more attention and assistance to be given to freelancers? As the Honourable Member for North East Bedfordshire said, it is one of the most significant remaining pieces of uncared for sectors in our economy, and it's something that requires urgent attention. I welcomed the cut in VAT for the visitor economy earlier. It's disappointing that it's only 6 months at the moment, and I don't wish to appear ungrateful for that. But I think that the opportunity that we have in this 6 months is that we will have substantial data then to know what the effect of that will be. When I was in the Cabinet, we cut the rate of spirits duty by 2p. And despite the predictions from Treasury that that would bring in a much lower figure, a much lower take for the Treasury, in fact, the cutting of the duty brought more revenue to the Treasury at the end of the day. There have been studies in the past, and I confess I can occasionally be sceptical of studies of this sort, that will claim that the take to the from the visitor economy would be greater with a lower rate of VAT. We will now have the data against which we can measure these claims, and I hope that that work will be done in the Treasury. Madam Deputy Speaker, it seems to me now that the debate passes on to the next phase about how we reopen and regrow our economy. That is something that is difficult in every part of the country, but no more so than it is in the Highlands and Islands. What we need now is a return to an economic development force within the Highlands and Islands that had the same vision and purpose as the Highlands and Islands Development Board when it was set up by the Wilson government in 1965, which had the access to government and all the opportunities that could come from the force of the public sector, but adding to that the force, the vision and the experience of business. That was more or less what we got with its successor body, Highlands and Islands Enterprise. But the current Highlands and Islands Enterprise, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a sorry shadow of that which it previously used to be. It has become an increasing problem for businesses and economic growth in the Highlands and Islands for years now, and this is the moment where we have to say enough is enough. We need, within the Highlands and Islands, a significant body which has got the clout, which has got access to government, which can bring the resource to the public sector, but spend it in a way that business and the private sector know is necessary. Without change of that sort, Madam Deputy Speaker, from here and from Edinburgh, we will miss the opportunity to regrow the Highlands economy in the way that we know is necessary.
Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure to take part in today's debate. And, can I just pay tribute to my friend and colleague from North East Bedfordshire? He spoke with such common sense. And this is where I'm going to concentrate the very short time I have in regard to the self-employed, the financial world, all the businessmen and women who risk everything to create the wealth and prosperity we need. Can I repeat from the Dorset businesses' perspective to the front bench of the Treasury to thank them very much indeed for all the furlough scheme and for the announcements made today. The thanks I receive is unanimous, despite what you may hear from other quarters, not least the media. They are extremely grateful for the thousands of jobs in South Dorset that are being saved and the millions of jobs that are being saved around the country. And today's announcement is especially good news for the young who, yes, face threats from this COVID and getting into work, my own children included, of course, face the same problem. And I welcome the announcement today. And the hospitality sector, which in South Dorset in particular has been hit very hard because we rely so much on tourism and hospitality to make the economy go round. I'm going to touch briefly on taxation and the private sector, our armed forces if I have time, and Dorset Council and Police if I have a little bit more time. Never, in my view, has there been a better opportunity to radically overhaul the taxation system in this country. I believe it's outdated, punitive and bureaucratic. I welcome the announcements made today on VAT and stamp duty. That's a start. But let's get rid of them altogether. Let's go much further. Capital gains tax, inheritance tax. Look where our poll rating went when, if I recall, George Osborne raised the threshold to £1 million. This is people's money. We have no right to take money off people unfairly. And the economy will only work if we allow the entrepreneurs, the businessmen and women, the financial sector, the self-employed, and everyone else that he referred to from North East Bedfordshire to generate the wealth that we need. Yeah. On the opposite benches is the classic old, let's tax them and tax them and tax them. Yeah. They simply do not understand, and never ever will, that all those risking their homes, their livelihoods, their families, to generate the wealth that this country needs, to generate the wealth and prosperity and jobs, which pay for the public services, which I'd be delighted to give way.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Would my honourable friend agree with me that in constituencies such as mine, with 97% of businesses being micro and small sized, that they should absolutely be at the forefront of what we need to do today?
My friend and neighbour in West Dorset, and welcome him to his place. I've got time quickly to mention the armed services. This COVID crisis has shown how professional, dedicated and truly treasured the armed services are, in addition, of course, to all those who work in the NHS to whom might pay equal tribute. Yeah. We must never forget that the armed services need to be funded properly. And 2% of GDP, in my view, is not enough. We need 3 or 4%, and I would urge the Treasury to keep fighting on behalf of those who serve us with such distinction. And the Council, Dorset Council and Police, both are facing huge extra costs because of COVID, the hundreds of thousands that descend on our beaches and coves over the recent weekends, and Dorset Council estimates it's spending about £15 million a month on COVID provision. They have done an outstanding job, and I pay tribute to Dorset Council and Dorset Police for the selfless way, in many, many hours, many weekends they worked for no extra pay, and I would like to pay my thanks to all of them. Can I end by saying that we locked the country down once, and can I recommend to the Treasury we never ever do it again?
Jill Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Today's economic statement is a clear opportunity to confront some of the vulnerabilities that COVID-19 is exploiting, including rising unemployment and the ever-present climate emergency. Without greater and targeted intervention, both these intertwined crises will exacerbate class inequalities and severely damage living standards. After borrowing jobs, 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 the government's latest strapline is build, build, build. But that's not enough.
We also need to make, with a hands-on interventionist approach in manufacturing to stimulate growth in our communities. We need bold, innovative solutions to reinvigorate a greener job market. Two predominant sectors in my constituency of Luton South are aviation and automotive, and they would both benefit dramatically from a targeted economic strategy which roots a green recovery in our communities to ensure that local people reap the rewards of growth in their area. A 21st century industrial strategy requires an end to economic short-termism and a greater focus on the creation of quality unionised green jobs. As a member of Unite the Union, its recent Manufacturing Matters report evidences the need for strategic state investment to reinvigorate the UK's manufacturing base and create new sustainable employment and education opportunities in our communities. In Luton, this could represent additional support for Vauxhall to help their transition towards manufacturing electric vehicles. This isn't radical. The French government have already adopted a similar strategy. Green economic growth must be built into inclusive local economies. Anchor institutions must drive the green transition. Local authorities must be empowered to construct green local infrastructure, including clean local transport systems and electric vehicle charging points. Once again, this will create skilled green jobs fit for the 21st century. The government also has a unique window of opportunity to accelerate a green transition in the aviation sector. A targeted economic package would protect thousands of jobs and stimulate a sectoral transition towards net zero. Commitments attached to economic support could include strict time-bound decarbonisation expectations and obligations to adopt cleaner fuels and low-emission technologies. A green aviation package would save jobs in Luton during the pandemic, while also creating a thriving, sustainable job market for future generations. The UK needs an economic strategy that directly lifts people out of economic insecurity, gives them a secure quality job and protects our climate for future generations. This will only be achieved through a state-driven industrial strategy. The market will not deliver this. I urge the government to put people and their living standards first.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I see the Minister in his place, and can I thank him for his correspondence in relation to the credit union sector. Credit unions are a very important part of financial life these days, and I hope he'll say something about that in his closing remarks. Now, in terms of some of the package today and helping people to go into the hospitality sector and restaurants and buy meals, that's all fine and well, Mr Deputy Speaker, but we must also acknowledge that there are far too many people across these islands who cannot afford food and cannot afford to eat. And if it wasn't for the charitable sector rising up during this pandemic, providing food and providing meals for many people, then there would have been an explosion in food bank use. And I hope that the Minister will also say something about the support that the charitable sector will be receiving here, because it's a very important part of what needs to happen and what it needs to address. In terms of the package for the Department of Work and Pensions, I'm still hoping that we'll get an answer today in relation to the increase in work coaches. We know the Department of Work and Pensions has said that it needs 30,000 additional new staff to process universal credit claims to make sure that people are paid on time. So I would like to know if the announcement in terms of work coaches is new staff, or whether it's staff somewhere else being redeployed, because I think that we need to know that and to know genuinely what the package is. And I think that we also need to know what the training for any new work coaches is going to be. I have a very real fear and concern that conditionality has been brought back too early. I think that that was a mistake from the government, and I hope I'm wrong, but I think that reintroducing conditionality and the prospects of people being sanctioned, I think was the wrong move to make, as the Department of Work and Pensions announced on the 1st of July. I do want to join the others today across the House who have mentioned the excluded, particularly my constituent Stephanie Milne, who's wrote to me, who was for 21 years paying tax as a PAYE person and is now self-employed. We must remember, Mr Deputy Speaker, there are people who have been forced to be self-employed. There are people on zero-hour contracts who are not getting any of the support packages that are available, and I think I have a very real concern about that, and I think that that is the wrong decision. And lastly, Mr Deputy Speaker, in the time allowed, I received a letter today from David Fulton, who is the Unite convener in Talis, impressing upon me and the Government the support that's required for the aerospace sector, a very important sector, not just for my constituents, but across these islands. Thank you.
Laura Trott.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to follow on from the honourable gentleman. There is much to discuss about the resilience of the economy, the demand-led recovery and the need for consumption. However, today I'm going to focus my remarks on women and what else we need to do to safeguard their jobs during this period. There is no doubt that government intervention has saved women's jobs during this crisis. We know that women are disproportionately likely to work in the hospitality sector. We know that parents have been more likely to be furloughed and mothers more likely than fathers. So it is government action in this area that has really helped women safeguard their jobs. And what we saw from this morning is that that help will continue. The Jobs Retention Bonus Scheme will be incredibly important to make sure that women's jobs will continue in the aftermath of this crisis. The VAT cut for tourism and hospitality sector, as well as the Eat Out to Help Out, will disproportionately help women. This is very important, and I think something that has been overlooked in the narrative that we've had to date. So this support will be very important. What else do we need to do to make sure that women come out of this crisis in a strong position? The first of which is we need schools to go back in September. It is very important, and I'm so pleased that the government has pledged that that must be the case. It must, however, be full-time. We must make sure that all children are going back 5 days a week to make sure that women can responsibly, and that mothers and fathers can responsibly go back to work with a commitment that they know cannot be reneged on. I think also we need to look at whether in future local lockdowns we do actually close schools. The evidence is that children are less likely to get the disease and they're less likely to spread it. So I think there is a question in my mind, because of the economic recovery, whether we look at whether we do need to close schools when we do the kind of local lockdown. The other point that I wanted to make very briefly was around flexibility. The flexibility that we've shown during this period has been a real lifeline for women and women's jobs, and I know that many actually want to see that continue. I think the model of local hubs, which would enable people to go in and out in a more flexible manner, which is something that I hope we can pilot in Sevenoaks, will be really very important, and I think would actually help remodel our economy for the long term. So I welcome what was announced this morning. I think it will be hugely beneficial for women in the workforce, and I think we need to make sure that we get schools back and a more flexible economy going forward.
Vera Wilson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Whilst many of the measures announced today are welcome and will help create jobs down the track, there are millions of small businesses and self-employed individuals whose livelihoods are going under today. And these entrepreneurs are the growth drivers of our economy. Today's statement was a missed opportunity to plug the gaps in the Chancellor's coronavirus support schemes, and the Minister knows very well who these 3 million excluded are. With over 11,000 self-employed in my own constituency, I have been inundated with messages from those left out in the cold. Heartbreaking stories of ordinary, hard-working people who help keep our economy and our society ticking. Like the single mother of a child with special needs who decided to switch to being self-employed just last year so she could better support her son. Many of these self-employed individuals and small businesses are in the sectors that will be among the last to recover from this crisis. Creative industries, including arts and entertainment, travel, events companies. Many businesses have inexplicably been asked to remain closed while pubs and others are open. And they've been mentioned today already. Beauticians in our high streets, complementary therapists, elite gymnastics clubs like Richmond Gymnastics, swimming pools such as the open-air Hampton Pool in my constituency. Not only are these businesses and establishments important to the local economy and at risk of going bust, they have an important role in promoting health and well-being. I just wanted to briefly comment on two sectors. The Arts Fund announced earlier this week was very welcome, if long overdue and late for many, but it fails to support the highly skilled individuals who make the UK's world-leading industry what it is. The freelance cameramen and women, makeup artists, costume makers, sound engineers. We cannot afford to lose these skills and small businesses from our economy, and they need support now.
Importantly, the Arts Fund must trickle down to local venues which are central to our local economies, such as the Landmark Arts Centre, Hampton Hill Theatre and the Exchange in my constituency. The travel industry will take a long time to recover. Locally, I have a number of small independent tour operators and ATO, the Specialist Travel Association, representing 120 members who employ 4,000 people across the UK. They're not looking for a bailout. They need a temporary change to the package travel regulations, as many other European countries have done, where government endorses refund credit notes. So in the short term, these sectors can be enabled to kickstart the recovery now. In the longer term, the Chancellor has talked a good game on green jobs, but his announcement today doesn't go nearly far enough. We need an ambitious green recovery package that seeks to insulate every home in the next 10 years and massively expand renewable energy and new air quality standards. And that's why it's also time the government put the final nail in the coffin of any plans to build a third runway at Heathrow.
Bobby Moore. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister and Chancellor have cast their net wide and far to protect as many businesses and individuals as possible through this COVID crisis. Many across Keighley and Ilkley have benefited through the business grants, the furloughing scheme, business rates holiday, bounce-back loans, tax deferrals and much, much more. And I welcome this. And may I use this opportunity to reiterate the words of one of my constituents, Sue Watson-Wood, who I only saw last weekend in Ilkley when she reopened her hair salon, Vanilla, who told me the Chancellor's support provided her with comfort that all would be okay. And she specifically asked me to pass on her thanks. So to my right honourable friend the Chancellor, on behalf of Sue and many other hard-working businesses across my constituency, thank you. Tough times require bold interventions, fiscal policies which drive positive consumer behaviour. And I welcome the Chancellor's announcements today. I want to see businesses across Keighley, Ilkley, Silsden and the Worth Valley thrive and jobs to be protected. The Jobs Retention Bonus Scheme, the temporary cut on VAT for tourism and hospitality sectors are most welcome. And the additional boost, I am sure, through the Eat Out to Help Out scheme will certainly help. There is no stronger advocate of Keighley than I. We have some fantastic manufacturing, technology, engineering businesses, passionate people who are proud of what we in Keighley have to offer, and young people who just want to crack on and thrive in life. Of course, challenging times lie ahead, but with the Chancellor's announcements today on supporting businesses to take on trainees and provide apprenticeships and the introduction of the Kickstart scheme, all of this will help. And of course, I look forward to developing our allocation of up to 25 million from this Conservative government to invest in Keighley through our Towns Fund project, focusing on urban regeneration, improving digital and physical connectivity, and perhaps most importantly, improving skills, innovation and collaboration between the education and business sectors. But the great thing, Mr Deputy Speaker, is under good stewardship we can use these public funds wisely to kickstart, crystallise and galvanise private sector inward investment into our town. Now is the time to level up. And through good projects, we can use good infrastructure schemes to create jobs, jobs and jobs. So I welcome this government's agenda, its economic strategy to bring places like Keighley, which for far too long have sat in the shadows of Bradford and Leeds, back into the light. So I use this platform, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I will of course continue to use it to keep banging the drum for Keighley, Ilkley, Silsden and the Worth Valley to say to businesses, individuals and investors who want to come to my patch that we are open for business.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Shortly before the coronavirus pandemic hit, I visited the home of one of my constituents. She had issues with her flat. When it rained heavily, water came flooding through her roof. Mould was growing on the walls and it was causing breathing problems. She was desperate for help. Members from across this house will hear similar things every single day, because before this crisis hit, our economy was failing working people. 14 million people in poverty, including 4 million children. Key workers from shop assistants to delivery drivers, refuse collectors to hospital porters on poverty pay. They kept our country running through this crisis, but this country hasn't been running for them. Because while working people have faced a decade of public service cuts, stagnating wages and rising rents, The super rich and big businesses have enjoyed a decade of tax cuts and corporate giveaways. Their wealth has soared while the majority have suffered. This was the economy before coronavirus hit. Rigged, unfair, unsustainable, and charging us towards climate catastrophe, with the government on course to miss their carbon neutral target by 49 years. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we can't go back to that. It's broken, rotten, and it has failed. But the government isn't trying to take us forward, it's trying to take us back to that, with announcements that are nowhere near enough to match the scale of the challenges we face. While 3 million people are still excluded from government employment support, and unemployment predicted to reach levels not seen since the 1980s, with Coventry and the West Midlands hit particularly hard. Now is the time to rise to the challenges we face, with ambition that matches their scale, to bring about lasting change, rewiring the economy so it works for all, with a focus on advancing the well-being of people, not endlessly chasing GDP figures. And it's with a bold Green New Deal that we can build this economy. Building green industries, not just preventing redundancies, but creating 1 million good, new, well-paid, unionised jobs. Investing in green public transport and making it free to help working people and to cut emissions. And embarking on an ambitious plan to insulate homes, millions of homes across the country, cutting bills and carbon. And exploring a 4-day working week with no loss of income for working people, stopping job losses by sharing out work. Polling shows that even Conservative voters think that this should be considered. And while we do it, we need to take on the billionaires, dismantle the fossil fuel industry, tax the super rich, and crack down on the tax dodgers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, now is the time for bold ideas and bold actions. It's time to build a new economy where our resources are geared to meet the needs of the people, not to make profits for the rich. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor has put forward today another excellent set of measures to help the UK, and no more so in West Dorset, where 97% of our businesses are small or micro-sized. But we do need urgent attention to our connectivity, with 1.42 megabytes per second broadband speed compared to 200 megabytes per second here in London, single railway lines across the county and a 3-hourly rail frequency. Our economy in West Dorset could have its sprinting potential thoroughly unleashed, not only by the measures the Chancellor has announced today, but with further infrastructure investment. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the current wave of remote working presents an enormous opportunity for West Dorset. It has shown that business and commerce does not have to revolve around London or indeed other cities. People can be even more productive from their kitchen table in West Dorset than in urban office blocks. Why have conditioned and recirculated air from the polluted cities when you can breathe the fresh air of West Dorset, Mr. Deputy Speaker? If sustained, this shift in working habit can be the catalyst in levelling up the rural and coastal communities of this nation, creating many well-paid opportunities for local people. But we need fast and reliable broadband that is accessible at home and at work. Local enterprise partnerships should be coming into their own at this point. But from my experience in West Dorset, Mr. Deputy Speaker, LEPs have varying capability to deliver any economic benefit through infrastructure investment. So can I urge the Minister, please, maybe along with his colleagues in MHCLG, to review the LEP's deliverability against their remit and, where necessary, drive the radical reform required to deliver the government's agenda. I also welcome the Chancellor's announcements on stamp duty. But rural economies are not well served by building enormous new housing developments like the one planned for the outskirts of Dorchester. These developments quash the economic potential of building modest numbers of new houses in our villages, because this is what will ensure the future of our local schools, our local shops, our pubs, our garages, and indeed our parish churches. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the economic damage inflicted by coronavirus is indeed tragic, but it now presents us with the opportunity to build back better, to stimulate the economy and to address rural isolation, social deprivation and the issues that have challenged our rural and coastal communities for many decades.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the current delivery mechanism for the furlough and self-employment schemes has been responsive to where it's needed across the whole of the United Kingdom. I'm not happy with the way relations between the Government and the devolved nations have often fractured during this crisis, but what I do know is that no matter how you look at it, each nation and region of the UK has benefited from the financial pooling of resources. As a Liberal Democrat, I'm very much in favour of devolution and of the Scottish Parliament, and if all the furlough and universal credit went across the desk of the Scottish Cabinet Secretary, then we would only get a Barnett share. Scotland would only get 8.6% of English furlough money, even if demand was greater in Scotland. The other benefit is the speed of response. There has been no waiting for Barnett consequentials to be calculated and no delay while it's worked out how best to deliver that support. So I would ask the Government to publish a breakdown of the amount of money paid directly from the UK Government to people and businesses in Scotland. Making those figures visible will help inform all members of this House and those in Holyrood when we debate the merits of the United Kingdom. Having praised the UK Government for a rapid response, I'm now going to talk about the things that have been anything but quick. And I must express my disappointment at the length of time the Treasury has taken to respond to cases which I have raised on behalf of constituents. To give one example, back in early April, I was contacted by a new starter at a small business in Auchtermuchty. His contract started on the 29th of February, which meant that he was ineligible for furlough, and as such he faced no income and no support. He is one of the excluded that the new APPG, chaired by my friend, the Honourable Member for Caithness, Sutherland and Easter Ross, are looking to support. And on the 14th of April, I wrote to the Chancellor raising some of the specific details regarding my constituent's case. I heard nothing back until 2 months later when I was sent a Dear Colleague letter, which had already been sent to me in lieu of a specific reply. After chasing up twice, I received a further unsatisfactory response from the Government today during the Chancellor's statement. MPs are who people go to when there is nowhere else to turn. Frequently, it's when people have tried to navigate the often bureaucratic and complex structures of government agencies and heard nothing in response. And I'm particularly conscious that we're approaching a 6-week recess, during which the furlough scheme will continue to taper off. The Chancellor described this earlier today as a difficult moment, but it's not a difficult moment, a difficult few months. Recently announced job losses are clearly just the start. So yes, swift support from the Government is important, but for those who can't access support, for those who get in touch with us as Members of Parliament, we need to be in a position where we can do as much as we possibly can to relay those difficulties and problems back to Ministers and to hear back from them in their turn. I hope the Government can offer some reassurance in this matter.
And where?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I will keep this short and sweet as time is precious, and you don't need me to reiterate what we know is a bold and decisive plan, a plan for jobs, a plan that puts people and their livelihoods at its very heart. For me, the Chancellor has yet again acted with a keen eye to preserving employment and our fiscal and economic capacity. As we recover from COVID-19, the #1 priority of this Government has always been to protect jobs. Just as the virus swayed through society and did not articulate who it was going for, any economic impact we face will also cut deep swathes. It will not discriminate, it will cut across us all. What we must remember is this time, this is not an endogenous shock triggered by huge imbalances. It is not man-made, as it has been in the past by opposition governments of their time. This is a slowdown necessitated by COVID-19, and we have seen decisive action by this Government, who for the last few months have given us stabilisers to protect our livelihoods, whilst now recognising that we need to get the economy back into a higher gear. My #1 priority as the MP for Stoward has always been to protect jobs. As a youth, myself in the early 80s, seeing the impact of unemployment on young people combined with my strong belief in the nobility of work, I am over the moon about the Chancellor's Kickstart scheme, giving 16 to 24-year-old children youths the best possible chance. Now, this is my unabashed plug to get those nail bars and beauty salons open. Run often by those who themselves were on traineeships and now run their own businesses, proving that traineeships work. These are capitalists at their finest and of the future. Please, let's get them open. This Government is giving us the tools to enable, facilitate and empower us all. This virus is not of our making. but we must make the best of it. We must be transformational. Dig deep in the spirit of entrepreneurism. If you can't sell it online, that is your new high street. Your new high street, your new export opportunity. It is about being entrepreneurial, about foraging for opportunities. It is, of course, about jobs, 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 which has been at the very heart of my recovery plan for Stourbridge. I also welcome the joint announcement today from Andy Street and the Department of Work and Pensions that youth hubs will be set up, helping to join up local employment and training services and make sure that these are targeting young people. This builds on the already great work being done by our job centres across the West Midlands. The government's support throughout the crisis has been decisive. It will be a major factor in how we will come out of this. What is very clear by the actions that this government has taken is that it is not a government that leaves people behind. It is a government that puts people and their livelihoods at its very heart. However, any casting of course depends on our shared responsibility to contain the virus and, of course, whether a vaccine...
Order, we have to move on. Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. 3 minutes, so just 3 short points. First, I want to add my voice to all those urging the government to plug the gaps in the self-employed support scheme. In Brighton, this is a massive issue, particularly in the creative and arts sector. Of course, we welcome the funding package that was announced earlier in the week, but we need to fund the people who work in that sector, not just the bricks and mortar and the infrastructure. So please listen to all of those people on both sides of the House who want to see those gaps plugged, and also please take a sectoral approach to the furlough scheme so it can be maintained in those sectors which can't yet safely open. Second, on the statement as a whole, sadly, I think it is far too much about propping up the housing market, around ignoring renters, creating low-paid jobs. It's about consumption at any cost, and it's doing far too little on climate and nature. And thirdly, on that issue of the so-called green recovery, it is a drop in the ocean of what is needed. Yesterday, the New Economics Foundation released a new report that showed that by investing £8.6 billion a year in whole-house retrofit, we could create over 500,000 jobs, reduce household emissions by over 20% and cut affected household bills by £418, all within the remainder of this Parliament. That is what an energy efficiency programme worthy of the moment would look like. And it's a similar story for nature. Some recognition of the challenge, but a complete failure to grasp the scale required. £40 million for nature restoration jobs might sound good, but compare that to the last 10 years of cuts to our nature agencies. It's a sticking plaster that won't arrest the decline of our natural world. In 2009, the core funding grant to Natural England was £212 million. 10 years later, it was just £60 million. That's £150 million less for nature protection each and every year, more than 3 times the total allocated to the Green Jobs Challenge Fund today. The sums announced are so out of step with the challenges we face that some are even questioning their lawfulness. And the Prime Minister and Chancellor will have received, no doubt, Plan B's letter before action. And any progress is still dwarfed by public money for fossil fuels. You cannot put out a fire with one hand while still pouring petrol on it with the other. And yet that's what the government does. The £27 billion road building scheme, the blank cheque bailouts to airlines, the public money funnelled into fossil fuel projects overseas. It is time for a line in the sand. The government should commit that not 1 penny more of public money should be spent propping up the fossil fuel economy and fuelling the climate emergency. Yesterday I tabled the Decarbonisation and Economic Strategy Bill. Put together with the Honourable Member for Norwich South and myself, it's the first ever attempt in the UK to legislate for a Green New Deal. If the government is struggling to grasp what a commensurate response to our challenges look like, then I invite him to take a look at the work that has already been done. It is, some might say, oven ready.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise to partake in this debate in frustration, because at the start of March I highlighted in this chamber during the budget debate the fact that the oil price had collapsed and that the government needed to provide support. Obviously we then went into lockdown and the price collapsed even further. I raised concerns in the only way possible at that time by writing direct to ministers on numerous occasions. I joined with my colleagues from Aberdeen North, from Gordon and from Angus to do likewise. I've raised it at every possible occasion in the public domain. I raised it at the Public Bill Committee during the Finance Bill. I've raised it in this chamber last week and again earlier today, and yet still there is not a word from the Chancellor in respect to an oil and gas sector deal, and I cannot describe how frustrating that is in a manner that wouldn't get me in a lot of trouble with yourself, Mr Deputy Speaker. Because the reality is that that's a sector that's put £365 billion worth of income into the Treasury. And it's not just about protecting the jobs of those individuals within that sector at this moment in time. It's about what comes next. It's about being able to reach net zero. It's about being able to create a sustainable energy future going forward for Aberdeen and for Scotland, be that through the hydrogen backbone across Europe, be that through an energy transition zone, be that through the ACON project in carbon capture and underground storage. There's so much that could be announced, but to date, the government has continued to sit silent. And the consequence of that has been job loss after job loss after job loss. And it's my constituents who are having to face that harsh reality, on top of the challenges with hospitality, on top of the challenges with tourism, on top of all the other challenges that everyone else has in their constituency. The challenge facing Aberdeen due to the downturn in the oil price is huge. And it's time for this government to step up to the plate. I'm fed up asking the government to deliver. And what I'm asking them to deliver upon is their own manifesto commitment. Nothing more and nothing less. They need to step up to the plate, and they need to do it now. Because if they do not, they need only look at the polls from Scotland. The tide is turning. The people of Scotland's eyes have been readily awoken to how shambolic this UK government is. And if they continue to ignore our needs, then we will respond accordingly. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Mr Deputy Speaker, businesses in Stoke-on-Trent South are overwhelmingly grateful for the excellent support put in place by the Chancellor and this government. We must recover as soon as possible, because under the pre-pandemic conditions we were moving forward, not least in Stoke-on-Trent, on the up after decades of slow decline. Local manufacturers are only too eager to create high-skilled, high-paid jobs our communities need. I'm particularly pleased by measures announced today by the Chancellor to support young people into employment, apprenticeships and training. I know this government is committed to levelling up. Stoke-on-Trent is an area absolutely that embodies the levelling up agenda. More to improve bus services, helping our high streets, and a town deal would be particularly welcome. I am delighted my proposals to reopen Mere Station has got the backing of government, but rather than take each funding project in turn, I have a general point to make. I offer this helpful insight because I am passionate about levelling up, and I am passionate about getting the maximum economic return by releasing the greatest unrealised potential. Too often there has been something like a 25% local contribution rule, which makes it pointless to bid because we could never afford it. So funding schemes that were supposed to help places like Stoke-on-Trent will instead go to places that can afford to pay. These areas of the means to make schemes shovel-ready, whilst many of the local areas we seek to level up have had to prioritise resources elsewhere long ago. So I would ask the Government looks carefully at how we can help make schemes shovel-ready in places like Stoke-on-Trent. North Staffordshire is one of the largest urban conurbations at the heart of the country, plugged into a world of interconnectivity. Thanks to the support of Government and the City Council, as I speak, Lila Connect are laying a new full fibre network in Stoke-on-Trent, providing direct fibre to homes and businesses. More advanced than anywhere else, promising up to 1,000 megabits per second. And if we get it right, there is no city keener to build than Stoke-on-Trent. Prior to COVID, property prices were rising healthily, and developers have told me demand was high. However, low property values have often caused viability constraints locally. We have plenty of brownfield land ripe for development, but the cost of remediating sites is often prohibitive. It has been necessary for government to step in to stimulate those more challenging sites and work with the local city council. Whether it be advanced manufacturing, digital or logistics, these are all strengths in Stoke-on-Trent and will be key sectors to our new economic future. Removing the hurdles and unlocking the potential that has been constrained for far too long. The more skilled, better paid jobs we create locally, the more houses we can sustain, the greater the national contribution we can make. We just need a helping hand from national government to give us a really good start.
Mr Deputy Speaker, this pandemic is hitting Blaenau Gwent hard. Its shockwaves are shaking our South Wales valleys now. An entire shopping centre is under threat. A logistics centre, which supplies the drinks industry, is facing redundancies. Our small town high streets are under big pressures. Care workers, are under the cosh. These heroes who put their lives on the line to look after our loved ones. But now, some of them are seeing their hours being cut. Others are losing their jobs completely. The whispers and the rumours of redundancies are back. And while things are so uncertain, this will keep on happening. Mr Deputy Speaker, the valleys have seen this before. People in my constituency remember the 1980s. Then, pit and steelwork closures hugely impacted our communities. We know how important early investment is during tough times. In 2018, the government promised to launch the Shared Prosperity Fund, but we're still waiting for it. This pot of money could help Blaenau Gwent rebuild following this period of uncertainty. It could help revive our economy facing the threats of these dark times. It would build vital infrastructure, giving us the good quality roads and the rail tracks that we need. We've waited too long for this fund. The government needs to step up and give us this detail as a matter of urgency. We also need to invest in young people. Dubbed Generation COVID, they are facing the toughest job market in decades. The Kickstart scheme is to be welcomed. At first sight, it resembles Labour's own successful Future Jobs Fund. I'm glad that it's being revived. In my constituency at Ebervale, Cyber College Cymru offers young people future-proof training in this growing sector. The project links up with major employers, helping young people gain the work experience they need to get into the jobs market. It's a shining example which should be replicated across the whole country. Young people need these opportunities straight away. Neither they nor our economy can afford to wait. Mr Deputy Speaker, Blaenau Gwent and its young people need a helping hand now. Let's get on with it.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Right now, the FTSE 100 is stacked with establishment companies who will rally once the COVID crisis eventually subsides. But it won't be these industries that provide the high-growth success stories of the next 10 or 20 years. The highest growth will come from fledgling, disruptive sectors just entering their growth phases now or not even yet created. The development of our highly successful start-up ecosystem, which houses our world-leading sectors of tomorrow, like fintech, green energy, automation, will be essential to our long-term global competitiveness and prosperity. I would love to see an extension of the government's existing commitment to support these industries at the pre-seed, seed and Series A level in these industries. When the government introduced the Growth Accelerator programme in 2012, I don't expect even they imagined how successful it would be. The 18,000 businesses that participated in the scheme achieved growth that was on average 4 times faster than that of a typical SME, and the programme added at least £1 billion to the British economy. I hope the government will consider a scheme like this as they evaluate where our future growth lies and what initiatives will best suit the long-term needs of our country. Back in 2012, this was a £200 million programme that delivered an ROI of at least 700%. Amended for today and focused on specific high-growth, high-opportunity sectors with provisions made for regional business, the ROI could be even higher and it could create even more jobs than it did before. We've already seen the potential that can emerge when we diverge from London through the Innovation Corridor, for example, which runs through my constituency of Hertford and Stortford. We can build on this success, and as we look to long-term growth opportunities, I hope the government will build on its brilliant work by investing in skills clusters across the UK to help drive public and private investment into left-behind regions. To conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor and the Treasury team today have been hugely bold and I enthusiastically applaud them. During this crisis, the heroes of our country have been our doctors, nurses, carers and key workers. In the recovery stage and beyond, it will be the businessmen and women driving growth for their companies and helping the economy back to health. Our job in this place will be to provide the platform for this next set of heroes to carry our economy forward.
Mr Deputy Speaker, we're here to talk about the economy, and the economy means numbers. In Aylesbury, 14,500 jobs have been protected by the government's furlough scheme. Almost 5,000 local people have benefited from the self-employed income support scheme. That is good news. But there are worrying numbers too, because not everyone has been able to access government help and jobs have already been lost. The unadjusted claimant count in Aylesbury in May was 2.5 times higher than in March, and for the 18 to 24-year-old age group, the rate of increase in unemployment was even greater. And that is why the Kickstart scheme announced today by the Chancellor will be extremely welcome in my constituency, as will his entire plan for jobs, jobs, jobs. Because behind the numbers are the names. People who've continued to work throughout the coronavirus crisis to help keep the local economy on its feet and prepare it for the future. People like Diana Fawcett, the town centre manager, who's inspired and assisted the market stall holders and independent traders, many of whom have benefited from the Bounce Back loan scheme. The people who've continued to invest, ready for the return of a more normal life. People like Carmen and Greg at the Harrow pub, who served takeaways so that they could afford to redecorate and draw in new customers, and who will now benefit from the VAT cut on hospitality and Eat Out to Help Out. Or Ben Moult, who's seen a gap in the nighttime economy and converted a clothes shop into a restaurant with Buckinghamshire's first roof terrace bar. Or Councillors Bill Chappell and Steve Bowles and the teams they lead at Aylesbury Garden Town, which promises to be smart and sustainable, accessible and inclusive. Or students at Aylesbury's UTC, who will be the next generation of apprentices, bringing much-needed vocational skills to construction and computing. Mr Deputy Speaker, there is a theme underlying these numbers and names. It is a theme of resilience and readiness for the economic challenges ahead. Thousands of homes are planned locally that will contribute to the Prime Minister's ambition to build back greener, with an eco-friendly approach to help answer the concerns of the passionate campaigners from last week's Time Is Now mass lobby. The local plan already embraces the change heralded by the new planning regulations announced last week that will transform our town centres into community hubs where people want to live, work, visit and invest. To make all this a reality requires, yes, infrastructure funding from central government to get our traffic flowing and ensure we have the schools and the health centres we need for our fast-growing population. But our economy isn't just about money. For our future success, we need a spirit of entrepreneurship where risk-takers are rewarded. We need bold thinkers with imagination about what our towns are for. In Aylesbury, we have them. In Aylesbury, we stand ready to be at the forefront of initiatives to build a new economy.
44, Jim Shannon.
Mr Deputy Speaker, 3 points very quickly made. First one, kidney research. I make the plug for kidney research because it's one of those charities, and I understand government has set aside some £750 million for that purpose, for charities, but the charities that do not exceed or access that is the likes of kidney research, other ones like cancer research. They do clinical research. They have not been able to fundraise, therefore they have not been able to get any money to continue the clinical research. If we don't have the clinical research, we don't have the new medications, we don't have the new ways of saving lives and making lives better, so ever mindful of that. Secondly, and very quickly, on aerospace, because it's going to, as a meeting I'm having tomorrow with some of my people, Magellan and my constituency are going to be asking questions tomorrow about job losses, and I put a point down in the last some 25 seconds for Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland has lower rates, has a highly skilled labour force. It's a perfect place for investment. So I would say to everyone in this House, if you've got a company that wants to invest, come to Northern Ireland. They invest in Northern Ireland, and the Northern Ireland Assembly are there to help you invest. We need government to do their wee bit as well. In the last 5 seconds, do your best for Northern Ireland. I want you to do that. Thank you.
Wind up, Bridget Phillipson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I think we can recognise from all of the contributions today that this pandemic is the biggest crisis we have faced in many of our lifetimes. My honourable friend, the member for Bristol South, talked about the need for the health of our economy and the health of our country and of our economy to be taken together, but also the contribution of women to our economy, a point also picked up by the Right Honourable Lady, the Chair of the Women and Equalities Select Committee. My honourable friend, the member for Newcastle upon Tyne North, also drew our attention to the fact that government measures are having a real impact on the North East of England and called for infrastructure investment in our region, to which I am naturally sympathetic, understandably. My honourable friend, the member for Sheffield Hallam, drew our attention to the incredibly challenging situation facing our universities. We also heard from my honourable friends, the members for Warwick and Leamington, Luton South and Coventry South, of the need to secure a green transition. My honourable friends, the members for Luton South and Warwick and Leamington, talked about the need to invest in electric vehicles, in that charging infrastructure, and to see greater support for the automotive sector and manufacturing. My honourable friend, the member for Kingston upon Hull West and Hessel, who was a doughty champion for the caravan industry, drew our attention repeatedly for the need to ministers to respond to the challenges facing that sector and to do more to support business through this crisis. My honourable friends, the members for Merthyr Tydfil and Blaenau Gwent, drew our attention to the fact that the Shared Prosperity Fund is vital and that we urgently need clarity from ministers on this issue. My honourable friend, the member for Merthyr Tydfil, also rightly drew our attention to the positive action being taken by the Labour government in Wales. Mr Deputy Speaker, the British public have the expectation, quite rightly, that politicians will be working responsibly in order to overcome this crisis. That's why we have supported the government where possible and remain committed to working constructively to finding solutions to the challenges that we face. Now, we do acknowledge some of the steps taken by the government earlier in the crisis, like the Job Retention Scheme and the Self-Employment Income Support Scheme, were the right thing to do. We called for these measures, we were proud to support them. And where we criticise, where we offer constructive criticism, it's because that we know that for Britain to succeed, the government has to do better. And our priorities are those of the British people, protecting health and protecting the economy. We know that we are facing a sharp and deep downturn and that the UK faces one of the largest hits to output of all industrialised countries. And we also know that the impact this crisis has had on working families and
How do you mean no more commission?
Well, no one in Scotland can commission an idea. You know, if I went to BBC Scotland and I said, oh, I've got this great idea for a sitcom, I've got this brilliant idea for a drama, you know, there isn't one person in Scotland that can okay it unless it goes through London.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Full Scottish. What's happening today?
Hello and welcome to the Full Scottish here on Broadcasting Scotland.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
That need, that desire for independence is ever stronger than perhaps it was in 2014. So there's an obligation that we've got to give leadership to that campaign. That's what Nicola Sturgeon, as our First Minister, has been doing.
My feeling about Boris Johnson is he can't be trusted on anything.
That is now and forever will be known as the rape clause.
I'm old enough to remember going into Europe in '73, and I remember how much of a razor's edge that was a balanced one. And I think we made it by 53%, if I remember correctly, for going in. And ever since that time, England particularly has been pretty much schizophrenic, down the middle about whether it felt British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Scotland means business. Scotland's voice won't be stilled, it won't be silenced, it has to be heard.
About the work that's been done by Broadcasting Scotland in giving community activists, yes activists, Scottish activists a platform other than the traditional media outlets.